ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Prime Minister, Governor-General and Opposition Leader have laid wreaths of tribute to Queen Elizabeth II in a sombre ceremony in Canberra today. Matthew Dorn reports from Parliament House.
Queen Elizabeth opened New Parliament House in 1988, and above the main entrance is the Queen's Terrace, featuring a striking statue of the late monarch, which she unveiled more than 30 years ago. It's there that Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, Governor-General David Hurley and Opposition Leader Peter Dutton were joined by senior politicians and members of Canberra's diplomatic community to lay wreaths at the base of the statue. Mr Albanese has welcomed the turnout.
It says something about the way that the Queen was admired around the world.
The Prime Minister and Governor-General will travel to London in coming days.
Earlier, King Charles III pledged to serve the British people with loyalty, respect and love in his first address to the nation as sovereign. He's paid a moving tribute to his late mother, Queen Elizabeth, thanking her for her devotion to the royal family and to her subjects, as the BBC's Johnny Diamond reports.
For almost 10 minutes, the King spoke from the blue drawing room of Buckingham Palace, a photo of the late Queen by his side. He referred to the pledge of service the Queen gave in 1947. That pledge, he said, I renew today. He announced that the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge would become the Prince and Princess of Wales. He said his work would have to change, less time spent on the charities and issues he cared so deeply about. But most of the address was about the woman, the mother, the Queen, so recently passed.
Newly appointed British Prime Minister Liz Truss says the UK and the Commonwealth are stronger because of the reign of Queen Elizabeth. 10 days of mourning are underway for the Britain's longest-serving monarch. The British Prime Minister has told the House of Commons the country and the Commonwealth owe the Queen a great deal.
The United Kingdom is the great country it is today because of her. The Commonwealth is the family of nations it is today because of her. She was devoted to the union of England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. She served 15 countries as head of state, and she loved them all.
Australia's Royal Flying Doctor Service says Queen Elizabeth's patronage has been an important part of its identity. Federation's Executive Director, Frank Quinlan, says her patronage was granted in 1954.
And it's been a really important part of our identity, and I think an important part of the public trust that we've won, possibly partly because the Queen entrusted us with such an important title.
Ukraine says it's retaken more than 1,000 square kilometres of territory in its south and east from Russia over the past week. President Volodymyr Zelensky says more than 30 settlements have been liberated in the Kharkiv region. Russia's top occupation official in Kharkiv, Vitaly Ganchev, has conceded that Ukrainian forces have won a significant victory breaking through the Russian line of defence. He says civilians are being evacuated from 3 towns in the region. A health emergency has been declared in New York over fears polio is spreading in the United States. More from the BBC's Thomas Morgan.
The health commissioner in New York State said on polio we simply cannot roll the dice because it's such a deadly disease, although at the moment only one person has tested positive. As part of this emergency declaration, what it basically means is they want to increase the amount of people that have been vaccinated. So they'll try and get it up to 90% and encourage all healthcare workers and anyone that's come in contact with someone that might have had the virus to get a booster.
5 people are dead in New Zealand after a boat capsized following what's believed to be a collision with a whale. The accident occurred this morning off the South Island. The local mayor says 11 people were on board and 6 have been safely brought back to shore. He says the boat was a fishing charter vessel. Southern California in the US has been hit by a powerful tropical storm as its millions of residents deal with the continuing severe weather. Parts of the region have been lashed by severe winds from a tropical storm that brought high humidity, rain and possible flooding to the parched region after a 10-day heat wave that nearly overwhelmed California's electrical grid. Firefighters had feared powerful winds of more than 160 kilometres an hour could feed a massive bushfire raging about 120 kilometres southeast of the city of Los Angeles. But with the changes, crews made significant progress. However, more than 10,000 homes and other structures are still threatened and evacuation orders remain in place. You're now up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Hello, Costa here. Gardening is great for the whole family, and I want to tell you something that will get the kids in your life growing. It's my brand new podcast, Gardening Buds. Everything a kid needs to know to make their own garden grow. Whether you've got a big backyard, a balcony, or a little pot on a windowsill. Join Kaylee and I for Gardening Buds. Out now on the ABC Kids Listen and ABC Listen apps.
For continuing coverage of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II and the worldwide reaction, head to ABC News Radio or the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Qualify for finals, it's such a tough environment to be in.
Playing the best at this time of the year, you have to be at your best, and that's exciting.
Feel the pressure rising.
We're just really excited to be in this position where we can have a crack at it and have a crack at it.
Heart and faith, they're all the things that you need in finals, all about moments.
Like now or never.
It's exciting. Who knows what can happen, but we'll just keep riding it.
Tell our players to live in the moment.
This is our time. This is our destiny.
It takes a lot of belief. It takes a fair bit of guts, really. Yeah, I'm so proud of the players.
Everyone's bloody pumped, I can tell you that much.
You win one game, you're in a prelim. You win two, you're in a grand final. You win three, you're in the premiers.
That's how close we are now.
Welcome to the 2022 AFL Finals Series.
It's through to Elliott. Of course it's Elliott. On the run. It's happening again.
Gathered and snaps around the body. What a goal that is for Fremantle.
Rise up, take it all.
It comes the way of Nick Dacos, gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
These are the moments you play footy for, I guess, playing the finals and big moments.
Your dreams are reality.
Outside of the ball, don't tell me! Arms outstretched as he turns to the Collingwood faithful. You know my name now, Ash Johnson.
Starts it right, brings it back. Fremantle are right back in this. Rory Lobb proving blondes do have more fun. To going, chest out, goal! The super duper star with the finish that Collingwood needed.
Believe, Pies fans, believe, because they've done it again. They're fast, they're frenetic, they're bloody fabulous, this team.
To Mundy, 40 out, he's a classer.
Elliott from 40, steers it through. Here come the Pies.
Grandstand AFL.
The semi-final.
Live from the MCG. On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Two great stories in season 2022. Collingwood from 17th position to top 4, the masters of the close finish. Host the Fremantle Dockers from 11th to 5th in season 2022. The Purple Pride returning to the finals for the first time since 2015. Only one story will continue tonight. The winner will face Sydney in a preliminary final. Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. It's the first semi-final. Collingwood and Fremantle from the MCG. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Thanks to our team in the West. The Saturday Footy Forum with Clint Wheeldon, Mark Duffield and Jake Knoll. Great to hear so many of your calls as the fans are starting to make their way into the MCG. The turnstiles have just opened, so we're here for all the build-up ahead of the do-or-die semi-final clash. Corbin Middlemaster called the action alongside me. Corby, welcome. Anytime we're back at the MCG twice in 48 hours, it's a good weekend.
It's been a magnificent final series so far, Clinchy, and it feels like it's going to be a special night again. There were people lined up 7 hours before the first bounce outside the MCC members waiting for their seat, and they've just let them in, and so we've got essentially a couple of blocks here at the MCG that are already starting to fill up, despite the fact that so much of the rest of the ground is yet to be open. It is a stage that Fremantle have never been on before. So we talk about the Dockers and the fact that they got stage fright early the other night. They admitted that in their elimination final against the Bulldogs, were able to settle. They've only ever played in one crowd bigger than they'll face tonight, and that was Grand Final Day in 2013. But as we know about Grand Finals, there's lots of corporates here, crowd split, there's a portion of your fans, a portion of their fans. There's estimated to be 90,000 here tonight, and 85,000 of them will be wearing black and white. So it is like an environment that the Dockers have never had in club history, and it's for the chance to go through to another preliminary final. And as you touched on off the top, both teams, bottom 10 sides last year, one of them are going to be through to the Final Four. Both are great stories.
A man who knows a little bit about September footy, a premiership player with the Magpies, Luke Ball, back in 2010. Welcome to you. Thanks for coming in early and joining us.
Thanks, Clinchy. It's good to be here early and start to get the feel for it. And there's a massive queue out there at the front of the MCC waiting to get in. And you're right, Corby. It was intimidating enough as a Collingwood player playing in front of that noise sometimes. And when you were going well, you'd gain an extra leg. But it's going to be an experience for these young Fremantle players. And you're right, watching last week, I thought, that first quarter, even at home, I thought, the finals occasion might have overwhelmed a few of them, but they got let back in by a dog side, which we know has been up and down a bit this year and had some issues, particularly in their defence. So they got a sniff and were good enough to take it and storm over the top of them. So as a team, they'll come over here with confidence, but they won't have experienced, and there's no other way to experience other than to get out there and do it. So having said that, Justin Longmuir has had experience at Collingwood, including a grand final. So and we saw him last week, such a cool customer, isn't he? He'll be I'm sure, making sure that they're nice and relaxed, and that their anxiety levels are kept to a reasonable level before the game tonight.
In the lead up to the opening bounce, Mark Brayshaw is going to drop past 4 at Chad. Unfortunately, Angus's season came to a close for the Demons last night. He's got Andy in action tonight. One of the favourites for the Brownlow, so we're all interested to see how he'll shape up with this young midfield for the Dockers. Mitch Cleary is going to drop by with all the latest AFL news. Confirmation from the AFL today that the Brownlow will be moved to Sunday night to avoid the funeral of Her Royal Highness Elizabeth II. And we're also going to take you inside both camps of Collingwood and the Fremantle Dockers. So Peter Bell's going to join us from the Dockers, and Nathan Murphy, as the Pies have been so generous throughout the season, giving us a player before the opening bounce tonight. But given what we saw last night with the Brisbane Lions, Paulie, I'm sort of thinking back to Collingwood in 2010 and the aspirations of back-to-back flags in 2011. It just showed again how hard it is for a side to repeat what has been so successful before.
Just chatting off air, weren't we, Clinchy? It's so hard. And I admit, I went to Melbourne when they 6, 7, 8 and zip at the start of the year, and I think everyone thought, well, the show's just rolling on here, and it's going to be a battle for second, but it's a long year, and as you said, so much has to go right. From a fitness point of view, a physical health point of view, and then the intangible, the stuff that you can't really see and put a finger on, is that between the ears. And just over the last couple of weeks, it might be easy to say in hindsight now, they've just looked, when the pressures come on in the second half, last night and the week before, perhaps that 5% of hunger that you have when you haven't won one and you're chasing one so hard, that they obviously did last year. If that's not quite there, and that's not there to respond to that challenge, you fall away. And I think that's probably what happened over the last couple of weeks. And you're right, we went through it. We were the best team off the back of 10. We springboarded into 11. Hit the ground running. I think we won 14 in a row, and really did all. But I think we were leading at three-quarter time in the grand final, and came up against Geelong, who were a powerhouse as well. The only side to beat us that year. So they are bloody hard to win, and let alone front up and go back to back and defend your title, and everyone's after you too when you're the reigning champ. And I think we heard Simon Goodwin say that last year, that they did a lot right, but they didn't quite come to the party when they were challenged over the last couple of weeks.
Did Melbourne choke in your eyes?
Oh, I don't think choke. No, I don't think choke's the right word. I think there was some clear signs from about halfway through the year that they actually had holes in their game. Clearly their forward line wasn't functioning well. From about that point, they really struggled to score all year. They struggled to find answers, both from a system point of view. Really felt like that if they didn't, their one was that centre bounce dominance, wasn't it? That if they didn't get the ball out of there and charge it forward and get all that momentum. They really struggled to score at times in general play, and that was the second half of the year for them, I think. Part of it was personnel, we know. Tom McDonald was clearly a big out. But, no, so I don't think they choked. I just think that they fell short in a lot of areas.
Luke Ball alongside Matt Clinch and Corbin Minimas with you on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Mark Brayshaw's wore a lot of hats in various times in footy, a former CEO, a board member. He's worked at the Dockers and at Port Adelaide, but he's coming along today potentially with the most important hat, just as a dad, to watch Andy run out on the MCG. Mark, welcome to ABC Sport. Thanks so much for your time.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
What's the emotions like heading along tonight? It didn't quite go to plan for Angus last night. How do you feel heading along tonight for Andy? Hopefully the second one proves more positive.
Yeah, well, it was bloody terrible last night, and so we are, Deborah and I and my eldest son William in the car on our way. You can sense the atmosphere. The road's absolutely heaving with plenty of black and white, not a lot of purple. But I'm expecting the Dockers to throw a punch, and it'll be a good game. So yeah, look, obviously they're the underdogs, but I think they've travelled very well this year, and I know they're excited at playing in front of a monster crowd and an upset. So our fingers are crossed.
It is a famous surname in the footy world, Mark. It's Corbin Middlemass here. How do you go with Angus in defeat last night? He's given you some amazing thrills, obviously, over the past 12 months, winning a premiership last year with the D's. But do you reach out to him? Do you see him post-game? How is he sort of moments after a defeat like that and his season came to an end?
Yeah, he came around to our place today because his brother's in town from Perth, and I resisted the temptation to give him too much feedback. Really, the game's gone such a long, long way since I was involved in it. But it was just an opportunity missed. I think the better team won. Brisbane were fabulous. But when the time's right, I will be encouraging him to, be productive in the off-season and reload, because they got all the talent. But they just weren't, they had a few things that didn't quite work. And he had a good year, but the team didn't. So I know that he is looking forward to, if there is such a thing, pre-season, because it seems like they've got a bit of unfinished business. But I was a bit. I gave him a bit of space today. He didn't really want to talk too much about it. But he's going to get a bit of father's son in the next few weeks, I'd say.
Mark, it's Luke Ball here. They seem like the sort of boys that they won't need that. Yeah, good luck tonight for Andy. They seem like the sort of lads that won't need too much encouragement. I think I've read times, and they've probably been lucky to have themselves and really drive themselves, and they won't need too much encouragement to. Of course, they'll have a bit of time off and freshen up, but they won't need too much encouragement to get out there and look to improve themselves over the break.
Well, Angus is an 8-year player now, and he knows what it takes. But I'm the best players are the ones that work the hardest. It's just as simple as that. It hasn't changed since the game started. So, and Andrew in particular is a hard worker, like exceptionally so. So. But anyway, it's you just the harder you work, the more lucky you get in all sorts of sport endeavours, and they are naturally well balanced in that regard. But the chances for both teams are now, when they got drafted, they were very early draft picks, and they went at the teams at the bottom, and both Fremantle and Melbourne are now in the finals. Melbourne obviously won last year, so you've got to grab it, take the opportunity, and that's all I'm going to say. I mean, nothing. It's all pretty simple, but the time is nigh, and Melbourne people and the players and the staff and the coaches, I'm sure, will be thinking, it's very hard to win back-to-back, but they've got the nucleus of a very good side, and just got to work. Make sure you never work. You want to get to where you are, Luke, having retired, knowing that you're strong, you've given it your best. That's all. And so far, so good.
Mark, just to focus on your youngest son, you call him Andrew. I know the footy world calls him Andy a lot, but he's only 5 years into the system. His peers consider him the best player in the game at the moment. Does he do things even as a 5-year player, and obviously as your son, and you've seen him play so much footy, where you think that's amazing that what he's able to do, particularly defensively in this league against grown men that have been here for a decade, what he's been able to do in this season?
Look, the one thing I take the most satisfaction is his chase. I had a brief and inglorious career with North Melbourne, and Deborah and I, when I was there, Anthony Stevens was aboard with us in his first couple of years, or first year, and Andrew has that instinct that very few players have, which is a mongrel dog attitude to chase down a player the other way. And most midfielders, it's really hard. They run intense mileage. Look, I don't need to tell you any of this, but but they're having to have the effort and the fitness which Steve-O had to run backwards and chase.
Yeah,
is just I think he's that's born in him really, and that gives me
Mark,
a lot of satisfaction.
sorry, I'll just jump in. Has it always been there? Have you seen that? I remember seeing him as a teenager playing for school, and I remember him acting like. And as you're right, it's not a natural thing, and I love that about him too. It's not really a natural thing. Did he model that on anyone? You mentioned Anthony Stevens, who was one of my favourite players growing up as well, but did he model that on anyone, or did he just do that naturally, those selfless acts, I guess?
He's always been very fit, and he was a very keen athlete at school and loved middle distance running and was a good runner and long distance as a schoolboy. And I think he, he's a very polite bloke and does the basics as well as he can. And I mean, Steve-O had a little bit to do with the boys as they grew up. And I remember getting some footage out one day of Anthony running at the MCG to take a mark with his eyes on the ball. But even now you clinch thinking, oh my God. So Steve-O it remains a close family friend. And I'm not sure whether Andrew saw it in him, but he's done it all his life. He's always been somebody that chases and tackles and does those things well. And that's translated into the AFL. And I just remember, once again, during my brief and inglorious career, watching Steve-O and a couple of guys back at Claremont who did that second and third efforts that I never could do because I wasn't good enough and, frankly, wasn't fit enough. So that's the bit that I think, at the moment, separates him from a few of his teammates and competitors.
Mark Brayshaw's with us on ABC Sport. His son Andy is in battle tonight after Angus and Melbourne were defeated last night on the SMS 0437774774. Angus is my favourite. So talented, and I'm not even a D supporter. They need better forwards though. So there's a bit of happy with your boys' work, but he needs some more support. How often do you get to see Andrew's games? Obviously in Western Australia, and have you got the purple scarves to try and make your presence known tonight? Because you're going to be outnumbered.
Yeah. So we've got purple. Absolutely. I've got a very favourite shirt, which is a purple one, a little purple scarf. And look, last week we were there. So we go every now and again. And went and watched them last week. There was just under 60 or 59,000 people, and I reckon 55 of them were Dockers. So tonight will be different, obviously a mirror image. And I think, as I said earlier, we went and watched them play in Geelong. They had a very good win down there. They beat the Demons at the MCG in enemy territory. So they've sort of got this little mojo that I know they're quite proud of, which is that, and Ross Lyon used to say this, anywhere, any time, or that type of attitude. And so they're used to playing in front of home crowds, but they have done very well this year with the white shorts on. And look, they're underdogs, but I think they're up for the fight.
Mark Brayshaw with us on Grandstand AFL. Mark, obviously the focus on your two sons both playing this weekend, and you're coming along as a dad, but your reputation precedes you as a person in the footy industry. You mentioned North Melbourne. They're looking for a chief executive at the moment. Are you interested in being a CEO at AFL level, and particularly back with your old club?
No, look, I'm very interested in the club. I was actually overwhelmed at how happy I was to hear Clarko signing up. North people have got their shoulders back now, which is the first time in a little while. But I'm involved in a medicinal cannabis company, and I love it. It's one of the most gratifying jobs I've ever had, and I am not in a position to consider a move. But I'll be very interested in how it all unfolds at Arden Street because it's been a couple of lean years, and Clarko's back in town, and it was a great day. But I'm not in the mix for the job.
You're pretty good mates with Alistair, aren't you? How regular did you kind of keep in contact? And I think I read somewhere you guys would run together. You had to be careful, obviously, with the snappers out, trying to get him anywhere and any time.
Yes, we run every Wednesday morning, or most of them, and it's fair to say that footy has dominated most of those runs, particularly since Leon left and then Nobe. So, he's a very dear friend, and we bounce, or he every now and then is interested in my view of the world. So I had a bit of an inkling that he was very serious about North Melbourne, but I was very worried at the Bombers too. And as I said, I was surprised at how happy I felt, and I, as a North person, I'm very pleased with the job that Sonia Hood's done. She's been magnificent. So if there's any North supporters listening, I know Sonia quite well. When I was on the board, she was on the staff. She's a ripper, and she's got her own dignity and leadership style, which is yeah, she's the right person for the job, and she and Alistair connected straight away, and it's a terrific partnership. I think she and he will be a good partner, a good couple of leaders there, but clearly they need a CEO, and they're hard to find. They're not, one of the things the league's got to do is generate more of them, so that's a big challenge now that Benny Murphy has resigned. So, yeah, there's a bit of work to do, but the club is in very good hands with Sonia and obviously Clarko.
Mark, we know we're going to let you go. Good luck to you and Deborah tonight watching Andrew, and fingers crossed it's a memorable night for the Purple. Yeah, look, it is. It's so we just arrived. So excited, and I've been around footy a long time and seen it all, but it is an absolute privilege to watch your boy play, let alone in front of this crowd tonight. So thank you for your time, and my fingers are crossed. Mark Brayshaw joining us, former CEO of the Coaches Association. He's going along to the footy tonight with his wife as a dad. He'll be proud as punch.
It's a great line to end on, isn't it? To think it's always great to go and watch your boy play footy, and particularly when you get to come to this ground and there's 90,000 people here and his peers considering the best player in the game, and you get to go and watch him run around at this level. It's amazing.
It was good, wasn't it? Just to hear him talk about him, and you can get a sense of the type of relationship that he has with the boys and the brothers have with each other. They're extremely humble, they're strong leaders at their clubs. I mean, there's Andrew, you'd think he's got future captain written all over him, hasn't he? And I love that conversation around how he prioritises both sides of the ball. And there's no secret as to why he was voted by his peers, I think, because they see that. The ones out there see that there's plenty of guys that can produce flashes of brilliance with the footy and all that, but I just loved the way Andrew, at a young age, and I saw him playing at school as a kid too, he's always done it.
But if you were to cut together his top 3 moments of the year, they're all without the footy. They're all chase down tackles, sort of epic plays where he sort of mows down guys from 20 metres away. For every running goal that he kicks, that's his signature, isn't it, what he's able to bring? And in a league where so many midfielders sort of run after the footy and don't have a whole lot of accountability the other way, He's phenomenal. Yeah,
not many can do it both, can they? And not many. And his point around the fitness is right, because to do that takes a lot out of you. It takes a lot of effort. So for him to be able to do that, then pick himself up off the ground and go and chase the footy and get it 30 times a game, he's an exceptional young player. And you get the sense that he'll love the occasion tonight. He mightn't be guaranteed to play well, and Collingwood will have a plan for him. But he won't be overawed tonight.
And the thing I hate in footy all the time, we do it in sports, talk about, and he's a good bloke as well. But the one thing, you talk to anyone in footy, the way they talk about the Brayshaw boys, that whether it's anyone at Fremantle or at Melbourne, they talk about them being sort of upstanding citizens and great team men. And that's something I'm sure his dad will be most proud of, the guys that they are.
Yeah, and he has to take a lot of credit for it, doesn't he, Mark? That's right, because they do seem like chips off the old block, don't they? So, that was a good chat.
Sean Darcy, 24, Andrew Brayshaw, 22, Caleb Sarong, 21. They've got a good midfield for quite a while for the Fremantle Dockers. Whenever it comes to news around the AFL, the best newsbreaker is Mitch Cleary. He's on the screens of 7 and he joins us on ABC Sport whenever we can pinch him. Mitch, welcome.
Good afternoon, guys.
The big breaking news today was that the AFL have made the decision early that the Brownlow will be held on Sunday night to make sure it doesn't clash with Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth II's funeral. So, was it an easy decision, or was it just one that had to be made?
I think it's one they mulled overnight, and the AFL came together yesterday to make the decision, but they've jumped early, really. There hasn't been an official lock-in date for the Queen's funeral just yet, but it is anticipated it'll be Monday night Australian time. So the AFL's gone early, moved it to the Sunday night. Here we all were expecting the traditional start of grand final week to return to its Monday night post-pandemic, but we're moving back to the Sunday night, the same slot we had it last year, given the pre-grand final bye was in place this time last year. So the Monday night moved to Sunday night, so the Brownlow will be on Sunday, September 18.
Apart from the semi-finals that have taken place over the weekend, a lot of the talk is centred around Essendon and who might be in sort of calculations, who might not be. Ross Lyon made it very clear that he's out. One of your colleagues at Channel 7, Andrew McCormack, caught up with Andrew Uze last night. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I have, and that will start next week. So I'll have an informal chat with them next week and see where that lands. They're a big footy club, and I really enjoyed going through the GWS process. So obviously, really disappointed I didn't get that job, but I've got some people that I know at Josh Marnie. Obviously, he was a line coach here before, and so I'm really confident with the way their footy club's set up and being a big footy club, and obviously I want to coach. So like I said, I'm excited for the opportunity. I'll go through that starting next week.
So that was Adam Uzaid last night. He will be one of the candidates, but Ross Lyon and Leon Cameron are both out.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty telling point when Josh Marnie spoke to you guys on ABC Radio a few weeks ago, Clinchy, saying that the experienced coach that Essendon wanted wasn't necessarily an experienced coach with senior coaching on their resume. So that was a pretty big point. It brings in the likes of Adam Uzaid to the conversation. I think he will be one of the early key contenders, given the links to Josh Marnie, as he mentioned, but also Jordan Lewis is on the 6-person panel to help identify the next coach. And Bowler, you've been part of these panels. How much of those relationships do you think weigh or help in a scenario like this with Adam Uzaid?
Potentially when it gets to the pointy end. So when it gets whittled down to the 2 or 3 really strong candidates, potentially, then usually it's a bit of a judgment call. Certainly the case with Fly at Collingwood. They were all really impressive. So in a sense, you're potentially splitting hairs towards the end. So perhaps that personal, intimate relationship does help. And I just think it's time in the game, isn't it? I think it's 11 years at successful clubs, 5 grand finals, was it maybe 4 premierships across Hawthorn and Melbourne, and has had a clear impact at each of those clubs. So, hasn't coached his own team. I'm sure he's had goes at it, hasn't he? Yeah, not for the whole season, but he's had times where he's had the reins and been in charge. But yeah, I think it was an important clarification that experience, it really is time in the game. It's not necessarily I've coached a team in the past, an AFL team.
Others in the same boat will be Daniel G. in Syracuse. He's previously coached Footscray. Ash Hansen as well, who's at Carlton Footy Club now, coached Footscray to a premiership in his own right. Then you look at coaches with senior AFL experience. We know Leon Cameron has removed himself from the process, as has Ross Lyon, but then does that extend to a Brad Scott? He hasn't officially put a line through his name. Ken Hinkley, yet to be approached, but that could still come when the panel sorts to start to work through its early phases. So a bit to play out here. I think Essendon's ideal would be they'd want a coach in place by the start of trade period. It's going to be pretty hard to attract players without a coach.
You shouldn't have to be talking someone in to be. So we talk about players being dog hungry. I like the idea of an experience, someone who's been in the game, has built their resume, worked their way up to a position where they feel ready and they are dog hungry and want to coach that team. And that's what we saw in Craig McRae at the end there. And in the end, I think that's what made the decision. Not easy, but sort of picked himself a little bit in the end.
I've got a lot more questions for you about Craig McRae and the process to picking him, but Mitch is about to leave us. The trade period, which is coming up. Mitch, there's thought there could be, 40, 50 players change clubs in this year's trade period. This has long been your space. You've covered plenty of these in the past. What are you anticipating this year in the player movement window?
Yeah, upwards of 40 players, I think, and that's probably linking players that have already been mentioned. There's always going to be, half a dozen to a dozen that come between now and the end of trade period. Keen to hear later what Raman might have to say about it as well. But there'll be players that get thrown up that haven't even been raised yet. Just looking at two tonight's teams, even just walking in tonight, there could be 5 Fremantle players who depart the club as soon as tonight if the Dockers were to exit tonight. Then you've got Collingwood. What happens with Ollie Henry, who's on the fringe, but then does Brodie Grundy, has he played his last game for Collingwood? There's question marks everywhere, and those things only start to ramp up quicker than ever before as soon as a team exits the finals race.
And I guess the big question, how are Richmond possibly going to fit Taranto and Hopper in the cap? Is that... I know they both want to go there, but do you see that actually happening?
There's 2 parts of the cap, but also how do they do it on the trade pick and the trade capital front. So in terms of the cap, I think Lambert retiring and Edwards retiring opens up a bit of money. Revolt and Cochin come off good money. Although Lynch will come into good money, and then Shea Bolton will about to extend his deal. I think the money is there to accommodate 2 players on around $1.5 million combined per season each. I was
going to say in the 7 years they back end it, so assuming Martin comes off his 1.3 in 2 years' time, they could go skinny and then push it back. But you get the sense without thinking about it that usually 1 or 2 fall out from it, don't they? So like a Liam Baker type, who another club would value a lot higher than what they can potentially pay him perhaps. Well, someone like that might fall out.
The Giants are looking for a ruckman. That's why they were initially linked to Brodie Grundy. He's more likely to stay in Victoria now. So then does that open the door for an Ivan Solder, who's been in and out of the team for the second half of the year? The Tigers have also been linked to Lloyd Meek from the Dockers, who is not playing tonight. And then in terms of the picks, they're going to have to use all their first rounders they've got at their disposal, plus next year's as well. Then, as you mentioned, they might need a mid-tier player to fall out.
And I know you got to run, but you did the Geelong session yesterday. Obviously, the Cats having a really physical hit out ahead of next week's preliminary final. What was the upshot of all that?
Yeah, it was close to 2.5 hours. They like to have this session 7 days out from their prelim. So they'll play Brisbane next Friday night, but the Cats had a session at Deakin University to replicate the size of the MCG. It's the same width compared to Kardinia Park down the highway. Jeremy Cameron missed through illness. The club says he will be training next week. Tom Atkins is a bit of a watch. He's been on light duties for the last 2 sessions I've seen. Cam Guthrie is still wearing the fluoro cap to signify no contact after his shoulder that he copped in round 23, but he should be right. And then just a call on the rucks, but I think Reece Stanley should keep his spot ahead of John Segler.
And $4.5 billion in the TV rights for Gill as his final act. When will we have the vote on Tassie?
I think in the next fortnight, the club presidents and their boards will receive a bit more information from the AFL. So I think the most famous, I guess, commission meeting is typically end of is Brownlow Medal Day or that week, the start of grand final week. So I think the AFL will start to sit down with presidents and CEOs a little closer to that.
Good on you, Mitch. Thanks for coming and joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Cleary joining us from Channel 7, part of course, our ABC call team when he's available, alongside Matt Clench, Corbin Middlemass and Luke Ball. It's interesting with the Tigers. Tim Taranto comes back in if they can get Jacob Hopper as well. All of a sudden you look at Cumberland, Gibcus, Rioli Jr., Sonzi, Tom Lynch playing career best footy. They all of a sudden look a premiership threat immediately.
Yeah, they can bounce pretty quick, can't they? No doubt about that. I mean, they started that almost this year. That it wasn't the senior players, the champions that started that reascent back up the ladder. So they're good players, those guys, and they've got their best footy ahead of them. They're coming into their best footy if they're healthy. So. With my Collingwood hat on, I hope that I wanted them to throw their head in the ring. I think that might be a salary cap issue as well. But, geez, Taranto and Hopper, I mean, at their best. Taranto, best and fairest winner, obviously picked 2. And I know how highly they regard, probably both of them, but I know how highly they regard Hopper too internally as a person too and a leader. So that'll hurt them if they have to part with those two. That's for sure.
So given you've got your Collingwood hat on, let's continue there from 17th to inside the top 4. You were part of the selection criteria that picked Craig McRae. Could you see it going as well as
I had the swinging vote. Yeah, I did. That's it. Yeah, it was sort of starting to go the other way. And I said, no, this is our man. And I could foresee this happening. I knew we'd be sitting here, heading into hopefully the final 4. But I think. The process, I was so impressed with all the candidates, and it's been publicised who they were, and I'm not surprised to see Adam Kingsley get the job at GWS. He was so impressive, and Michael Voss as well at Carlton. So it's great to see these guys getting opportunities. His pedigree was what stood out for me. He just built his time, bided his time, worked under some brilliant coaches, some of the most successful coaches when you talk about Matthews. And I think the good thing is what he was smart enough to do, I think, was take the best bits of each of them and implement them into his broader coaching philosophy, teaching background. He'd been at Collingwood, he'd experienced the Collingwood machine, which I thought was pretty significant as well. But I think what people have seen this year is just a genuine guy. There hasn't been any sort of ego or spin or anything like that. When he's asked a question, he just answers it, and people, I think, can relate to it. I think he's got a great balance between empathy with his players, clearly, and firmness. I loved what he said after the game last week. I thought it raised a few eyebrows, but I loved it. And he was big on that through the process. We're going to act like winners. We're going to create a winning mentality. That's what he's used to. That's what he was used to as a player. That's what he's used to as a coach. And it might be something small like when we lose, even if we lose by 10 goals, we don't lie on the ground. We puff our chest up. If it's next week, we shake hands and we get off the ground. Little things like that I loved because they slowly start to infiltrate the player's mindset. And, of course I'm surprised that we're here, with 3 weeks to go, with them still involved. And part of that's been the personnel that wasn't there last year. Moore and Howe have had fantastic years. And clearly, 11 or 12 by under 2 goals, even if half of those go the other way. But I think a lot of those things that he started to implement from a really early point was the reason they did go that way. So, I felt really invested this year, being involved in that process, and I've been really proud of the way that they've played, not just the wins and losses, but the way that they've conducted themselves.
You're obviously asked to be part of the process, but you weren't the guy responsible for deciding to go down that path, to have a process, to interview everyone as thoroughly as they did. And we've seen a couple of different approaches. So North Melbourne had one guy they wanted. Yep. They went and got him.
Yep.
It felt like Essendon's had a couple of approaches and then sort of not quite sure exactly who they want or how they're going to go about it. But what are the benefits, do you think, of doing it the way that Collingwood did it? So having lived that process and clearly seen a clear cause and effect in year one with him coming on board, what are the good things, I guess, that you get out of something like that you experienced?
Yeah, it's probably it's different for, I guess, probably different for each club, where they're at, off the field, where they're at in their life cycle, I guess. And I think, for Collingwood, that period at the time, the magnitude of the change there, when you think about the president, the face of the club, champions of the club, Buckley coming from Malthouse, that it did feel like a time to, okay, let's just clear the slate and start afresh and start with a really open mind to it. And you're right, I came in late, but Paul Acuria, footy director, Mark Anderson, Graham Wright had done a mountain of work. Every single coach in the land was thrown in the pipeline at the start, and I came in when they'd and strong, robust criteria as to what they wanted, what they thought this list needed, what coming off the period that they've had. And where it needed to go, not just the list, not just on field, but the club as well, and took their time and went through and it arrived at the decision. And there was no guarantee, obviously there was no guarantee at all, but it was the most informed decision at the time, and it's worked out well.
So I guess if you're someone like Ross Lyon, right, who's a fascinating figure, obviously you played under him, ball at St Kilda, and had huge success without obviously having the ultimate success, but does he have to enter one of these processes now to coach again at AFL level, with the exception of someone like Alistair Clarkson, who is, got handpicked, that essentially the club says, look, we want to give you the keys to our footy club and save us from the position we're in. It feels like every other club, and now Essendon's followed suit. GWS did the same thing. Collingwood did it. Is it a matter for Ross now that unless he's going to subject himself to something like this process, he's not going to coach again?
Well, yeah, I obviously don't want to talk for him, but I just get the sense, listen, that he's content with where things are at now. He's had two great stints at it, and I think I don't know if you really wanted to do it again. You'd probably throw yourself in. And I think that you talk about the process. I think with guys like that, they've earned the right to skip a step at least, if not two. And I think that was going to be the case at Essendon. That say if there's 3 or 4 steps, then they come in after the more inexperienced coaches, the first-time coaches, work their way through the first step. They join at some stage. But I think broadly, it's such a big role now. And I think maybe the Clarkson was the exception with where North were at. But it's such a big, all-encompassing job now that you're probably not going to get to the point in without at least having gone through a few steps. But Ross and others that have coached with success before, I think have earned the right still to skip that step, if that makes sense. Yeah.
It was fascinating TV because Ross divulged the whole conversation he had with Josh Marnie,
that's right,
which I'm not sure whether that was fully sort of terms of engagement or not. Said at the end it wasn't the vibe. I would have had to have still conducted the 2.5-hour presentation. Question as to whether Alistair Clarkson would have done that for North Melbourne, or they just decide, you're our man, here's the keys, we trust you. And then it becomes the comment around sort of the failed organ, the 2 years life cycle they've had at the Bombers, Matthew Knights and Ben Rutten and some of the previous coaches, and the situation of the administration as to whether you feel like you're going to have the confidence of the people in charge of the club. That was the last point that sort of made you question, well, hang on, is this you don't want to overcoach again, or you just don't think this is the right fit for you?
Yeah, that's what I read from. I think it was that. I think it was more the latter. Yeah, I don't think he completely shut the door, and I think he said that. If the right opportunity came along, maybe. But I think it was more in this instance. It was more that Clinchy. Yeah, it was the club. I think just where they're at the moment.
Right. So for the one you're involved in, with Mark Anderson involved, is he the one giving the direction in terms of what the club is looking for the right candidate, or is there a board who sort of gives you some criteria that they want you to follow? How specific is it when you're searching for a new coach?
I think it was a team effort. Yeah, there was a call a committee. Committee gets thrown around a bit, but there was a team around. Okay, let's spend some time really going through the sort of coach that we think that this club needs for where we are, both on the field and off. So it wasn't one man. It was a team effort that involved board members, footy. Graham Wright is the head of footy, people on the ground, a collective effort, and it was a robust and rigorous process. It wasn't just let's throw some names on the board and see who sticks. It was quite detailed.
Luke Ball alongside Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass with you from the MCG on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Nathan Murphy's going to join us from the Magpies, but the breaking news coming through is that Brisbane midfielder Jared Berry has been offered a one-game ban for making contact with the eye region of Melbourne star Clayton Oliver on Friday night. The incident occurred as the pair wrestled during the third quarter. The match review officer charged Berry with making unreasonable or unnecessary contact to the eye region of Oliver. It was graded as intentional conduct, low impact and high contact, leading to Berry being offered a one-match ban. Immediate responses from that? He's going to challenge it.
Well, no, sure. My initial response was, if anything, it's a bit careless. I thought he was in a bit of a vulnerable position himself. Oliver was on top of him. He had the upper hand in the wrestle, and he just sort of was reaching for something. I don't know. I hope he gets off that. No, I'm not just saying it because he was magnificent last night, and he'll be a key player for them next week, and they need all hands on deck. They'll clearly challenge it, and I think they can get off that, just from my memory of the incident.
So I'll give you some precedent in the last year and a half. So Andy Brayshaw got done for an incident against Jared Berry. So out of all players that could possibly be involved, it was over in Perth. He had the footy, he laid a tackle. As he was trying to get the footy, Brayshaw said he was sort of trying to grab the ball. He made contact with the face of Berry. Berry looked at the umpire, sort of pointed to his eye, went to the tribunal. The Dockers tried to challenge it, said, look, he's got an exceptional record. He's a very clean ball player. Certainly wasn't trying to eye gouge. They lost, despite all the character references, and the one-game ban was upheld. Now, earlier this year, a similar thing happened with Rory Sloane in the game against the Dockers. It was on Blake Acres, same team sort of involved here, where again he was sort of trying to grab the footy, made contact with the face of Acres and was actually let off at the tribunal. So you've had one given a one-game ban upheld, one given a one-game ban and overturned, and now we have really the third case in the space of a year and a half, which, if you look at all of them back-to-back, they all look relatively similar in the way that they came about.
Yeah, I've said on the MRP, they certainly take a dim view to any contact around the face. We know what's going to be interesting. So Clayton Oliver goes into the game with blood in his eye, a red eye, and coming off the back of last week, cuts on his face. So I'm not sure that they're going to be able to present that as evidence because there's photos of him going into the game like that. I just didn't see it. I saw it as I'm in a bit of trouble here. I'm getting wrestled in the ground. I haven't got the upper hand. Yep. To me, it's a huge, more careless.
It's a huge charge, isn't it? I mean, players would think, as if I would ever do that. And I know Fremantle were disgusted when it came back that he got given a week, basically to say, we're just insulted you don't believe us, that you think that Andy would actually do something like that and try and eye gouge the player. And they were so affronted the way that it came back that he got a week for it. And again here, we're in finals time. The MRO's done their thing to grade it the same way. Christian's done this now the whole way through, so it's not his fault. And it's going to go to the Kangaroo Court of the Tribunal to try and decide.
The medical report will play a role. I'd be fascinated to see what they can come up with from that point of view to add to the. My guess would be that they can downgrade. They can get it downgraded to careless. That we were wrestling, we were scuffling. He was on top of me. My eyes were closed at the time. I was throwing my arms around. I hope he gets off.
So here's the still shot from the Herald Sun today, which shows Clayton Oliver with his forearm on the head of Jared Berry. So the argument's going to be, is there a clawing action which targets the eye?
And that's the language they use here, the clawing action.
Well, if you've got a forearm in your head, from a 90-kilo bull like Clayton Oliver, usually sometimes it's just, any means to try and get him off me. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm probably just hoping that he gets off and plays for the sake of the game too much. But anyway, over to you, defence team, to do your job.
Not Luke Ball's job anymore, thankfully. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass with you for Grandstand AFL. He was so influential in that second half of the Brisbane Lions, so a key cog in what they were able to do. The MCG is slowly filling up. The members has been open, so about 20 minutes, half an hour ago, they all streamed their way in to try and take their prize position. Some of the Purple Army are gathering at the Punt Road end, so the streamers and the pom-poms are there. What are we thinking? Sort of 90,000. So, if Freo could get, 6,000. Somewhere around sort of 6% of what will be the crowd in attendance. It's going to be a hostile environment for them regardless.
And you're looking at about, I think it was something like $1,600 return to get from Perth to Melbourne this weekend. So, yeah, it was steep, over $1,000 to get home for people that made the trip this weekend.
They're not going to be able to start like they did last week, are they? They're going to have to try and kill the crowd early, as I say, get a couple of early goals and just try and nullify it, because if the Pies get out of the blocks, it's going to be an extra. It's going to be a 19th player.
Did you know Keith, the guy who did the drive from Perth to Victoria?
I saw him on every television network. So he's got the long beard, and he's driving in his what is sort of a four-wheel drive top sort of setup, and
some sort of ute sort of.
I saw him he had adjusted to Melbourne because he was rolling the tracksuit pants, but then had the thongs on as well, which was a very WA look. So. He had all the old school Fremantle gear, and he said he's going to stay on the road a bit like the team. So if he has to drive to Sydney next week for the prelim, he'll do that and stick around the week after. But that was maybe the most inexpensive way to get here, is to just drive across the Nullarbor.
Good on him. They need all the support they can get. The final member of our team on the boundary tonight will be Tim Hodges. He's wandered down to the Magpies camp. Hodgie, welcome.
Hello, Matt. Nice to be with you, and it's even better to have Nathan Murphy, a man living the dream. You've been out signing autographs, taking selfies for the best part of 5 minutes. You're about to play in front of 90,000 people. Does it ever get normal to do this?
No, I don't think so. It's it's a pretty crazy experience, and that's what I'm just trying to take it all in at the moment. We don't know how many finals we're going to get, or if we're ever going to play in another one again. So I'm just trying to take it all in, but also just keep it as normal as possible, just with the routine. But we've got the best fans in the comp, so it's good fun.
But can you ever get comfortable or not nervous and anxious and everything else playing in front of such a big crowd? There's going to be a big TV audience. Like, this is a big stage.
Yeah, it's I think there's always a little bug in you. I'm a pretty relaxed guy, so I don't like to think too much about the game. Even today I was just watching some local football and the races as well, just trying to get my mind off it. But I think once you walk out here and see 70,000 people, it definitely gets to you. But we're so lucky, we just keep smiling. I think you'll just see us smiling through the banner, using each other to get away from it. But this is awesome.
There's some bad punters up in the box. Did you back a winner?
No, I'm hopeless. I was out in the first leg of the quaddie, I think, so hopeless.
What about the Freo boys? Like, we talk about, you're playing in front of, I think this is the fourth straight MCG sellout you've had. The Freo boys coming here, this is the biggest crowd they've ever played in, apart from David Mundy, who played in the grand final. Is that intimidating? Can you talk on their behalf? Like, how intimidating is it running up that race when the crowd is there, they're going for you, they'll be going against them?
Yeah, it's I can imagine how they're feeling, but they've probably also got the attitude of nothing to lose sort of thing. It's kind of us against them sort of thing. And we've done it before. We've gone to Perth, and I know how much that brought us together as a group when you go into state and have a big interstate win. So we know they'll come out firing, and they'll love this crowd as well. And but we're very lucky they're on our side tonight.
It's great to have Nathan for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs. We've got a Collingwood Premiership star, Luke Ball, who's very keen to speak with you.
Nathan, good luck tonight. We heard the Freo coach Justin Longmuir talk about matching the chaos of this Collingwood team today, in particular in their forward half, and we know that's a strength of theirs. I'd imagine that would have been spoken about with you and your defenders meeting this week.
Yeah, Freo, our strengths are probably playing to live play, and so we just want to get that as much as we can. We know Freo probably a bit on the slower side with their ball movement, and they'll probably try to control the game with uncontested marks. But credit to J-Lo. He was awesome when he was with us, and he's gone up there and done a great job, him and Boydie, two of our coaches. So they'll bring their strengths, but we just keep coming back to each other, and we back our forwards. They do a great job of putting pressure and making our jobs as backs very easy. So we're looking forward to that arm wrestle tonight.
Did you train that this week? Sometimes it can be tough, with a side who likes to kick and catch and keep it off you a bit, and you're used to playing live footy and wanting that chaos. Did you implement that at training this week?
Yeah, definitely, and we were lucky we had the experience with Geelong last week. They like to do something similar, but we definitely did. We had our scout team playing that role. They've been awesome for us. They've been trying to make us better every week, so we're very lucky we got their support. But we've studied it a lot, but as I said, at the end of the day, we just got to come back to our strengths in the end.
Always love the midfield battle, and obviously it's really sad with Taylor Adams going down last week. Are you going to lose one of your your honchos tonight in the middle there? Is Braden going to have to go through the middle, or young Bianco, will he spend some time in and out of the centre bounce as well?
Yeah, we'll probably just fill up. Trainer comes in and plays his role beautifully on the wing or half forward, and I dare say you'll see Lipper or Geordie go through there a bit more, even Stilo or Joshy Dacos. We're just so lucky we've got so many versatile players, and the theme this year has just been next man up sort of attitude, and that's why Trainer gets his job tonight, because everyone can trust him. We just know what he's going to bring. He's not going to have the most touches on the field, but he's going to be in the right spots pretty much every time. So we just go in with the next man up attitude, and it's a squad mentality with us, which is nice.
There's one more from left field a bit. I know you're a gun cricketer at Brighton Grammar. Did you dream of one day walking out here on Boxing Day perhaps, instead of at semi-final in front of 90,000?
Yeah, I think I spent all my juniors doing that, and then I came out here in under-18s and made 4 and wanted to quit the whole thing. So, yeah, that dream went pretty quickly, and I'm very happy I'm in this position right now.
Were you a wicket-keeper, Nathan? Which, given your courage, seems a bit out of place.
I was a part-time wicket-keeper who had lazy footwork, just relied on his arms and legs just to catch the ball. But, no, I was going nowhere with my cricket, so I think I made the right decision in the end.
Great to have Nathan Murphy with us just 90 minutes before the bounce of the ball in the first semi between Collingwood and Fremantle, the winner to play Sydney in a prelim next week. Nathan, were you one of the Magpies lying on the ground after the qualifying final loss last Saturday?
I wasn't, because simply I was on the bench. I wasn't good enough to be on the ground for the last 4 minutes. So, we know flying. That's just his mentality. He's great. He just keeps us on our toes and makes sure we're getting better every week. And the results are showing, which is nice. But, yeah, we're all excited for tonight. Looking forward to it.
So when you saw that, did you think, this is going to be an issue? This is against what we stand for as a team? Or when he spoke to the group about it post-game, do you think, gee, that's a good reminder that if I ever find myself in that position, I shouldn't be lying down after a loss?
Yeah, it's a good reminder. I can't say it was in the front of my mind, but it's not really a surprise with us, with the standards he has of us and the high expectations. So we've been training it all year, and it's just another thing that we need to work on, and now we know for the future, which is good.
Nathan Murphy with us on IBC Sport. What have you learned about finals footy, Nathan, having played your first last week against the Cats?
Yeah, I underestimated it big time. It gets spoken about a lot that it just goes up a notch in finals footy, and I kind of laughed that off thinking I'd be fine, and first 5 minutes I was under a lot of pressure, and I really found out what it was like. But it's a pretty simple game sometimes. You bring the heat and take territory, and a lot can happen from that. And we're glad we got that experience in front of 92,000 people last week, so we've come well prepared for tonight.
And in terms of the key defenders, you are slightly undersized for Jeremy Howe and Darcy Moore and those sort of key posts. How crucial is the communication, especially between you and Jeremy, who don't mind a fly?
Yeah, especially with me. I don't know what I'm doing half the time in the air, but we've just created a great bond down there. I don't think our backline or our team in general has changed a lot this year, and even for the last 4 years, I think we've kept a pretty stable backline, so we know each other really well. It's hard in front of 90,000 people to keep that communication strong, but our body language is also a massive part of that. But we love playing with each other. We love seeing all our strengths shine, and hopefully you'll see that on display tonight.
And away from footy, you're part of the Collingwood crew who have the cafe, don't you? So given finals on the horizon, do you have to get some young kids in to carry the fort?
Yeah, well, we weren't doing anything in the first place, so we need to pick up the slack a bit. But the cafe's going well. We're not sick of each other yet. We're all still getting along, so it's good signs at the moment.
So it's in Hawthorn. Who sort of initiated it?
Yeah, so it was Ruffy. He likes to claim it that he came to me, and then I like to claim that I got the other boys in there. But it's running at a good profit at the moment, but hopefully we don't go under, and hopefully there's no business fight. So it's very enjoyable, and good to get away from football and work in the cafe.
Well, you've gone through a pandemic, you're experiencing everything post-COVID, so if you can survive that, I'd imagine you'll be in a good stage. For Collingwood fans making their way into the MCG, what's the key in your eyes to winning tonight against a young Freo side who, as you touched on, will probably feel like they've got nothing to lose?
Yeah, I think we just got to stem their momentum at the start. They'll probably come out pretty hard considering they didn't start off great last week. But yeah, as I said before, if we can take their uncontested marks away and just get the ball going forward and take some territory, I think we'll get the game on our terms and play a front half game and hopefully just maintain that, and hopefully won't get too close like all our games this year. But we're up for the challenge and we're very excited for it.
It's been good to watch. Good luck tonight, Nathan. Hopefully it continues on for another week.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Collingwood defender Nathan Murphy joining us on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Matt Clinch and Coleman Middlemass with you. Sounds like he's just loving life. He's had some challenges with concussion and getting his body right. He's finally been able to get a decent crack at it, and I think this is his 15th game for the season. Tonight, up to all of a sudden he's played 32 games, so finally getting a crack at it.
Yeah, and he had a tough one last week. Yeah, Gary Rowan, he had the match up for most of the day, but as he said, he'll be better for the run. Hopefully this week he'll be prepared, and it'll be interesting to see who he gets. He's a pretty important player down there in terms of that assistance in the air, for which they're going to need because there's some tall timber down there for the Dockers, so important matchups.
The conversation around the marks is a good one and has obviously been highlighted during the week. So if you look at Fremantle this year, Bally, in the games that they've taken over 100 marks, there are 11 wins and 1 draw, no losses. And they concede 62 points per game in those matches. Now, when they take less than 100 marks, so fewer than 100 marks in a game, they give up 79 points. So there's a 17-point gap once they hit the 100 mark or not, as an easy guide for you as to how they go on that front.
When they met during the year, it was the start of the Pies run over there in Perth. It was pouring rain, so that opportunity was taken away from the Dockers in a sense, because you're not going to play that sort of game in those sort of conditions. So they get nice conditions tonight. We heard Nathan then say that they've trained it this week. Training, it's one thing. It can be a challenge when you're used to playing a certain way, and it can be really frustrating when a side tries to take that away from you. If they can execute that tonight, the Dockers early, it'll be a good challenge for the young Pies team.
Bally, where are you sitting tonight?
I'm up behind the glass, actually. Clinchy, yeah. Well, hang on. Well, I mean, clearly, the sub vest goes back on today. The big now I'm here for the pre-game. The big guns come in, and I've got to find somewhere to sit. So, no, I'm actually going to be with an old teammate of mine, Heath Shaw. We'll sit down in his box and watch the game. Hopefully, it's a good night for the Pies.
Many hands make light work, Bally. We needed your assistance. So, tip?
I think they can win. I think, Pies by 2 or 3 goals, I think.
There you go. Beautiful. Thanks, Bally. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, guys.
Brett Delidio and Adam Ramanauskas are going to come in and join us. The full pre-match coming up, and we'll also hear from Peter Bell and take you inside the Fremantle camp. But for the moment, from the MCG, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The formal process of declaring King Charles as monarch will begin underway in London shortly. Europe correspondent Isabella Higgins reports from Buckingham Palace.
People are beginning to gather outside St James's Palace, where members of the Privy Council are arriving to declare His Majesty the King. Tradition says the accession ceremony should take place within 24 hours of the monarch's death. The Queen Consort and William, the new Prince of Wales, will be among the hundreds of councillors who will announce Queen Elizabeth II has died before being joined by the new sovereign. The King will make his own oath to serve as his mother did. It will be announced the new King has now lawfully taken to the British throne. A declaration will then be read aloud to large crowds outside the palace and in central London. Isabella Higgins, ABC News, London.
There are big questions about future leadership of the UK, with the new Prime Minister and a new King stepping into their roles this week. King Charles has held his first in-person audience with Britain's new Prime Minister Liz Truss, where they discussed the Queen's death. A senior lecturer at the London School of Economics and Political Science, Nick Rowley, says it was a very intimate tribute to his mother.
I thought it was a very clearly spoken, reasonably effective, calm, really quite a nice statement, and I think he did the job well.
As international tributes to Queen Elizabeth continue, the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, says very few others had surpassed what she was able to achieve. The Ugandan leader, Yoweri Museveni, has praised her efforts at reconciliation, while religious leaders have also paid their respects, including the most senior cleric of the Church of England, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Webley.
The Queen constantly showed us the meaning of life. She was joyful, she was humorous, life was full, but she never, even in bad moments, lost hope.
Meanwhile, people are laying flowers and notes outside of Government House in Sydney in tribute for the Queen. Sydney's Opera House sales were lit up last night with the Queen's image, and tonight we'll see the famous landmark illuminated again. One man, Gary Hopkinson from Albany Heights, says he saw the Queen back in 1970 when she visited Sydney's northern beaches.
It holds a special importance to me that she came to my suburb. She came to the Spastic Centre at that stage, and everyone came out on the street to see her, and her life will always be remembered with fondness and respect.
Australia's first female Anglican bishop says the late monarch's selfless sense of duty inspired her on her own journey. Kay Goldsworthy's own journey through the Anglican Church to become Archbishop of Perth is often described as pioneering. She says strong female role models like the Queen have been very important for someone like her.
That sense of duty, which was born out of her faithfulness and her sense of what it is that had been given to her to fulfil, was really inspiring, personally inspiring, and I think inspiring to many, many people.
British military intelligence says Ukrainian units are now threatening the town of Kupiansk in the northeastern region of Kharkiv. Its capture would be another big blow for Russia as it sits on supply routes to the Donbass front line. Ukraine says it's retaken more than 1,000 square kilometres of territory in the south and east from Russia over the past week, with more than 30 settlements liberated in Kharkiv. African government ministers have called for wealthier countries to expand their funding to help tackle climate change on the continent. Following a meeting in Cairo, they've issued a statement saying that Africa's benefited from less than 5% of global climate financing, despite bearing little responsibility for climate change. The meeting comes 2 months ahead of an international climate change summit in Egypt. A person's died after being struck by a tram in Melbourne's south this afternoon. Police believe the person was walking on Kingsway in South Melbourne when hit by the tram at about 1 o'clock. The victim, who's yet to be identified, has died at the scene. Police are investigating the circumstances surrounding the collision. And the Dragons have prevailed in the NRL Women's first Golden Point match, defeating the Broncos 19 points to 18. Brisbane trailed by 10 with 9 minutes to go, but fought back, eventually levelling the match through captain Ali Bagenshaw. St George Illawarra halfback Rachel Pearson kicked the winning field goal in extra time. Earlier, Gold Coast Titans survived a second-half surge from Parramatta Eels to win 18-16. ABC News.
Know the story with ABC News Digital. Get the latest breaking news with live notifications whenever you want, wherever you are.
They are considering going to zero emissions.
We'll go ahead as planned.
And abruptly ended the case.
It will help us all get back to normal and back to all the things that we love.
Those are the kind of things that work.
There's hope for a brighter future.
ABC News, Australia's most trusted news source. Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app.
Shorty pulls through mid-wicket. Great catch diving to his right. That is a stunning take.
The 2022 T20 World Cup is coming on ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. Welcome to the 2022 AFL Finals Series.
To win the game for Collingwood, Elliott kicks, he kicks, he goes! The Pies, the masters of the great escape.
Rise up, take it all.
From outside the boundary line on that left boot. Nathan O'Driscoll has done it again. He truly is the prince of the pocket.
It's a good position to be in. I'll take this every day of the week.
Your dreams are reality.
On Grandstand AFL, here we go.
Beats the handball away to Brayshaw, runs to 50, drives it long on goal, towards goal, and through!
The master to the apprentice, Nick Dacos, goes by!
Scooping onto it, Walters! Purple passion, purple pandemonium!
Gilligan's out the back, he snaps, he's got it!
Steadies from 45 and goes whack!
Left foot strike, he's done it! He has done it!
Try and mark that.
Big leap, Elliott! They're right in this game!
Finals footy back where it belongs at the MCG.
AFL.
The semi-final.
Live from the MCG.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Playing for a place in a preliminary final against Sydney, Collingwood and Fremantle meet at the MCG in front of a crowd of over 90,000. Two of the great stories of season 2022. The Magpies coming from 17th to inside the top four, falling agonisingly close against the Cats last week, and the Purple Pride returning to finals for the first time since 2015. A comeback for the ages against the Western Bulldogs last week. We'll find out if they can do it once more on the road as they take on the Magpies from the MCG. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemaster call the action for you from ABC Sport. The G is slowly filling up. The members have made their way in. Some of the cheer squads are there for the Collingwood and the Purple Brigade behind the goals, and I'm imagining there's a few in the bars and the precincts around Richmond. They won't be too far away with the Storm also in town as well. So it's a big night in Melbourne. Welcome again, Corby.
Thanks, Clenchy. There were a lot of people noting on the way in saying, I can't believe how much purple there is in and around the streets of the Melbourne Cricket Ground, and then soon realised that they were actually headed across town for to the Rectangular Stadium, of course, for the elimination final between the Storm and the Raiders, which Melbourne lead, by the way, after 23 minutes. So in first half action there, 8-4. Fremantle back at the MCG. You mentioned they haven't played finals since 2015. Their last final at this ground was the 2013 decider against the Hawks. It's just their 15th game here since. So since the 2013 grand final, just their 15th game at the venue from that point. Collingwood play their 16th game of the season here tonight, of course, having played a lot more at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. They were separated by half a game on the premiership table at the end of the season. Fremantle 15.5 wins, Collingwood 16 wins, and Fremantle had a far superior percentage of 117 and Collingwood just 104. So trying to tip a little bit back Fremantle's way if you think this is all played out. That final series this whole season's taught us that over and over again, that you never know quite what you're going to get.
Before the opening bounce, which is still an hour and 13 minutes away, we'll take you inside the Fremantle Dockers camp, and Peter Bell is going to join us. Our experts are here. Adam Romanascus, welcome to you.
Always exciting to be on a final. Beautiful Melbourne night. You talk about, Corb, you talk about their 15th game since 2013. But that's what finals, I think, home ground advantage is about. There's a true home ground advantage for Collingwood tonight because they finished higher on the ladder, and vice versa last week when Fremantle played the Western Bulldogs. So you do the work during the season, you get the reward in the finals.
Out alongside Rama, Brett Delidio is here. Great to see you, Lids.
Yeah, likewise, Clinchy, and honoured to be a part of this. Actually, I've done a live final here, especially at the MCG, and our last game that we did here with the Carlton Collingwood one is anything to go by. I'm damn excited to see this place pumping, and hopefully we get that 90,000 that they're predicting. So looking forward to it, mate. It's going to be a cracking night, hopefully.
We've had a couple of good runs, haven't we?
Oh, a couple of
Carlton,
great
Collingwood,
games.
Richmond, Brisbane. There was a few games in the closing rounds of the home and away season that felt like finals, and then since we got to September, every match has delivered. I don't want to put the curse on it, but we've had thrillers in just about every game where there's been swings in momentum and opportunities for both sides.
You know, I think that's the key Fremantle will be looking to really clamp this game down, which could potentially make it tight. And we know that Collingwood, it's almost their game style, isn't it? Let's try and keep it tight and then just get over the line so we will back ourselves. And they've been fantastic at it this year. So I'm hoping for all of us that it's a close one and we don't just see a blowout, because I think there's a tendency sometimes in finals, even though we've been blessed with them so far, that if you don't show up early, I think that's going to be the key. I heard Bawley speak about that before. Get on the board early, see if we can silence this crowd, because I've been on the other side of it too, with a heavily weighted against you crowd, and it's not too enjoyable. A crowd that did once enjoy your work, but then hated your work when you played against them. So they'll be looking to silence that early, that's for sure.
That's got to be a surreal experience, doesn't it?
Oh, mate, it sucks.
When you're playing in that sort of atmosphere, especially compared to what they're used to in Perth.
Well, and that's it. I think there's something so different to being able to be here at the G with an extra, what do they have, 58,000 in the biggest crowd they've played in last week, to then come here and another 30-odd thousand more. And I can only speak from my own experience that first goal that Richmond kicked against us back in 2017, the place just shook, and it was, you got to prepare yourself for that somehow and really try and soak it in. I felt when you first come out for your first proper warm-up, so right, this is where the crowd is, have a real good look around and see whether you can take it in as best you can. But Tell you what, when if things get close and the place is pumping, it makes it very hard to make good decisions.
And that's where the start becomes critical tonight for Fremantle. So you look at last night, Brisbane started slowly in that game. It was 9 scoring shots to Melbourne in that first quarter, and they didn't capitalise on that. Collingwood's crowd is a different beast, though. Like Melbourne are pretty sort of lower level, I think it's fair to say, but Collingwood are loud. They are extremely loud, and a young Fremantle team, the intimidation factor at this ground is real, and particularly in a final. So I thought last week, if you look at that game, the way the Bulldogs started that game, they were terrific. It was 42-1 to start that game. But you always felt if Fremantle got a couple of goals before halftime, which they did, the crowd gets involved and you ride the momentum through the second half.
It's so rare that you see the crowd so lopsided, and the precedent that you bring up is the one that immediately comes to mind, that 2017 preliminary final between Richmond and the Giants. And it's the great thing about footy in this place, where you've got 60,000 rooting for one team, 40,000 for the other side, and a great mix of sort of two fan bases coming together, whereas where the Dockers play their footy, they're all for them. And tonight they're in a very different environment where this ground is bigger than any other in this, just about in the Southern Hemisphere, and they're all going to be just about cheering for one team tonight, and it's not them. So if they got a little bit of stage fright last week at home with everyone there for them, this is a whole other experience again tonight for Fremantle.
There's a bit of a cool breeze sweeping across the MCG. Your latest weather forecast had rain?
No, so mostly clear. There was a chance of showers during the day, but the updated forecast this morning, Clinchy, was that it was an improving one for Fremantle. So chance of showers becoming less likely late in the afternoon and into the evening. So hopefully we'll get through without any rain.
Gee, you add some hats to your...
Yeah, haven't you? You got so many hats. Statistician, weatherman.
The good thing
it's phenomenal.
The good thing I know, Rammer,
how multi-talented you are,
is that I have your support. So if it starts raining, you won't bring that up that I said earlier that it's not going to rain. So I know for certain that you've got my back on that, Rammer. So
I want Hodgie to get wet. That's what I'd like as well.
I just wanted to support you. You've done the research and you deserve to show it. Round 10, of course, was the last time they played. Collingwood won by 36 points in Perth, and it did rain. So that's why we are referring to it.
I know we'll drill down into the game a little bit later, because we're going to speak to Peter Bell at some stage. Adding Trent Bianco into this team tonight is an interesting selection. You look at Taylor Adams going out, who's that real midfield bull, as he was last week. I think he had laid 9 tackles last week, and Collingwood's pressure was enormous. But I think with Bianco coming back in, that says to me that Collingwood have got some concern how good Fremantle's run is, in terms of the way they spread from the football, spread from contests. So having Bianco in, who's more that winger, sort of half forward type, who can run on the outside, use the football well, I think Collingwood think this game at some stage will open up. But if I'm Collingwood, I want the game in close for its entirety, like they did last week against Geelong.
Yeah, it surprised me as well. I threw up Carmichael last week.
Exactly.
I thought he was the obvious one. Big body, mixing it up. When the ball's contested, you want those bigger bodies. But, yeah, obviously they've backed in Trent Bianco, and like you said, I think that's what he does offer. That outside spread, that run, can maybe create a goal or two. You just hope that, he flourishes on the moment, like I think a lot of these young Collingwood players have, because they've come in and played their role, haven't they? They haven't shied away from it. Talk of Ginnivan kicking 5 on Anzac Day, Ash Johnson banging them through from the bleachers. They just really thrive on the big moments. So that's why you hope for a young kid coming in on the big stage.
So that's just the one change for Collingwood, with Bianco coming in for Taylor Adams. Kruger was the sub last week, and Freo go in unchanged for the first time in 2 years.
Wow.
So the Dockers sticking with what worked against the Western Bulldogs. Matt Clinch, Corbin Minimas, Brett Delidio and Adam Ramanauskas with you. Lauren Borden's wandered around. Loz, where will we find you?
Well, I've just been able to pick off some purple and green in the crowd. I've got Fred and Harvey with me. You Western Australian expats, you're here tonight. What are your early thoughts? You've still got an hour until the game, but what are you feeling right now?
Very, very, very excited today. Just thinking back to 2019 when we did beat the Pies here at the G, just really hoping we can replicate those scenes, because that was just unbelievable and just honestly so toey right now. What do you reckon, Up?
I got a lot of belief in the boys. I was pretty off us in the first quarter of last week. I didn't believe too much, but seeing what we did and came back, the Pies are the comeback kings, but I think we've got them. I'm very excited.
And you're from Perth originally. You've got all your friends and family back home. What's been the vibe? Obviously, last week, the big comeback. How are they kind of feeling heading into this match? What's the vibe coming from back home?
well, they're very jealous that we get to be at the G and watching the boys play. So I've been speaking to Dad, and he's pretty upset he can't be here with us, but we've just got to fly the flag over here and get around him.
The last time you said you were at the G in a final, it was probably not so much happy times. No. What was it like at the 2013 grand final? How are you going to turn that around this year?
Honestly, still one of the best days of my life being at the G, but in 2013 I was a young boy. Now I actually get what's going on, and I think we've got a chance here, so I'm excited.
You're vastly outnumbered in the crowd tonight. It's just a sea of black and white around you. How are you going to make the noise to make it sound like there's a big purple army here?
Oh, we love the haze. We're going to make a lot of noise. We've got 10, 12 of us here, all from Fremantle, and we're going to be extremely vocal. Make sure the boys hear us. Make sure they fucking kick them goals.
Any nerves at all, or all set to go tonight?
I'm nervous. I'm always nervous watching the Dockers, and in a final, of course, it gets a bit worse. But, yeah, I don't know. I'll be screaming along, so it's going to go well.
Beautiful, thank you. Good luck tonight.
No
worries.
I'm on the haze!
Thanks, Lauren. The passion coming through loud and clear amongst some of the Purple Army, some who are based in Melbourne, and no doubt a few who have paid the price to be here, the privilege to be in town for a semi-final. And the news coming through, Corby, that they may stay on the road the whole time. They might go to Sydney, they might come back to Melbourne for the grand final. Interesting decision.
Can't even operate the mic. We're off to a great start. They put a press release out last night, so Simon Garlick just confirming that if Fremantle are successful here, they, as you said, Clenchy, will be staying in Melbourne going forward. So I'll just bring you a little bit of that statement. In the event of a win over Collingwood on Saturday night, there are plans in place to be based in Melbourne until the completion of our final series. We owe it to our players, staff, members and supporters to ensure we give ourselves the best chance to maximise performance. Given we have no more home games this final series, we felt it appropriate to explore ways to optimise our chances of success. It is a different move. What I would say is it's very unusual for a WA team to be in this position. So given all the Eagles' success, they've generally qualified in the top four. So they've had a home final later in the final series, whether that be in a semi-final or be in a prelim, where the Dockers find themselves outside of the top four. They have a final first week, and obviously they won't be going back to Perth for any reason from here on in, and they've decided that if they're successful tonight, this is where they'll be based. It feels a little bit, Rammer, if COVID hadn't happened and we hadn't experienced the hubs the way we have over the last 2 years, that maybe this wouldn't have even been in their thinking in the same way, having now lived it for the last 2 years. They've got some recent examples as to what works and what doesn't.
Well, it feels like to me that Melbourne's the safest place for them. You mentioned COVID, so they keep the group together within a hotel room or hotel, whereas in Perth potentially they're still out and about, still living their normal lives. So I thought, as a player, I wouldn't have loved that. If we're 3 weeks away on the road, not sleeping in your own bed, your own environment, but I do, and we can speak to Peter Bell about this, but I do understand the risk in terms of, okay, what's the lowest risk for us that we can affect any of our players with COVID moving into a final series. Now, isolation's been cut to 5 days as well, so that helps as well. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Lids, if you're a player, you want to be home a bit more. I know the cross-country trips, like they win, they go play in Sydney, so
because they're a younger
big
group,
trip.
Does that help? Lids, you don't have as many families, parents who are sort of concerned about being away from their kids?
Well, I think it's hard to think about it because I reckon me as a young guy would have been like, absolutely, get me on the road. I'll stay away for as long as you like. Love the hotel lifestyle, but as an older player and you want to be around your family and your kids, that's where your escape is. Essentially went away from the game. I couldn't imagine being in a hotel room with a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old for any more than a night or two. But I've seen Dave Mundy's obviously brought his family across, and they're going to spend time over here as well. So it's like being a young group, and I probably experienced that more at the Giants, is that there wasn't a lot of guys with kids, so you didn't have that pull back to always go home. But going back across the Nullarbor every single week and then back up to Sydney if that's where they go, and it's a lot of travel and it takes its toll, but geez, they've become good at it.
They spoke a bit about leading into 2020 how great the opportunity was for them compared to their crosstown rivals. So the Eagles do have a lot of young families, but we heard Adam Simpson and the way that he articulated the problems that they had in the hub, and it just completely fell apart for the Eagles over the COVID period, whereas Fremantle had a new coach, very much this change was coming through, a bunch of new players, and they treated the hub almost like, this is great. We got footy camp for a bunch of teenagers and guys in their early 20s.
Yeah.
And as you touched on, Lids, how awesome that would be, and it feels like they're trying to recreate that somewhat in September here.
Yeah, I think and it's a great learning curve for all these boys to see, one, what someone like a Dave Mundy would have done, because he's the one who's experienced it most recently. So, pick the brain and spend as much time together as you can, and who knows how good a stead that holds them in for years to come. So I think there's some forward thinking in it as well, not just the future or the present, what they're going through at the moment.
Brett Delidio alongside Adam Romanascus, Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass. Lauren Borden is once more amongst some of the faithful here at the MCG. Loz?
Down in the front row of the first tier here, I've got some big Collingwood fans in front of me. Tanya and her kids, Jacob and Mackenzie. You lined up to get in here. You were here from about 3:30. How come you got here so early, and what did you do to pass the time?
We chatted and we got here so early because we need to know that it can take patience to get the good seats in life. So, to get the good seats, we had to be early.
And it can take patience to get the good wins as well this season. You probably had to last until the last quarter of a lot. How's your heart coped with that?
Not well. But Jamie Elliott, most of the times, we're hoping for a win tonight, no matter how it happens.
You know what a big crowd is like at the MCG. You were here a couple of weeks for Collingwood v Carlton. How do you think tonight in the semi-final, can that live up to that?
I hope so. I think there's going to be more Collingwood players here tonight than there was Carlton-Collingwood. That would have been even. So it's going to be loud. Mackie loves that it's loud.
You will definitely outnumber the Freo fans. Mac, can you tell us who your favourite player is?
My favourite player is JB Elliott because he sent me a birthday card when I was 5.
Amazing. Still got it?
Yeah.
Cool. And Jacob, who are you most looking forward to seeing tonight?
Probably Scott Pendlebury because I just like the way he plays.
Fantastic. Well, good luck tonight. Enjoy the game.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren Borden. Beautifully done. Who would have thought the Collingwood fans would be the well-behaved ones of our little insights into the two supporter groups? And what a ride they've had. Jamie Elliott, no doubt the lasting impressions of kicking a goal after the siren. But as is often the case, it's the players that go to the Oz kick or send out the birthday cards. That's often where you gravitate to.
Yeah, and how good that those kids have been able to experience, those few games, because you can spend years supporting your club and not get to see the highs of what they've experienced, but you certainly get to experience the lows more often than not with most clubs. But look, it's lined up nice early. What they say, 3 o'clock they got here? That's a long time to sit and wait for the game to start.
That's earlier than Corby, and he's normally first in the gates. The breaking news that came through just an hour or so ago was that Brisbane midfielder Jared Berry has been offered a 1-game ban for making contact with the I region of Melbourne star Clayton Oliver. So the incident occurred as the pair wrestled during the third quarter, with Brisbane's 13-point semi-final win over the Demons. So the match review officer charged Berry with making unreasonable or unnecessary contact to the I region. It was graded as intentional conduct, low impact and high contact, leading to Berry being offered a 1-match ban. We spoke about this, Rama, earlier on the lead. He will now have to, plead his case to the tribunal if they feel like they can get off.
Oh, it's go to the tribunal. There's absolutely nothing surer than that. So I'm surprised. I thought a fine at best. Look, Clayton Oliver complaining about it, I think that was more gamesmanship.
Trying to get a kick.
Yeah, correct. So I'm a little bit surprised with that. I think Brisbane have got a pretty good case and a couple of precedents that they can use there. So see how he goes.
I spoke about the Fremantle one from last year earlier where Andy Brayshaw was rubbed out for a game, and the Dockers were filthy that he didn't get off that, basically due to the fact that the tribunal just didn't believe their character reference that Andy Brayshaw's not the kind of guy that would eye gouge someone. And so I feel like Michael Christian has at least graded all three of these the same way. So the Brayshaw one from last year, Sloan, and now the one with Berry. So he puts them through his system. It's all spat out a 1-match ban for all three of them. Sloan was able to beat the charge at the tribunal. Brayshaw wasn't, and I guess Jared Berry's going to try his luck on Tuesday night.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm with Rammer on this one. I think that it more just looked like, I think Bawley was saying the same thing, that it was get off me, and he's just pushing his arms up, and it just so happened to be on his face because he's trying to get some separation from where Clayton was. And I don't think there was any malice, and he certainly wasn't looking to scrape his eyes out, I don't think, but I can understand why it's fallen the way it has.
Yeah. So if he does get off, and then Brayshaw's the one that misses a game and the other two don't, does he have a right to feel
hard done by?
Yeah, with the tribunal essentially saying, look, you didn't believe me, but you're happy to believe these other players that they weren't intentionally trying to eye gouge someone?
What's he going to do?
That's a long no. Yeah, what's he going to do? Appeal it?
Well, off the back of the Patrick Cripps one, it's probably hard to make that case. But I do wonder, I guess it's the kind of players' code. It's not an action you take particular pride in if you're being accused of that.
No, I don't. It didn't look. I've watched the incident a number of times today. I don't think there was any intention to eye gouge. I thought Jared Berry's intention was to get Clayton Oliver off him so he could get up. They're wrestling. You know, Clayton Oliver's got the elbow in his throat. He's trying to get up.
Yep.
And it was so quick how quickly it happened. If you're trying to eye gouge someone, you're grabbing their face and you're in there.
Yep.
You're really in there, and you want to hurt somebody.
Yep.
That was quick over. Get off me on a play on to get on with the game.
Yeah. I didn't think Sloane should have got done. I don't think Berry should get done, and I didn't think Brayshaw should have got done.
Yeah.
But I mean, as we know, this time of year, everything leans towards the player. That if ever there's a sort of line ball call, it feels like they often lean towards the player that's going to play. And I feel he was pretty stiff to get done at the time he did. Is the players' code dead or at least dying, do you think, with what happens when it comes to tribunals in the evidence that they're giving? And the case I'll put forward to is what happened with Jack Ginnivan during the week. So Jack Ginnivan was accused of a chicken wing tackle, right?
Dangerfield. Yep.
We all did the game. There was 90,000 people here at the MCG, and that tackle happened in the forward 50 at the city end of the ground. We all left the game. We all had a great time. Nobody mentioned it. Sunday came and went. Sun came up, went down. Then Monday rolls around, and there's an article in the Herald Sun saying, hey, by the way, we think the MRO might have missed one, and that there was a tackle laid that may have been an unfortunate tackle from Jack Ginnivan on Patrick Dangerfield. The only two men that knew that tackle would have taken place would have been Jack Ginnivan and Patrick Dangerfield. So somehow that information has made its way to the press, not to Michael Christian in the review of the game. None of the commentators picked it up, none of the broadcasters. There is only one side of that party that could have come from. I'm pretty sure Jack Ginnivan wouldn't have been telling people about it. So the only guy that could have possibly let it known that he was tackled in a manner that he didn't feel was appropriate was the president of the Players Association in Patrick Dangerfield, comes out in the media, and then all of a sudden there's a review into it that they're sort of retrospectively looking back to see if Ginnivan has a case to answer. If I'm Collingwood, I'm probably thinking, gee, that's a bit cheeky that's dealt with that way, that all of a sudden it's been investigated again during a final series.
Yeah, I don't like it. I think it's could have been done, and I read someone said, well, why not just give him a phone call if you're that unhappy about it. Don't go via the press to make a story out of nothing. It's just reeked of relevancy.
So
that makes sense.
You think?
So is it more likely somebody has watched the game within an inch of its life and down the goal vision and found this little piece of vision in amongst a number of bodies and said, hey, we think that might be a story, let's report it? Or do you think that somebody's spoken about it?
I think the former. Yeah. I think somebody's just watched this game.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Unless you're watching the Bombers games and trying to look at disconnect between Ruttman and Mackay.
No. I'll throw this question to Liz. After a game, how many times have you gone to your GM of football or even just in the locker room and complained about what an opposition player did to you?
Geez, off the top of my head, I can't imagine I did it too many times. Unless I got... No, I don't reckon I ever did. It was just like, hope he gets done if it was untoward, but you never go and complain.
Yeah. Okay, in my profession, we watch a lot of footy. Yeah. I've never sat there on a Monday and gone through the behind the goals vision to try and find out whether there was an illegal tackle.
Yeah, but again, there's only four games to watch last week.
You're not watching the behind the goals vision, surely, that closely.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You would have had to been looking for that to find the vision of it. By the time they showed the vision, it was like, oh yeah, that's what we're focusing on, and it's highlighted. I don't know.
Okay, then for that to happen,
yep.
So Dangerfield's then had to have gone to somebody within Geelong.
I'm not saying it was him. I'm saying he might have told someone who told someone who told someone.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
that's what I'm getting at. He would have then told somebody at Geelong.
Yep.
And then Geelong would have said, go and check this out to whoever to the Herald Sun.
Or they've told a third party who's then told the Herald Sun, and then the story comes out.
I think it's more likely someone's watched the game really, really closely.
I think it's Sean Grigg, I heard. Yeah. I think it was Grigger.
But Brett with his good mate Sean Grigg.
I still think the player code's there. Like if you look at after a game, if an incident happened, there's not many people. There's not many players that don't shake hands with each other.
Yeah.
Like if Liz and I played against each other and we had a scuffle within the game and he did something to me or I did something to him, I'm still going up to him to shake his hand.
Yeah. That's how you got raised.
Yeah. You know what? The game's over. When you walk off the field, you're a winner or a loser. Get on with it.
Yeah. Anyway, Jack Ginnivan, for a second-year player, has had a lot of attention on him. 36 goals.
I don't feel sorry for the kid because what it does, it underplays how good of a player he is. which I don't like. You know, he's kicked, what did you say,
36 goals.
36 goals in his second year of football.
It's impressive.
It's been a terrific year of football. Now, okay, everyone can say, oh, he brings the attention upon himself with the, you know, the peroxide hair. He's always wearing a long sleeve jumper and the like. That's fine. But let's also talk about how good of a footballer he is.
Adam Romanascus, Brett Delidio, Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass with you. And if you want to join the conversation, 0437 774 774 is the SMS line. Lauren Borden's down amongst the crowd.
Just quickly, final teams are in, Clinchy, so no late change. Josh Carmichael is the sub for Collingwood, and for Fremantle it's Bailey Banfield, so same 23 for Freo, 2 weeks in a row as you forecast earlier.
Lauren, down to you.
I'm down in the Fremantle cheer squad where I've got Ali. You're from Mandurah. You've flown in. Can you tell us why you decided that now is the time to fly over and see Freo at the MCG?
We've been a cheer squad member for 5 years. We've been going to the football for 7. We were sitting there last weekend, which was just an amazing atmosphere, and we're going, why not? Why not just fly over? It doesn't matter if we win, which we hope we will, and we've got the belief we will, but it's you only live once. COVID showed the world that, you know, football stops. You know, the crowd stops, and we're not going to let that happen anymore. We're going to come here, support the boys. They've made it this far. They've done us so bloody proud, and we're just proud to be here.
You were at the match last weekend at halftime. Did you think you'd be booking tickets to Melbourne this week?
Look, I'm going to be completely honest. I didn't, but there was a little inkling. I was like, there's something going on. The boys are too calm losing right now. So I've got to believe in them. I've got to believe in their game plan. And then as soon as after halftime, I just knew that we were going to be here, and that, you know, the boys have worked so hard for the last 5 years. We've got Andy Brayshaw and everyone else here working, and we finally got a rhythm to the point where we're here now.
When did you book your flights, and dare I ask, how much did they cost?
We actually booked it Monday. I just wanted to make sure I had tickets before I flew over here. And look, it was quite expensive. I think the cheapest we got was $700 return, and then about $600 to get here. And then finding accommodation, because we came in on the red-eye flight, to get late check-in, it was a pain in the bum, but we finally got one, and yeah, we're so happy to be here.
You're here now, first time at the MCG for yourself, Ali. What are your expectations of this match?
Look, I'm a bit nervous. I don't know what to expect. You know, up against all these Collingwood fans, we've got to make sure that we're loud and that the boys know we're here all the way from Perth. But to be honest, let's just see where it goes. I have all faith in the boys, but no matter what the result is, I'm so bloody proud.
Thank you. I'm sure the Freo cheer squad will make plenty of noise tonight.
Yes, go Freo!
Go Freo! We love Auntie, we love...
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Ellie. Great to hear.
It's the thing that sometimes gets lost on players about how much it means to people.
Oh, the commitment.
Like to fly over, to get your tickets, to make sure you got it, to fly over, the cost that's associated with it. You know, that's weeks and weeks of wages. But they just live it.
Yeah,
they just absolutely live it.
$1,300.
Yeah.
700 return, 600 over.
That sort of seems pretty reasonable, really,
for one
for this time of year.
Yeah.
If you're looking at maybe in a week or two's time, I think you pay that for one way.
Surely, I wonder if the club helped to get the cheer squad over.
Back in the day, they used to have the buses from South Australia, but I'm not sure if you're putting your hand up for that trip from Perth to Melbourne.
No, that'd be an interesting bus ride.
Yeah,
you'd need a couple of sort of slabs of beer in the middle and all that sort of stuff.
It certainly needs some good company and some good tunes. It's a long way to go. As Corby touched on, so much intrigue as to how the Dockers start tonight. So with all your experience around finals, what do you think the message would be from Justin Longmuir? Or would he say, we've experienced that, now we know what to prepare for, it's a completely different week?
I think it's a bit harder for longer from Justin Longmuir to start this game. I think if Fremantle try to open this game up too early, that will play into Collingwood's hands. Because what will happen is you'll have players leaving the contest too early. Collingwood then win the contest, ball goes forward, and Collingwood hope they score. So I want to see Fremantle really grind out the first sort of quarter and a half. Keep the game close.
Yep.
Just keep the scoreboard ticking over, of course, but keep the game close. Don't let Collingwood get runs. Don't get of runs of goals. As soon as that happens, the crowd gets involved, as we've spoken about. So that would be my message early. Let's see if we can match these guys. Hey, we're young, we're hungry. We came back from a big margin last week. Once the Western Bulldogs pressure dropped off last week, that's when we opened up the game. Let's test Collingwood. Let's see if they can do what they did last week. Let's see if they can apply that pressure for 4 quarters again. Let's match them.
Do you put anyone on Andy Brayshaw? Do you think that's what Maynard's been practicing for? I get that feeling there because his spread and his ability and how good he is at getting the ball going forward for Freo. Can you limit him? Does that then limit the Dockers? I don't know. Like, that's a question without notice, obviously, Rama, but I look at someone like him, and this suits him perfectly to MCG. Caleb Sarong, not Josh Sarong, as well. You know, they're just young boys like you spoke about. Let's take it to them. Can we spread them and really test out this Collingwood midfield?
I'm a firm believer in finals matchups are the most important thing that you work out and you nail from minute one. If you let things happen and evolve through the course of a final, usually it's too late.
Yep.
So minute one, if Collingwood are going to go after Andy Brayshaw, it's got to be from minute one. It can't be wait, and vice versa on the other side. If Fremantle want to put time into a Nick Dacos, put time into Pendlebury, get the matchup right on Jamie Elliott. How that all looks, do it from minute one.
Yeah.
Don't let the game
be prepared.
Yep. Don't let the game just go for 20 minutes and go, oh gee, DeGoey's got hold of us. He's had 8 possessions and kicked the goal in this quarter. Oh gee, Andy Brayshaw has had 12 possessions and 4 tackles in this first quarter. That's right.
If you from playing on and having a tag and someone run next to you, if you got a couple early, you're like, oh, hang on a second, I'm starting to feel this.
Yeah.
But if they can shut them out early and they start to question and they start getting a little bit more selfish and looking for the ways how they're going to get their touches, they're going outside of what's expected of them as a team. So.
And that's what surprised me last night with Lachie Neale. Like, Angus Brayshaw was doing a really good job, I felt, on him in that first half.
Yeah.
Then you looked up after half-time, the start of the third quarter, and there's Lachie Neale in the middle of the ground, and there's Angus Brayshaw on a half-forward flank. And you're like, what are you letting him off the hook for? Then Lachie Neale goes and has 17 in the second half, and was a major factor in it. Those ground ball gets that he's so good at.
That one just here?
Right between Petrarca and Oliver. He just wanted that ball.
Yeah.
But you let him off the hook by not having Brayshaw go with him for the entirety. It just didn't make sense. Now, you flip that around and you look what Brisbane did with Clayton Oliver.
Very straight on to him.
So Robinson goes with him from minute one and I thought did a pretty good job. Then I think towards the end of that second quarter, Oliver was starting to get the ball through clearance, through stoppage. And then they put the bigger Jared Berry on him in the second half. So minute 1 to a minute 120, Clayton Oliver's got somebody who only has 21 possessions in the game.
Not as big of influence.
No.
Yeah, and I think what speaks true, though, Rama, is that the fundamentals need to be executed really well, and that's what Lachie Neale does over and over again. Doesn't fumble, clean with his hands, and he executes under pressure. And that's going to be, for the young boys today of Collingwood and for Freo, it's all about execution. And if they can do that and executing their fundamentals, that's how you get yourself going.
Brett Delidio alongside Adam Romanascus, Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass with you on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Let's head inside the purple camp, and Tim Hodges is down on the boundary.
Thank you, Matt. Peter Bell has been good enough to come straight from the team meeting to come and speak to us. Pete, can you take us inside the meeting room? What's the mood like? What's the confidence like? How do you think the next 3 hours are going to unfold?
Yeah, obviously we've got an excited group. The mood's really good, and just go about our normal preparation. Clearly we didn't start too well last week, so hopefully we've learned from that. We spent a bit of time analysing that after the game, but we're looking forward to the challenge for tonight.
When you look around this mighty MCG, they're up to the back row in the members, they're up to the back row in the AFL members, and they're obviously up to the back row in the public, which sold out in less than an hour. You've played a lot of big games here. What can you tell your boys of what to expect when they run out and there's going to be 90,000 plus screaming?
Yeah, probably. What is it about?
Mostly against them.
50-50, you reckon?
I'm not sure.
Look, I don't spend much time talking to the guys about when I played. It was so long ago, but the coaches have just talked through some of the things that might lead our players to getting off task, and clearly the crowd's one of them. It's going to be a really dominant Collingwood and pro-Collingwood crowd, stating the obvious there, but you can also use that as a trigger to communicate yourself, to get yourself back into role. And I heard Lids talking about execution of fundamentals, and really that's what finals footy is, just making sure that you do that for harder and longer than what the opposition do. So they're all the sorts of things that we've talked about with our guys.
Can it be intimidating, that crowd?
Well, certainly at times it can be, but yeah, through those things I just spoke about, you can turn that sound, that intimidation into positives for yourself and your teammates. A lot of players use it as trigger as well. a trigger to concentrate on role again, or communication, or some people feed off the negative energy, if you like. It just depends on what your psychological makeup is, but together we'll be able to handle that, I think, and I'm really confident we'll acquit ourselves well.
It's great to have the Fremantle footy boss with us so close to the bounce of the ball. I'll send you upstairs, Brett Delidio and Adam Romanaskas.
Peter, firstly, good luck tonight. Can we just go back to last week quickly? 42-1 at one stage. How did Justin Longnew and his coaching staff refocus the boys?
It's a great question, and really there was a lot of refocusing done themselves by the players, by some of the leaders particularly, but we needed to even out the contest. The Bulldogs are a really good contest team. They flick it around, and we're just off a little bit in that regard, and what we're able to do early in the second, before we had any impact on the scoreboard, we halted a bit of the Bulldogs' momentum, and then gradually we got a bit ourselves. So and that comes again, there's no secret formula, it just comes through execution of fundamentals, the stoppage, the contest, and getting a bit of field position. All of those things we were poor at in the first quarter, and it's kind of understandable. We'd had 3 or 4 players who'd played in a final before last week. Now we've got quite a few more who've experienced that once, and you'd expect that they'll be better for that occasion.
So when you mentioned that there was only 4 players that had finals experience, so when you were speaking to the group during the week, what were they talking about they learnt from that game, from that experience?
Just the importance, again, I keep saying it, of the fundamentals and getting them done, staying in role, not getting distracted, not getting intimidated and getting on the back foot because, in last week it was the Bulldogs were scoring and beating us up a little bit at contest. So it's just sticking to the role and having that belief, which clearly the guys had. They've come from behind quite a few times this year. It's not where we'd prefer to be, but maintaining that belief and just sticking to the plan.
Bally, it's Lids. Just from your point of view, and this is purely from an outsider looking in, but the leadership of the young guys in Brayshaw and Sarong, mate, you must be really pleased with where they're at, their development, but the way they're carrying the club forward from your point of view, how do you see it?
Yeah, as I guess the outside world sees it as well, they've got great character, Lids, and they were both on early in the game last week. They were 2 that were really up and going from the first bounce. And then another player who shouldn't be underestimated from a leadership perspective is Alex Pearce down back. He had a great game. He was constantly communicating, and there was a couple of clips from behind the goals vision when things weren't going our way. He was running up from fullback, talking to the mids, just reassuring them, making sure that they were getting the process right. So he's been a really strong leader for us as well.
Oh, absolutely. I was watching him warm up, actually. Looks like Carl Drogo, leader of the Dothraki out there, mate.
There's a lot of hair there.
And another one I just wanted to ask you about is a Bushy's boy, Will Brodie. How have you seen his year? I feel like he's fitted in seamlessly for you boys and really added that extra dimension to your midfield.
Yeah, he's been a great pick-up for us. Really humble and hard-working. He plays to his strengths. I think the best is yet to come with Will. He's still a young guy. It's amazing what a bit of opportunity can do for a young man or for a young person, and he knows his role. He gets out there, has a crack. He's a real bull at the contest, and he's building some outside game as well. So really excited about what he does tonight and into the future.
So we're half an hour away from the bounce, Pete. Without telling us too much about how you want to play against Collingwood, but is there plans in place for Tagoe, for Pendlebury, for Nick Dacos, for Jamie Elliott? Because I'm a big believer in finals, and you would understand this, is that matchups are so important, particularly early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plans for all of those individuals and some others as well. But the main thing that we're focusing on is how we want to play, how we want to move the ball, how we want to defend it, how we want to set up at contests. So you have to have plans in place and contingencies, and you have to respect the opposition, particularly some of the really classy players that you've just mentioned, but you also want to focus on your own game as well.
I want to ask, Liz spoke about Sarong and Brayshaw, but just like the efforts last week of Fredericks running down and Ed Richards, how highlighted was that moment particularly whether it was now before the game, during the week, just about how important those little things actually are.
Oh, they're super important, and Michael Frederick gets the accolades, and so he should. It was a great chase, but again, up the field there was David Mundy, who'd worked really hard to close off a corridor exit. Sam Switkowski had pushed across to half-back to cut off that exit, and even further up the field there was a winger and a half-back who were owning the outside. So that meant that a little bit of delay on Richards, which gave Frederick the time to nail the tackle. So that's how we like to play. It's a real team defence. So Rick gets the accolades, but it was a real team defence moment.
No late change. We're 35 minutes away from the bounce. The first semi-final between Collingwood and Fremantle. Peter Bell with us, the Freo footy boss. Peter, it's Corbin Middlemass here. The Dockers deciding to stay in Melbourne if you're victorious tonight and for the remainder of the final series. How did that decision come about?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. With the way that the games were panning out, we put together a little team, a footy ops team, if you like, and just bounced around a few different ideas. And one of them was, if this exact situation unfolded, would we be better off staying over if we're good enough to win? Now, clearly that's the big if. The players, we just wanted to focus on playing against Collingwood and hopefully being good enough to get the job done. But in the event that we were, then we decided that to base ourselves on the East Coast is the smart thing. We've had really positive experiences in the hubs previously. We're a really young group. They enjoy each other's company, and we decided that would be the better option. Of course, all predicated on winning, which is going to be a really tough challenge.
Is it fair to say, without the hub experience, that this wouldn't be something that would have been considered?
Well, it would have been an unknown, that's for sure, but we found it to be a really positive experience, the hubs. And clearly we also understand the enormous challenge of travelling back and forth across the country. We do it regularly, so if we could take a little bit of that accumulation of fatigue that long-haul travel presents, that could only be a positive thing. But, again, that's been the footy ops who have been working on that. The players have been insulated and sheltered from that, and what they have to do is get out there and give it a shake tonight.
If I said to you at the start of the year, Peter, that you would have had a better record on the road than what you would have had in WA, you'd probably think, it's not the year that we wanted it to be, and yet that is Fremantle's fate, and you finish half the game outside of the top four. Is there any concern at all that you're tinkering with that now at the business end of the season, something that's worked for you all year? You've lost only 2 games outside of the state, and you're going to mix it up.
Yeah, not really. We weighed up everything and the benefits of being at home and sleeping in your own bed, but overwhelmingly we just had really positive experiences on the road, and so for the reasons I articulated before, we thought that was the smarter thing. We've got to get the job done tonight to extend our stay clearly.
Peter Bell with us on ABC Sport. Belly, it's Matt Clinch. Jai Amos, has he been to the G before? And obviously some big selection decisions, him, Matt Taberner. Is there a possibility Nat Fyfe might play a part if you were to win tonight?
Jai hasn't been to the MCG before. I'm not even sure he's been to Victoria, if you can believe that. He's led a life down in Busselton in the southwest of WA, and coming up through the under-18s, they of course didn't travel because of COVID. So yeah, this is his first time at the G. He doesn't get flustered too much, so I think he'll be fine with it. Nat Fyfe had a really good training session this morning, so he'd be some chance to be available next weekend again if we can get the win tonight.
There's a couple of former players who might have sort of told stories of what I achieved on this great ground. I'm imagining that's not you though, Belly.
No, certainly not. Believe it or not, I think I've joked to you guys before. I'm not even sure that the players on the list currently even know that I played AFL at any stage in my career. Which why would they when they take a look at me? They wouldn't think that I've played at any stage. But no, we've got plenty of experience in our coaching panel with Matty Boyd and Joel Corey and Josh Carr. There's Bob Murphy there, and Justin has been a really experienced coach as well. So plenty of resources for the players to draw on.
We spoke with Brian Cook from the Carlton side of things, and he said hopefully 75 games between he and Michael Boss. They feel like they'll see the best of this Carlton side. Justin Longmuir has been with the Dockers since 2020. Do you feel like you're starting to see the best, and where do you feel this group will be at their peak?
Yeah, don't know where this group can take us, but you know the age profile is really exciting. I mean, we've just presented Andy Brayshaw with his 100th game Guernsey, and he's done that as a 22-year-old, and Caleb's 21, and Youngie and Michael Frederick. Some of the guys you mentioned we are really young. We don't think that'll hold us back tonight or into the future, but you'd have to be excited about what the potential is there in 3, 4, 5 years' time. but a lot of hard work has to still go in, because we know that success and improvement, it's not linear. There's always ups and downs. We just need to keep working hard.
Now, there might be a former club in which you played for looking for a CEO. When you're trying to assess Belly, and you've worked in breakfast radio, you've done a variety of different roles, as to whether you'd like to be a footy administrator or a CEO. How do you decide where you think the best use of your talents might be?
Yeah, look, the furthest thing from my mind now as we're closing in on this big final, I feel it's a privilege every day to work with the players and the staff in the footy department. It's a real privilege and something that I feel so honoured to do. So, look, you always keep your options open, but with the team of staff that I work with and the players that we've assembled, it'd be really hard to look elsewhere. I'm just so invested in what we're doing.
Alistair Clarkson hasn't called you, has he?
No, Alistair, I doubt he's got my number, but no, he hasn't called me.
Essendon called you, Belly? Come on.
No one from Essendon has called me either. There you go.
Well, we're always keen to call you, Belly. Whenever you want to catch up in Melbourne, we're available. Thanks so much for your time ahead of this semi-final.
Good on you guys.
Peter Bell joining us from the Fremantle camp.
He's outstanding, Peter Bell, as a football administrator. He was a star player.
Yeah.
Let's just get that out there too. But as a football administrator, I have no doubt at some stage you'll be a CEO of a football club.
Yep. So Corby asked the question of Mark Brayshaw. He said, I'm very much out of the administration side in footy. I've got another passion in my life and I'm pursuing that. If Clarko gets his pick, who do you think he'd be having at the top of his list in terms of a CEO?
I probably think Mark Brayshaw.
Well, he's not available, so who would be your next phone call?
Boyd, yeah.
And he's not available at the moment.
He says he is,
I still think that phone call's pending. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Just why would Benamafio resign otherwise?
Well, someone told me that CEOs don't like to get sacked. They prefer to
that's correct.
resign.
That's absolutely correct. But he's only resigning because North Melbourne have got somebody else.
So Mark Brayshaw was on with us earlier tonight. He said, I'm very interested in the club. I was over the moon when Alistair Clarkson was appointed. I'm involved in a medicinal cannabis company and I love it. It's one of the most gratifying jobs I've ever had and I'm not in a position to move. But I'm very interested to see how it all unfolds at Arden Street. So that's where he sits obviously at the moment. But as we know, things can change.
I go running with Clarko on a weekly basis every Wednesday.
There's another good, extremely well-regarded administrator at West Coast, Craig Vozzo, also, that I think may come into some calculations at some stage for North Melbourne or maybe even Essendon.
Is there a succession plan at West Coast?
I don't know.
I don't think there is one at the moment. Just on Belly, I think he'll be the next CEO of the Dockers, to be honest. He's got
Simon Garlick's only young and he's only been in it a couple of years.
Absolutely, but he's also Victorian-based. So I'm not saying he's trying to move him out, but I'm saying I think he's extremely happy. I don't know any of this, but I imagine Peter, given his family's young, they're in WA. The other thing is he's so invested at Fremantle. He's had 2 stints as a player. He's been on the board and now he's the footy boss. They're so young, so they're not only set up to win now, but in the years ahead. And I can't imagine him walking out on Fremantle now. So I imagine he'd see that through and there'll be a point in the future that, if Simon Garlick heads home, that he would take over there. But I think if you're Peter Bell, why wouldn't you want your name thrown around in those conversations? You wouldn't shoot it down. So I think he plays a pretty good game. As you said, he's a very shrewd administrator. So as long as his name's in the conversation, I don't think he's going to do anything to try and knock that down.
President, CEO, coach, GM of football, list manager. You line those 5 roles up at any club and you have a proper strategy in place and all those 5 guys are pulling in the same direction, you'll be successful. I've always been a believer at a football club, off-field reflects on-field. If your off-field is stable, got a strategy, all pulling in the right direction, your on-field will reflect that.
Well, look at my old club. They're a perfect example of it, aren't they? They've stayed true. They had that chance, that nearly that fracture in 2016 with that rebel group that tried to come in and take over.
What were they called again?
Focus on football?
Focus on footy or something like that, yeah.
You laugh about that now.
Well, you do.
Yeah.
And I actually thought that there was legitimately a chance for that to happen and come in, but true to their word, they stuck fat, and Peggy and the Chief and Dimmer held his job, and look what happened.
It feels like we're going through a little shift. You think of Brendan Gale, you think of Gary Pert as CEOs who have football experience. It feels like there's a shift away from success on field and bringing in revenue to success on field, and there's a real intent to try and make sure you're getting the right support from an administrative side to help the on field.
Well, the reality is if you're not successful on the field, your off-field commercial opportunities or options are going to be limited anyway. So get those roles correct, get your strategy correct, and it looks after itself. Geelong have been such a stable club for such a long period of time because they've had those off-field leaders. Sydney Swans are the same. Stay the course. This is the thing, we get fixated in football clubs. If you don't win the premiership, it's been an absolute failure of a year. Only one team can win a premiership out of 18 clubs. They are extremely difficult to win.
Yeah, I'm big on that. We don't celebrate winning seasons enough.
No.
It's like it's bloody hard to win more than 11 games in a year to do that consistently and give yourself a chance. And that's why everyone's like, oh, Geelong, they're no good. They've given themselves every chance for how many years in a row they've missed the finals once. It's like... So
as a supporter, Liz, what are you doing? You want to go to the football thinking every week you can win? Or do you want to go through a 6 to 8 year rebuild and sit there and not even be able to clap your hands once in a season for your team?
I think we argued this last year, Corby, on one of your shows. It was people that want their cake and they want to be able to eat it as well. It's like, just be happy that you're winning every week. You've got good players that perform and you're getting to go deep into finals. Yeah, you fell over a couple of times, but that's better than sitting at the bottom. I'll give you that tip.
Brett Delidio alongside Adam Romanascus. It feels like we're about to watch a couple of teams who are set up for the future as well as the present with Collingwood and the Fremantle Dockers. No late changes for either side. So Josh Carmichael, the sub for Collingwood, and Bailey Banfield for the Fremantle Dockers. In the NRL, Corby?
It is 16-14 Canberra leading the Melbourne Storm. So the Raiders have a sneaky good record in Melbourne.
And he's just lost the ball.
Yeah, Nelson Sofa-Solomona just lost it in a tackle. So Canberra back in possession on halfway. So 28 minutes to go. Second half, Raiders by 2 over the Storm. It is an elimination final.
So across town at Amy Park, just a stone's throw from the MCG. The full pre-match coming up, Collingwood and Fremantle on ABC Sport.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations, and fosters good listening skills.
Wow! That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store.
For continuing coverage of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II and the worldwide reaction, head to ABC News Radio or the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Qualify for finals, it's such a tough environment to be in.
Playing the best at this time of the year, you'd have to be at your best and it's exciting.
Feel the pressure rising.
We're just really excited to be in this position where we can have a crack at it.
Here it comes again.
Heart and faith, they're all the things that you need in finals, all about moments.
Feels like now or never.
It's exciting. Who knows what can happen, but we'll just keep riding it.
Running in your veins.
Tell our players to live in the moment.
This is our time. This is our destiny. This is when all the stars align and we make history. A Freo fought back for the ages. From 41 down to win by 13. Collingwood away. This is our time. This is our destiny. This is when all the stars align and we make history.
It takes a lot of belief. It takes a fair bit of guts, really. Yeah, I'm so proud of the players.
Everyone's bloody pumped, I can tell you that much.
You win one game, you're in a prelim. You win 2, you're in a grand final. You win 3, you're in the premiers. That's how close we are now.
Welcome to the 2022 AFL Finals Series.
It's Bruno Elliott. Of course it's Elliott. On the run. It's happening again. Gathered it. Snaps around the body. What a goal that is for Fremantle. Rise up. Take it all.
It comes the way of Nick Dacos. Gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
These are the moments you play footy for. I guess playing the finals and big moments.
Your dreams are reality.
Outside of the boot. Don't tell me. Arms outstretched as he turns to the Collingwood faithful. You know my name now. Ash Johnson.
Starts it right. Brings it back. Fremantle are right back in this. Rory Love proving blondes do have more fun. To going. Chest out. Goal. The super duper star with the finish that Collingwood needed.
Believe, Pies fans, believe, because they've done it again. They're fast, they're frenetic, they're bloody fabulous, this team.
To Mundy, 40
Elliott from 40 steers it through. Here come the Pies.
Grandstand AFL.
The semi-final.
Live from the MCG. On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Two of the great stories of season 2022. Collingwood from 17th position in 2021 to top 4 in 2022. The masters of the close finish. They host the Fremantle Dockers from 11th in 2021 into the AFL's top 8 to feature in finals for the first time since 2015. The Purple Pride with an amazing comeback against the Western Bulldogs last week, and the Magpies taking it all the way up to the Cats before falling short. Only one story will continue tonight, the winner to face Sydney in a preliminary final. Hello, welcome to Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, and via the ABC Sport Digital coverage. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport, where the fans have made their way into the MCG. We're expecting over 90,000 in the house, and it's going to be heavily dominated by the black and white tonight. There's a section of Dockers fans who have set themselves up at the Punt Road end. They'll be outnumbered, but they'll try to be vocal to make their presence known. And for Collingwood, who have played in so many close finishes throughout the season, they'll hope to advance through to a prelim final. And for the Dockers, well, they might be on the road for the rest of the season, however long that may continue. Corbin Middlemass to call the action alongside me. Corby, it's been a big build-up, but we're getting closer and ready to go.
You mentioned it off the top, Clinchy, where these two teams have come from. So Collingwood second last to be in a top 4 team. They've won 12 of their last 14 games, and Fremantle, who have been on the long rebuild after last playing finals in 2015, to make the jump this year. They spent 15 of the first 18 weeks in the top 4. Ultimately, they finished 5th. They were the youngest finals winning team since the Bulldogs in 2016 last week, when they pulled off the biggest finals comeback since 93 from 41 points down to reel in the Bulldogs. It feels like the way that the bracket is set up, that on one side you've got Brisbane and Geelong, two teams that have been in final series the last few years, thereabouts, again duking it out, two teams that we're used to at this time of the year. And then on the other side you've got Sydney, Collingwood and Fremantle. It feels like they're all a little bit ahead of their time. But as we know, Clinchy, you're not guaranteed to be there tomorrow, so you may as well take your opportunity when it arises. And for one of these two teams, it'll be a trip to the Harbour City next Saturday.
There's no late changes for either side. So Bailey Banfield, the sub for the Dockers, and Josh Carmichael for the Magpies. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio are your experts on ABC Sport as we get closer to the opening bounce. Are you leaning one way or the other, Rama?
Well, I'm leaning towards Collingwood in this game. I think if Collingwood can replicate what they did last week against Geelong, I think that should overwhelm Fremantle. But, you know, all credit to Fremantle last week still, the way they were able to I guess, absorb what the Bulldogs had, their very best in that sort of first quarter and a half. And it's, 42-1. It's a big lead to give up. But credit where credit's due. They ran them down in the end and overwhelmed them. So it's funny, we've spoken about this a lot with Fremantle. I think when Justin Longmuir came in, how he wanted to build the team as sort of, it's everything that I think he would have hoped for. He started when he first got here, he goes, all we want to do is be hard to play against. If we can be a team that's really tricky to play against, that's going to hold us in good stead, because we're going to build our game from defence to offence. Their offensive game is still a work in progress, but their defensive game is absolutely sound. He built that specifically for finals. You know, in a final, you need to have a defensive mindset to stop the opposition. But again, we asked the question, just are they too young? We just spoke to Peter Bell. They got 4 players previous last week that had finals experience. So last week would have been an awesome experience. But trust me, coming to the MCG is a way bigger difference than playing at Perth Stadium.
As the Fremantle Dockers make their way out onto the MCG, Alex Pearce up front alongside Rory Lobb, and you heard the hostile crowd, the Collingwood Army, making their warm welcome as the Dockers make their way out in their white uniform onto the middle of the MCG, and the fireworks take place and the smoke as the team runs out onto the ground. So if we've learnt one thing about finals in 2022, Lids, is that pressure comes and who can withstand it often prevails. So that's the challenge for both Collingwood, firstly, to try and bring the heat, and the Dockers potentially off the back of last week to be able to withstand it.
Yeah, and that's it. And I think we look at the way Collingwood started last week against the Cats and their ability to apply pressure. And the Dockers they're a young, youthful, exuberant team that like to do it anyway. And that's where, going back to what Ramon was saying, is they've built their game around defence first, and that is bringing the heat and bringing the pressure. And I think that the key to take the sting out of this crowd early is to come and try and apply that pressure. But it all comes down to, and we heard Bally speak to it just before, and I mentioned it before that, was you got to execute your fundamentals. And if you can, hit your kicks clean, be clean below your knees, be clean with your hands, set up properly, don't allow a free bloke to just stand by himself at stoppage, not get overwrought by the moment and be able to take your moments. I think that's where, the Collingwood have done it in front of big crowds before, over and over, and they've chased down teams, but they've also led from the front. Whereas this is the biggest crowd free I've ever faced, and it's eerily reminds me of that game that I played here back in 17.
Yeah.
Not a huge amount of purple to be seen.
But they just ran down to their cheer squad at the punt road end of the ground, Fremantle, and ordinarily you'd cop a bit of a cheer. Instead, there was just jeers as they got booed by the Collingwood faithful running to the punt road end of the ground as part of the warm-up. Just a little bit on the breakdowns, Rammer. So Fremantle, a year and a half younger per player on average, and an entire season, so 22 games per player less experience. And that is despite David Mundy's 37 years and 375
Well, and it's
games.
funny because Pendlebury and Mundy cancel each other out, really, Clinchy.
Yeah, Scott Pendlebury having played 28 finals before tonight, and David Mundy.
Listen to this crowd.
Wow.
Here come the black and white with their army making their presence known. They're leaning over the railings as they make their way out under the Ponsford stand.
That's cool.
Just as the smoke had cleared for the Dockers, the fireworks and the smoke into the night sky as Collingwood, led by Scott Pendlebury, make their way out onto the MCG. It's going to be some sort of atmosphere for the black and white as they try and provide a form of intimidation for the Fremantle Dockers, who make their way to the MCG, looking to continue on what's been an incredible run so far. So Scott Pendlebury breaks the banner, Jordan De Goey up front as well, and Nick Dacos, what a great first season he's had in that famous number 35. So as Rama and Lids takes you through their full game pre-match preview for what's to come, I guess the starting point is without Taylor Adams, who's going to get so many of those Collingwood midfield minutes.
Well, I think the key for the Pies is the start, and we saw Jordan De Goey stand up last week. I'm loving, I want to see him do it again. Rammer, I feel like he's that big game player that's just waiting to burst onto the scene.
He's the X factor for this game.
Oh, he is 100%. But I think on the flip side of that, you've got young Andy Brayshaw, who can be the star for the Dockers. So I don't think they're going to cancel each other out. They're different sort of players. De Goey's far more explosive, forward to centre. Brayshaw has covered the ground, get involved right across the ground, gets back into helping defence and goes forward as well. But I think it's going to be, I'm not sure who it suits more, the dry conditions at the moment, Rammer, and I'd like your thoughts on this, but is it because it is dry? We saw that Collingwood absolutely demolished the Dockers in the wet, but now it's a nice dry night, and but the heavily crowd favouring the Pies. Who does it suit more, in your opinion?
I think Fremantle, because Collingwood last week, they proved to me that they can keep the pressure at its most intense for 4 quarters. And I was so impressed with Collingwood last week that the way everybody thought Geelong would come out and win by 5 or 6 goals, but
one of those.
They were so good. They to the very dying moment, they were just there. They were right in Geelong's face, and I was so impressed. But I think tonight, Lids, for Fremantle to win, we know they're stars. We know who they are. But they're going to need a really good game out of Michael Walters again. They're going to need James Aish to potentially run with somebody. It might be Jack Crisp.
Yeah.
Jack Crisp is one of the most underrated midfielders in the competition.
100%.
Luke Ryan's going to have a really good game across half back with his intercepts.
Rory Lobb up front, I feel. How many times do you see a big key forward take big marks and kick big goals? You hardly ever see it, do you?
No.
Because I don't know whether the pressure gets to them or the defence is so sound that they just don't get their chance. But if he can stand up, take some big marks at centre forward for the Dockers, it would go such a long way. And
I don't think there's really been... What are we? This is our 6th final now. So 4 last week, and we've had 1 last night, and this is the 6th one day. a big key forward hasn't really grabbed the game just yet in any of the finals.
Jeremy Cameron a little bit last week, but still it wasn't.
But
big
can
clubs.
Lobb kick 5 or 6 tonight?
Oh, that'd be great.
Can he put the pressure on Darcy Moore? Darcy Moore will probably get the matchup and have to go to him. Can he get hold of Darcy Moore in the air? Because Darcy's going to run off him.
Yep.
He's going to try and make Rory Lobb defend and go from there. So I give Fremantle an enormous chance in this game, of course, but things are going to have to go right. They're going to have to get monster games, whereas then you flip it over to Collingwood. If they get the game that De Goey played last week against Geelong, who's the matchup for Jamie Elliott from Fremantle? Jamie Elliott plays a lot as the deepest forward for Collingwood. Their forwards get up the ground. But you want Luke Ryan higher up the ground. Yeah. You want him intercepting. You don't want Jamie Elliott to drag Luke Ryan back to the goal square and make him really defend from there. So where does Pendlebury play? Does he start off half back or does he start through the middle of the ground? I would love to see him in the middle of the ground early. He was good last week. He was terrific last week. Sidebottom had a really good game last week. Jack Crisp, who we've mentioned, he flies under the radar. Yeah. Absolutely flies under the radar. Hasn't missed a game in it'll be 8 or 9 seasons, I think, since he got to this club. McCreery, the way he plays with the pressure now that he's able to.
Who kicks their goals though?
Well,
they always scrounge goals, don't they?
They want to get 2 out of Ginnivan, 2 out of Elliott, 2 or 3 out of
Johnson,
out of Myercheck, Johnson, Cox, or Cameron to float down there.
They're not focused on one, are they?
No, and that's where I think the beauty of Collingwood has been this year. It's unpredictability going in their forward line. You don't know which one to actually. Okay, I've got to lock this down. So that can be a positive, but also a negative.
Yeah.
Because you want somebody that you can rely on, but at the same time you want multiple options as a team. So I think the most important part of this game for both teams is Fremantle will want to spread this game early. Make it into a running race almost. Yeah. Let's spread the game. Let's open. Let's make the MCG as wide as the 160 metres it is. Whereas Collingwood want to make the MCG as small as possible for as long as they can.
Slingshot off half-back. Really try and get some speed on the footy if they can. I see the ruck duel a real interesting one too, because Darcy, for mine, is the premier ruckman out there today. But Cox and Cameron have been more than serviceable, and they've got the height, that can really test him out. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays, giving their mids of both sides, first use.
And what the interesting part is about both ruckmen for both teams, so Cameron and Cox for Collingwood, but also then Darcy for Fremantle, is both love to push forward and sneak goals, and how they do that when they're playing in the ruck. So that's where they've both got to be on their game. Like, where is he? Is he slipped forward? Is he taking a mark inside forward 50? I think around the ground, Fremantle have got the advantage there.
Yep.
Because I think Sean Darcy's just so strong.
Yes.
He's very, very hard to move. But in the middle of the ground, you think Cox and Cameron should be able to get over the top of Sean Darcy to potentially, those centre bounce clearances just become critical now with the 666.
I feel like Sean Darcy's that type, though, in the way he plays, is that he'll just run straight at him and a bit Shane Mumford-like, I'm just going to create a contest and hope that the ball lands in the middle. It's not clear, it's not direct to an opponent, not a hit out to advantage. Yeah. So that's where I see that falling. But for mine, it's, can the Dockers back six not allow those two to all the the Collingwood forwards? That's going to be the key. And they've been so sound right across the board in the way they've been able to defend the ground this year. Well led by, who Peter Bell mentioned, Alex Pearce. He's another one, very underrated player. Sets him up tremendously across half-back and in the full back line. Just goes about, does his business. And the other one for mine that I'm really looking forward to seeing live here today is young Hayden Young. Absolute weapon off half-back. Yeah. Beautiful left foot kick. Looking forward to seeing him use his skills, and Jordan Clark just complimenting him as well with a bit of speed. So there's good matchups right across the board. I'm really looking forward to it. But to be honest, I don't know which way to lean at the moment. I feel like the crowd's going to play a part, and given Collingwood's experience in the big games, I feel like that just tips me towards them at the moment.
And Corbin mentioned the age of Fremantle, and you look at it. Sarong only 21 years of age. Jordan Clark 21. Brayshaw 22. And you go down to a miss who is only 19. Hayden Young 21. Heath Chapman 20. O'Driscoll 20. Walker 19 years old. They are so young, this Fremantle team. Frederick 22 years old. but they're so exciting.
Yeah.
You know, they've been such a good team to watch this year because they love keeping speed on the game.
Yeah.
They love running. They love trying to spread the field and making teams really defend the whole ground because they're just so enthusiastic with their run.
Well, I think that's the key today is that all these young guys, it's whether they get up for this big crowd or whether they, go into their shell a little bit. And that's just going to be the proof in the pudding when we're watching. So they had them all on their side last week. Now that's a completely different ball game. They're all against you.
Yeah. They're a smaller forward line, Freo, so that'll be interesting how Collingwood sort of deal with that.
Are they? Because Rory Lobb will play down there. Griffin Logue plays down there. Miss plays down there.
Yeah, but then they've got Walters, Frederick, Schultz. The smaller forwards are the ones that potentially could give Collingwood issues. And the player who was really good against Geelong last week was Darcy Moore.
Yeah,
such a springboard from half back. Not to mention his intercepting game. So as to who,
Collingwood aren't massive down back either. They have to play a lot taller than
Nathan Murphy and Howe play taller.
Yeah, Maynard as well when he's down there. But we've seen him do some work inside. So
I'm interested to see who Brady Maynard goes to, because I get a feeling it'll be Walters.
Yeah.
That's who I think.
Take him out of the game. Kicked 3 last week.
Yeah, just try to get into his head, annoy him. Be really physical with him. Take him off his game. But then you've got Quaynor who can play on one of those smaller, quick players. John Noble who can play on one of those smaller, quick players. So they've got options, the Pies. It's just, like I said, just matchups early in finals are just critical to the success.
So the players just going through their last formalities, and they're going to gather on the members' wing, and we'll go through the welcome to country, the minute silence, and the national anthems.
They're the number one handball team in the competition, Fremantle, and they're ranked second last for kick to handball ratio. So it's an interesting clash of styles in the way that the two teams go about it. Clearly Collingwood have based a lot of what they do off Richmond's game style, which was successful, obviously winning 3 of their last 4 flags, and yet the team with the genuine leg speed is probably Fremantle. I mean, they are so quick, and as quick as any list in the competition.
Yeah, look, I'm excited for any final, but this one's fascinating. What styles both teams try to go with early.
And as you touched on, Corby, I'd imagine the Dockers would be keen to take a lot of marks throughout the game. I think they've had great records where they've had over 80 marks per game, and Collingwood with their tackling.
And while we've been chatting, this crowd has really filled up. Just about every block right in the back row. It's going to be a hell of an atmosphere, something Fremantle have never faced in their history in the past, and Collingwood know all about it. So 90,000 plus, the majority of them wearing black and white.
So the players have gathered below us on the members' side, down to our Master of Ceremonies, Nat Edwards.
Between Collingwood and Fremantle. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. We will now have the welcome to country, followed by a minute's silence for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. To conduct an official welcome to country, please welcome Wurundjeri Elder Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start off by acknowledging that this evening we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered this evening. Wominjeka welcome, Wurundjeri Balak Yiman Kondi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Budumbor War Kondi Nengnak Dubin Big Bullipur Tilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Walrong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka welcome, enjoy the game.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. We now invite you, if able, to be upstanding and join the players, coaches and umpires in a minute of silence to remember Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. May she rest in peace. If you can, for the Australian National Anthem, performed tonight by the delightful Taylor Henderson.
Australians, oh, let hearts rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australian fair. Enjoy more strains and let us sing. Advance Australia.
Taylor Henderson with the Australian National Anthem as the players break Collingwood. Their final preparations as they head down to the city end of the Fremantle Dockers to the Punt Road end. And the MCG in complete darkness, the floodlights turned off with the big screen. Valet Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, 1926 to 2022. So the final thoughts, the predictions on the SMS 0437 774 774. Graham listening from Perth, go Freo. Be sure to mention this is only our second game of the MCG this year. Have a good call. And Mark from Mentone, you guys don't get too much caught up on the Collingwood emotion. Let's see intensity, effort and attitude. Go Freo.
Yeah, I think if you want to pick one way or the other, I'm going to tip the Pies just in another nail biter, but they're used to it. They love that way, so we'll hopefully in for a cracker, Remmer.
Yeah, look, let's hope. All finals so far have been just an absolute joy to watch. It makes you really love and appreciate football. Just, that roar after that national anthem.
Goosebumps.
That's what playing football in Melbourne in September is all about. To feel the emotion of the crowd and the noise. How these young Fremantle players that I mentioned before, how can they rise to the occasion early in this game? Collingwood play in front of 50 or 60,000 fans each week, so they've got a level of experience, but they're young as well. They've got some young players, so look, I'm tipping the Pies, but I think only just.
How good is it? Semi-finals footy, a packed MCG. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass to call the action. Adam Romanascus and Brett Delidio, your experts. Tim Hodges is in the front row. Hodgie, welcome.
Hello, Matt. Hello, crew. This is the most amazing atmosphere. Scott Pendlebury, firstly, won the toss, got a huge roar. The Pies will kick to the city end. It's very blustery down here on the boundary. The crowd is going to be an absolute bumper as long as the MCC and AFL members, they hold the key. If they turn up, we'll have 90,000 plus. The MCC told me they're expecting 91,000 people. It is an unbelievable atmosphere. The weather, it is bitterly cold, a low of 8 forecast tonight. One of my weather apps says no rain, the other says a late shower, so we'll wait and see. And just repeating, no late changes. The medical subs for the Pies, it's Josh Carmichael. For the Dockers, Bailey Banfield. This is some sort of atmosphere down on the boundary, guys. Good calling.
A spot in the preliminary final against Sydney awaits. Whose story will continue, Collingwood or Fremantle? On ABC Sport, here's Corbin Middlemass.
From bottom 10 to last 4 for one of these two teams. Collingwood and Fremantle, and umpire Matt Stevick slaps the footy into the turf, comes down Brodie's way, knocks it straight to Pendlebury the Pies. Hand pass wanted to go, he missed him. Brodie for Freo, gives it to Brayshaw, locked up, got it out to Ash. Hand pass for Ash rather, finds Sarong. Sarong kick wide to Switkowski, who takes the mark on the southern wing. He pokes the kick out further wide to Walters. Still between wing and half forward, can put Freo inside their forward 50. Amos the target, getting back crisp. Knocks it out of bounds and a throw in. 40 out from the Fremantle goal at the punt road end.
I love that from Andy Brayshaw. Braden Maynard started in the centre square. Absolutely tried to line him up with the first tackle. Brayshaw just absorbed that punishment to able to give that handball out.
Thrown back in, Dockers in attack. Darcy won it down, but Crisp of Collingwood, hand pass to Nick Dacos, was able to link up with Pendlebury to Crisp to Goey. Now to the runner, Noble from halfback. Sends Collingwood around the southern wing. Cox takes the mark. He's between wing and half forward. Veers out to the right. Long kick towards Myercheck in the back and clears to the back. Ginnivan, the last standing. He sockers through the opening goal. Of course he does. Collingwood with the opening goal inside a minute, and it's Jack Ginnivan who lets his footy do the talking. End-to-end transition from the Magpies. They're one straight 6 to Fremantle yet to score.
Well, that's exactly how Collingwood wanted to start the game, Rama. Get the ball moving, keep them speed on the footy. There was a couple of quick handballs and ability then to get it out the back, and Mason Cox. We talk about Lobb trying to do that for Freo on the other end for the Dockers, but it was Mason Cox, and he just turned and went and got it inside. Got a good contest from Myercheck, and the man of the moment, man of the year at the moment, Jack Ginnivan, just at the bottom end.
The last time these two teams played, he was celebrating in the goal square before he kicked the goal.
That's right.
In the wet over in Perth, and he kicks the first one of the night, and he's celebrating after he puts it through here. Collingwood with the first, and the crowd plugged into the electrical socket straight away. Free kick in the middle, a ruck infringement going Collingwood's way. Cameron to take it. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Out the front door of the centre square. Pearce back with the flight. He was crunched in the back, and a free kick is going to go Fremantle's way. It's to Ryan, who got shoved into him. And Ryan to take it for the Dockers goes short to Hayden Young, the young star on the back flank for Freo.
He looks at options, decides to come inboard, and Brayshaw takes the mark. Game 100 for Andrew Brayshaw. Such an exciting prospect for the Fremantle Dockers. He looks around the Shane Warne stand, gains a couple of metres as Hoskin Elliott came at him. He's kicked towards Darcy, can't get there. Howell thought he had a lot of it, and in the end he's paid the mark. So Jeremy Howell takes it centre wing on the outer side. Collingwood with the opening goal through Jack Ginnivan. Howell looks to send Collingwood towards half forward. Pearce sets himself. Cox in from the side. Couldn't take the mark. Lipinski front and centre. Hand pass out. Myercheck tries to knock it onto Elliott. It's picked off by Ryan though. He drives Fremantle out of defence. Quaynor underneath it. Schultz in from the side. Did well. They scrap forward at ground level. Schultz in. Great work. Got the hand pass to Switkowski. Back to Chapman. Feeds it to Brayshaw and out to Akers at halfback.
Akers dishes a hand pass for Lowe. Getting himself in there. Pendlebury won it back for Collingwood. To side bottom by hand to Quaynor, and Switkowski takes him out of play. Pendlebury throwing on the wing.
So Braden Maynard started in the centre square. You know, that intimidation factor, that first set of bounce. He's now back into his customary position across halfback.
No late change. The subs, Josh Carmichael for Collingwood, Bailey Banfield for Fremantle. Pies by a goal from the throw-in. Darcy knocks it back towards the boundary line, and Brayshaw can't keep it in. Make up these two teams. 5 30-year-olds in the Collingwood outfit, just 2 for Fremantle. Both have a couple of teenagers out there. As I mentioned, no late change for either team. The first goal of the game for Jack Ginnivan. We expect 90,000 plus already in the house.
Thrown back in, it falls away at Brodie for the Dockers. Squeeze a kick forward. Side bottom spins out of a tackle from Sarong. Works it back to Crisp. Into the middle of the ground. Over the head of Lipinski. Turns it over. Young takes the mark for the Fremantle Dockers. Squares it up to the back edge of the centre square. Aish looking at options straight down the middle. Nothing presents, so swings it back to the members' side. It's wide of Akers. Elliott offers chase. Akers gathers. Hand pass to Chapman. Back to Akers. Retreating back. Inside defensive 50. All the way back to Cox, who marks just 25 metres out from his defensive goal.
There's a lot of the Magpie Army here, and a few of them with long memories. The jeers for James Aish. The last final he played on this ground was the 2019 prelim.
Collingwood lost in a close run thing to the Giants as the short pass hung in the air too long from Cox. He wanted Ryan. It's knocked out of play by Mason Cox. Oh, there's a free kick before all of that. And Ginnivan can't believe it. It's going Fremantle's way and Chapman to take it at half back.
Yeah, over the shoulder, Mason Cox.
So Chapman off the back flank for Fremantle. Goes long to the members' wing. Logue trying to work his way to the front, comes down to Pendlebury. Slick hands to Nick Dacos. High kick to centre half forward for the Pies. Mason Cox there with his namesake. Brennan knocks it away for Fremantle. Comes to Brayshaw. He got it out to Brodie again, and off go Freo to Akers, who kicks down the wing.
Up to Amos, who's nudged underneath it illegally by Maynard. So Maynard alongside Amos. Moore has Logue. Howe with lob for the moment. Noble on Walters. Isaac Quaynor with Lockie Schultz. Peter Bell told us pre-match, don't think he's been to Victoria, let alone the MCG. Sends the Dockers into attack. In the pack, Lob did the roving, snaps towards Collins on the bounce, racing back Josh Dacos. Gathers against the behind line. Turns and looks up to the southern side. His kick is over the head of Hoskin Elliott, and Clark takes the mark for the Dockers. Right half forward. He's still about 65 metres out from goal. Jordan Clark looks for options, sends it towards the teeth of goal. Cameron sets himself. Logue with a big fly. Maynard crumbed at best for the Collingwood side. Kicks out of defence, but Clark waiting. Takes the intercepting mark for the Dockers once more.
So some repeat entries here for Fremantle as Clark's just going to go back to Pearce on the wing. Freo in the white, jumping tonight in the white shorts with the purple chevrons. He goes short to Brayshaw, and Collingwood in the black and white stripes and the black shorts. And their home semi-final. And Brayshaw's just going to have to go long with a contest kick into the forward pocket. Lobb's down there. He's trying to reel it in. Has it been paid? Yes. Rory Lobb in the forward pocket. Clunks it for Freo.
And then this is the risk for Collingwood. So Jeremy Howe has lined up on Rory Lobb, and Darcy Moore is going with Griffin Logue. Rory Lobb's got a big height advantage.
Massive. He's their leading goal kicker this year, Rory Lobb, with 36 goals. One of only 4 guys to carry finals experience into this series. The settler for Freo, not to be. Kicks it straight across the face for a behind. Collingwood 1 straight. The Dockers that behind. 7.5 minutes in, Pies by 5.
Nick Dacos looks to bring Collingwood back into play. There's just a second footy on the oval for the moment, so he soccers that behind the goals, and we're right to proceed. Into the right back pocket, he kicks for Noble. Gestures around the members' wing, side steps around Schultz, gained a few extra metres, drives it up to the wing. Ash Johnson's there. Darcy nudges him underneath. Lipinski onto it, run down by Mundy. Great tackle. The evergreen David Mundy in his 16th final wins a free kick on the members' wing for the Dockers.
Still showing his speed.
Yes. Had that question during the week. The savvy bet for the Dockers as Mundy kicks it to the hot spot again. Hands on it from Logue. Moore just tries to knock it away straight to Aish. Gang tackled, taken down by Nick Dacos. Ball spits out to Crisp. He's off and running through centre half back. Has a bounce. Frederick after him. What a matchup. The track star keeps going. Frederick never gave up. Crisp beats him. Hand pass inside 50 to Myercheck, and Myercheck's tackled. And a ball up 20 metres out from the Collingwood goal.
How exciting was that?
It was like Cyril and Jenner all those years ago in the grand final. What a race, and Crisp holds off to Frederick Chase.
Having run so far, he burned all his tickets. He couldn't get a kick away.
Couldn't get the leg up.
Had to get the hand pass forward. And Myercheck locked up. Cameron and Lobb. Lobb does the ruck work, wins down the tap. Elliott onto it, brush the ace tackle. Spills towards McCreary, can't get a disposal away. Akers brought down. Did he get a hand pass away? Umpire waves play on, and the footy's locked underneath Chapman and McCreary. Our ball up just 25 metres out from the Collingwood goal at the city end.
Up it goes as Cameron swats it down. Walker for the Dockers. Hand pass away to Brayshaw. They get the clearance again. Kicks wide to Schultz. Marks at half back. Amos is all alone on the wing. The kick misses in. Amos will run onto it. Up into the front half. Hand pass to Frederick for Fremantle. Looks inside 50. Decides against it. Now he kicks under the pump. Turns it over. Howe knocks it down for Collingwood and peels off half back.
Feigns the hand pass now. Kicks long towards McCreary. Back with the fly. Bounces in front of him and Brennan Cox. McCreary keeps it alive. Cox never gave up. Great tackle. Gets the hand pass away. Walker gets back to offer assistance. Holding the ball was paid. Advantage given
11. The kick up to Mundy. Back edge of the centre square. Walters is all on his own. Takes the mark. Attacking side of the centre circles. Looks for options inside 50. Drives it towards Darcy and Maynard. Maynard downed his opponent. Ball spills clear. Schultz in the left forward pocket. Gathers. He'll retreat back to Akers at left half forward.
And Akers takes a breath along with about 95,000 others. A very unique atmosphere for our Indigenous game for this semi-final as the kick to the top of the goal square. Flying Cameron spills down to Quaynor, and Quaynor kicks out to the southern wing for Collingwood. Pearce will be the first one there. Knocks it away towards O'Driscoll. It comes back to Pearce. Still going half forward for Freo. Got it to Aish. Pokes the kick to half forward. Lob knocks it down to Mundy. Mundy under pressure. Mundy caught. Tackled, holding the ball. Collingwood away. Advantage applied. And Lipinski off the back flank.
Up to Johnson, who gives the hand pass to Josh Dacos. Looks up one-on-ones further afield towards Elliott. Spoiled away by Ryan. It ricochets into the middle of the ground. Crucial touch from Brennan Cox. Knocked it to the advantage of Akers. Gets the hand pass away. Andrew Brayshaw trying to link up with Fredericks. Aish emerges with the footy. Squeeze the kick over the head of Walters. And Howe dropped the mark. Low glaze the tackle. Howe still scraps for it. Knocks it back to the advantage of Darcy Moore. And Collingwood are out of defence. Up to the members wing. McCreary makes body contact with Walker, fends him off once, then twice, loses the footy, has to lay the tackle on Akers, and Walker ends up with it for the Dockers.
Oh, little casual. He should have been running quicker. McCreary got him from behind. Collingwood win it. Pendlebury hand pass to Nick Dacos, looks for Elliott, tries to volley it to his own advantage. Akers hits him in the other direction. Ball spits out. Pendlebury clever, kicks it to side bottom. Finish lacking on the behind line. Myercheck takes the contested mark. Gee, it's hot early, 12 minutes in, and Freo don't look overawed. They're matching it with Collingwood, but the Pies a chance to kick the first two.
So Walker was a terrific effort by him, but then when he won the ball, he had to know the pressure was coming.
Myercheck to double up for Collingwood. Turns to the crowd and says, "Let me hear you." 90,000 in the house. And so rare outside of international sport to have so many of them cheering for the one team. And it's the side they came to see, Collingwood, who have kicked the first two of the game. 2 straight to 1 behind, 12 and a half minutes into the opening term.
I think both teams are settled into this game. You know, Fremantle have got the run. They're using their leg to find the loose player. But it's just little mistakes. Like there, Walker wins the ball back. Yeah,
it's the fundamentals we spoke about.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, Lids.
I feel like Collingwood are just opening the game up, trying to get speed on that footy. They're willing to take the ground in front of them, bounce, run, carry, put Fremantle on the back foot. Haven't been able to capitalise just yet and really blow them out of the water. 2 goals to 1 behind so far, but Fremantle settled well.
Brett Delidio and Adam Ramanaskas with you. Cox into the ruck against Darcy. Darcy gets the clearance for the Dockers. Kicks to half forward. Walters tries to juggle it to his own advantage. Back to his ruckman in Darcy. Hand passes to Mundy. Kicks to the members side. And Akers takes the mark. Members side of the MCG. Short over the top to Mundy, who started hot for the Dockers. Kicks towards Lob in the pocket. Howe's there. He takes the mark in front of Logue in the right back pocket for the Magpies. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
It's amazing, Clinchy, so many holding the ball decisions so early in this game, just because players aren't even talking. You can tell it from down here. They're not talking to each other because it's futile trying to talk to each other with the sheer amount of noise.
Lipinski, dangerous kick into the corridor. Mark taken by Crisp. He was crunched in the back by Young, who tried to spoil. Free kick for Collingwood.
I love that kick from Lipinski. Just take it on. Take the game on in the middle of the ground.
Pies by 11 after 14 minutes. Crisp goes to a contest on the wing. Flying in the air. Hoskin Elliott, no mark. Comes out at ground level to Lipinski. Got it from Bianco. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Kicks wide for Hoskin Elliott. He marks 52 out. Left half forward. Collingwood going inside 50 again. He's just going to set it up to Mason Cox in the goal square. Elliott flies in front of the pack. It spills out of bounds. Forward pocket for the Pies. A throw in it deep at the city end. 14 and a half minutes in. Collingwood by 11.
Inside 50s are 8 apiece. Fremantle with 54 disposals, so Collingwood's 46. The Magpies deep in attack.
Thrown back in. Cox, that's Mason Cox and Darcy. Ricochets off Darcy's head. Josh Dacos, was he taken high? He pinballs off an opponent. Hand pass picked off by O'Driscoll. Hand pass to Clark. Loose hand pass from him. And Noble came charge again. Locks the footy in the left forward pocket with Lockie Schultz on the very bottom of the pack.
Pies 2 straight, Freo 1 behind as Darcy wins the hit out down to Brodie, knocks it back to Darcy, to sockers it out of the defensive 50. Noble was dragged down. No, he wasn't. The free kick's before that. It's in the back. It's going Schultz way. Takes it for Fremantle. Kicks out wide to Mundy, who marks southern boundary line. Pokes the pass over halfway to Logue. Slow, deliberate build-up for Fremantle. He chips it down the line for Lobb. Too much hang time. And Murphy got across to Spoil. Knocks it out of play. Did it illegally.
Dropped his arm. Play on. There's no one on the mark.
Free kick for Lobb. Murphy trots back into the defensive 50. Lobb between wing and half forward retreats. Goes back to Young, who marks Logo. Southern wing, Collingwood by 11.
The Dockers need to get something for all their good work. Young veers out to the left, gets every millimetre, drives it inside 50, Logue in the pack. Darcy Moore with a definitive fist. He spoils it out of play and gains 25 metres. Got it outside of the defensive 50.
Just notice the Dockers players just over-kicking the footy a little bit at the moment. That'll be nerves and anxiety, just feeling the heat a little bit. Just need to calm themselves. Just put it to their favour of their forwards leading up the ground.
The voice of Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Darcy and Mason Cox. Darcy knocks it to the front. Brodie's hand pass to O'Driscoll. Trying to link back up with Sean Darcy. Tackled by DeGoey and brought down. Quick hand pass from Josh Dacos. Couldn't clear the congestion. Schultz over the top and Jack Crisp as well. And the umpire will throw it up. Collingwood by 11 points. 16 minutes gone. Opening term in this semi-final on ABC Sport.
A half forward for Freo, up it goes. Darcy swats it down out the back, but it's come down to Josh Dacos. Free kick for Collingwood. They all stopped, and in the end he hurriedly takes the advantage. Hoskin Elliott knocks it out the back to Elliott. Runs onto it, kicks it to Johnson going downhill. No mark. Will it sit for him? Top of the goal square. Now he's got Brennan Cox to beat. Cox lays the tackle. Cox has got him, holding the ball. Great chase and a free kick for the Freo defender on the last line.
Yeah, it was just a slide over kick from Jamie Elliott. And they've given away 50 metres, but it was terrific by Cox. He never gave up on that contest. Sometimes when your forward gets out the back, you give up, but Cox just kept chasing and was able to lay the tackle.
Brennan Cox goes short to Young, who plays on immediately, and the lefty kicks long in the Rory Lobb direction, removes Murphy, takes the mark. All legal, said the umpire. Right on the 50. Lobb just rolls onto the right boot, kicks it to the top of the goal square. Logue trying to work his way to the front, spills to Howe. Frederick got him. Umpire says ball up. 12 metres out from the Freo goal at the punt road end.
Gee, that's a good tackle. Inside forward 50, just nailed him, Frederick.
11-9, Fremantle's way. Mason Cox wins down the tap. Tapped out by Howe, nowhere to go. Amos lays the tackle on Murphy. And the umpire will throw it up to the end in which the Purple Pride cheer squad is at the punt road end. The Dockers trying to find their first goal. Can Walters deliver to the goal line? It's kept alive by Nick Dacos. Just got the kick away from the lunging tackle of Logue. Underneath it, dropping the mark was Young. He tries to regather. Now he has McCreary to deal with. And he takes him over the boundary line. They throw it in front of the Collingwood fans at the Olympic stand, leaning over, just offering the umpire a word or two of advice. And there's a bit of pushing and shoving before the ball's thrown in.
We had Hayden Young Lids on Grandstand AFL Sunday last week, said he dreamed of this, playing here against Collingwood. Pies Army.
Loves Pendles.
I think he thought he was going to be playing for the Pies. Grew up a Collingwood fan. He's in enemy territory tonight for the boundary throw-in. Spills McCreary's way. Hand pass through to DeGoey. Away he goes. Just put some distance between him and the chasers. Long kick forward to Johnson. Gets another look at it. Brennan Cox, excellent. Got his hand in there. Spills to Johnson. Pearce tackles him. Ball comes out. Ump says play on. Cox for the Dockers. Hand pass to Chapman. To Walker. Kick smothered. Walker's still going outnumbered. Now he's in trouble. Pendlebury's hand pass got it to Sarong. Bianco puts his head over it. He tucks it in. Umpire circles. He says holding the ball. Bianco tried to sit on top of it, forced the stoppage. And the umpire was all over it. Free kick, Caleb Sarong at half-back for Fremantle. Collingwood by 11, approaching time on in the first.
Only Sarong's second possession. 20 minutes into this game now. Coming up for a third. You need him to find the ball, need to get hands on the ball. It's that midfield dominance that both teams are looking for.
The 1-2 with Eats Chapman and then up to left half back where Aish takes them up.
The former Magpie has it at left half back. Collingwood by 11 points, 2 straight 12 to Fremantle, 1 behind. Drives it towards Lobb, in a wrestle with Mason Cox. Cox fists it forward, gathered by Sarong. Hand pass looking for Walters. Noble knocks him down. Ball spins into the middle of the ground. Chris couldn't sock it off the ground. Pendlebury couldn't knock it clear. Sarong to Walters. Hand pass to Switkowski. Now a chance. Frederick losing his balance towards the goal square. Darcy Moore. Great mark for Collingwood. Out of defence, kicks up to Maynard at right half back.
Hand pass to Nick Dacos, the rising star. Gives it back to the All-Australian in Maynard. Pokes his kick to Bianco. One of only 2 men on the ground playing in their first final. And the only man on the ground, the other one's the Medi sub in Josh Carmichael, who comes in for Collingwood. Straightens up to Noble. Noble somehow got it through to Crisp in the middle of the ground. Kicks a floater to half forward. Brennan Cox got rid of Johnson. It wasn't legal. Advantage applied. De Goey says, I'll kick it. Collingwood with the first 3. And 95,000 are pretty happy about it. The Pies, 3 straight. Fremantle 1 behind. Into time on in the opening term last week. Collingwood kicked the first 3 against the Cats and lost. Fremantle conceded the first 6 and won. And the Pies with the jump again tonight. They lead it by 17. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
A hell of a lot of work down at the Docker bench, Corbin, on Blake Acres. It's his right knee. He had it strapped. He tried to run around the boundary. Then he had to have it restrapped. It was too tight. He is so proppy. He's in a hell of a lot of pain. He is trying to get back on the ground, but not at the moment. He's gone and sat back down. So, yeah, some serious concern down here at the Docker bench.
As casual as you like from Jordan De Goey.
Wasn't it ever?
I don't even know if he wanted to take it back. Ash Johnson won the free kick. And sort of De Goey looked around and he just thought, I'll trot in and just kick a check side and nail it.
Adam Romanascus, Brett Delidio, Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass, Tim Hodges with you on ABC Sport. Sean Darcy got the clearance. His kick was smothered. Sarong shovels a hand pass out. Sukowski couldn't link up, and De Goey for Collingwood on half back. Kicks up the members wing. Elliott clean as a whistle. Hand pass to Crisp. Almost brought down by Brayshaw. Gets a hand pass forward. Lipinski and Clark against the boundary. Clark keen to take it over. As Lipinski tackles him across the boundary line. A throw in at right half forward for the Magpies.
There's that Brayshaw trademark, the closing speed. He runs hard when he hasn't got the footy.
Collingwood 3 straight 18. Fremantle 1 behind, despite it being 15 inside 50s apiece. Thrown back in. Sean Darcy knocks it to the front to Andy Brayshaw, who squeezes a kick towards Lobb. He's chasing now here in Murphy. And Nathan Murphy seen out of play for a boundary throw-in.
I can't believe how many running bounces have been taken so far in this game. I love it.
You don't see it early in finals usually.
You don't see it enough in any game, really.
Yeah.
Showcase your speed.
Pies by 17. They've kicked the first 3 goals of the game. Time on opening quarter from the boundary throw-in. Mason Cox follows up beautifully. Knocks it down to Bianco. Away to Crisp. Collingwood from the stoppage. Hand pass to Elliott. Tries to thread it to De Goey. No mark. Gets a second go. Back to Elliott. The fourth coming up. Elliott bounces it through. And the Pies are rolling in the opening turn. Another hot start for Collingwood. And Fremantle again staring down the barrel of a first quarter deficit. It's Collingwood by 23 points, 4 straight. Fremantle just the 1 behind, 23 minutes into the opening quarter.
So, Lids, we spoke about this before the game. So Collingwood's goals have come through De Goey, Elliott, Ginnivan, Myercheck.
Exactly
just
right.
the options.
Yeah.
It's the options. So on that occasion, it's De Goey coming out of the goal square and trying to hit up hard at the kicker. Elliott follows up. So it's been Johnson going inside forward 50. The options are different, and it's making the Fremantle defence at the moment really second guess themselves.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Clinch, I'm not sure if the boys were watching Blake Acres come onto the ground then. He ran and he got as far as the Melbourne sign, then he stopped running. He's in that much pain, so that's going to be a real watch for the Dockers.
Back in the middle of the ground, Sarong trying to get the clearance, and it's picked off by Josh Dacos. Another roll forward for Collingwood. Long towards Hoskin. Elliott. Chapman in from the side. It spills to Walker. Ripping it away from him is Jamie Elliott. Young back onto it for the Dockers. The hand pass didn't sink up as he works it back to Chapman. Now to Brennan Cox. Out of defence, up towards Amos. In front, Murphy. Kept it alive. Gets to right half forward. High kick inside 50. Ryan sets himself underneath, and the ever-reliable defender takes the mark in the left back pocket for the Dockers, but it's Collingwood by 23 points.
They've had one look at it. Fremantle and Rory Lobb missed a set shot in the forward pocket.
Collingwood 4 straight at the other end to lead by 23. Long kick to a pack on the wing. Spills down to Pendlebury again. Collingwood win it. Bianco hand pass to Nick Dacos. Out wide to brother Josh. He overruns it and Schultz sees it out of play. On the wing.
I think you give your brother a cook if he misses you with a handball. I reckon I would. If that was my brother. Expect better.
The inside 50s even. Collingwood 14. Fremantle 12. And yet 4 scores to 1. And Collingwood have kicked 4 majors to lead by 23. From the boundary throw-in comes to Young. He's spun around by McCreary, dispossessed. Lipinski squeezes a kick out. Follows up Lipinski, tackled by Akers. Comes Pendlebury's way, moving through. The smooth mover, hand pass in the same motion. Got it to Josh Dacos, kicks inside 50. Cameron keeps it in front of him. Links up with Ginnivan. Hand pass swatted down. And Frederick for Fremantle to Pearce. Hand pass to Ryan at centre half back for the Dockers.
Looks out to the southern wing, puts it out in front of Swikowski. Race after that. He and Noble compete. Noble works him underneath it. Clears a path for Quaynor. Had to get past Walters. Hand pass to Noble. Works it up to Hoskin Elliott at left half forward. Collingwood just beautiful in transition at the moment. He sidesteps around Mundy. Looks inside 50. Young's waiting for that kick. And he takes the intercepting mark for the Dockers. So 4 goals to 1 behind Collingwood's way. You think back to Perth last week. The Bulldogs with the opening 5 goals in the first quarter. It took the Dockers to the second quarter to score their first goal. It's not stage fright here, but they need to get something for all their hard work. Akers on half-back. Hand pass into the middle of the ground for Sarong. Works it back to Alex Pearce. He can chip it out to Walker. Over his head at right half-back. Just some of the simple skills letting the Dockers down. Drives it around the southern wing to Ryan, who's pushed up to link in the passage of play.
And Ryan just slows it down for Fremantle. He looks into the middle of the ground. Good kick to Sarong. Takes the mark for the Dockers. Goes off the left boot across the centre square to Akers. They try to shift out the northern side. Akers a high bomb into the pocket for Lobb. That's not the kick. And getting across, Murphy knocks it out of bounds. A boundary throw in, 30 out from the Freo goal.
They come for each other so well, don't they, the Collingwood defence? You never seem like they're one out against their direct opponent. There's always someone coming off, willing to trust each other. And especially with a big crowd like that, like this, you really need to have that trust.
Boundary throw-in. Freo still looking for their first. Mason Cox wins it down to Pendlebury. Dumps a kick out of the defensive arc. Chapman knocks it down. Spills to Josh Dacos of the Pies. Floats a hand pass to McCreary, and Alex Pearce takes him out of play. A throw-in, 60 out from the Fremantle goal. The Dockers have had 1 goalless opening quarter all season. It was last Saturday night in their elimination final, and they haven't kicked one so far in the opening term, which is 28 minutes old.
Jordan Nagoe with 5 disposals, a goal and 3 score involvement so far. Sean Darcy takes it out of the ruck against Mason Cox, drives it inside 50, but Lobb's caught behind. And Jeremy Howe takes the intercepting mark for Collingwood. Under the Olympic stand, they are all the way to the back here at the MCG tonight. As Howe drives it up towards Darcy Cameron. Sean Darcy got a hand to it, he couldn't keep it alive, and it goes out of play.
So Jeremy Howe has had 5 intercept possessions already in this first quarter.
It's a lot, given he's playing on Rory Lobb.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Big Rory at 207 centimetres.
Got to compete. You've got to compete against Jeremy Howe. You can't leave him spare to jump at the football.
As opposed to Jeremy Howe, 190 centimetres. A fair mismatch. The throw in, no clearance gathered as Lipinski and Josh Dacos are there. O'Driscoll over the top once more. Last passage of play as the umpire throws it in the air. And the siren sounds for quarter time. It's another dominant start for the Magpies. It's another slow start for the Fremantle Dockers. And Collingwood at quarter time lead 4 straight 24 to the Dockers, 1 behind. And as Corby mentioned, just a second time they've been held goalless this season after doing so last week against the Western Bulldogs. For the Magpies, goals to DeGoey, Elliott, Ginnivan and Myercheck. And the Magpies holding a 23-point advantage at the first change. Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on. Getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC. Stay connected.
For continuing coverage of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II and the worldwide reaction, head to ABC News Radio or the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sends Collingwood around the southern wing. Cox takes the mark. He's between wing and half forward. Veers out to the right. Long kick towards Myercheck. In the back and clears to the back. Ginnivan the last standing. He sockers through the opening goal. Of course he does.
Ball spits out. Pendlebury clever. Kicks it to side bottom. Finish lacking. On the behind line, Myercheck takes the contested mark. Myercheck to double up for Collingwood. Turns to the crowd and says, "Let me hear you." Crisp in the middle of the ground. Kicks a float at a half forward. Brennan Cox got rid of Johnson. It wasn't legal. Advantage applied. De Goey says, "I'll kick it." Collingwood with the first three. Knocks it down to Bianco. Away to Crisp. Collingwood from the stoppage. Hand pass to Elliott. Tries to thread it to De Goey. No mark. Gets a second go. Back to Elliott. The fourth coming up. Elliott bounces it through. And the Pies are rolling in the opening turn.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
A dominant opening start from the Magpies, leading by 23 points at quarter time. 4 straight, 24 to the Dockers, 1 behind. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Brett Delidio and Adam Ramanauskas are your experts. But first, let's head down to the boundary to Tim Hodges.
Matt, just been keeping an eye on Blake Acres from the Dockers. It's a right knee injury he sustained in that first term. He had it strapped twice. The first time they strapped it actually too tight. He was just trying to run around the boundary to get it going. But even when he went back on the ground, he just could not get into a proper jog, let alone a run. He spent most of the quarter-time break with the doctors and the physio. Now he's actually talking to Coach Justin Longmuir. I think there has to be some doubt on whether he can continue and get through this game. So Bailey Banfield is the medical sub. He will be a watch over the next 20 minutes.
Thanks, Hodgie. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio, your thoughts on the opening term?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch that with Blake Acres. He's their leading possession winner at the moment. He's for the time that he spent on the bench as well to come out and still have 10 touches. Credit to him. But what I'm noticing at the moment, Rama, and I see it with a lot of interstate teams, and I certainly noticed it when I was involved with the Giants, is the disconnect between the mids and the forwards. I feel like key forwards in particular, get lost out here with all the space for the MCG, and they struggle to find themselves to provide that option for the midfielders as they're coming off half-back through the wing. So if they can sort that out, get Griffin Logue on the move, Rory Lobb. They've also overused it a little bit too. They've overkicked it at times, put it over their head, fed it straight to. We spoke of Jeremy Howe and how well he started. Well, you don't have to read it too well when it's been put down your throat.
That's right. So, you know, Jeremy Howe's had 5 intercept possessions in that first quarter. So Fremantle have had 14 inside 50s, and those 5 intercepts have all been inside defensive 50s. So allowing Rory Lobb, if you kick the ball high to Rory Lobb against a shorter opponent, you're going to go, he wins. Jeremy Howe does use his body really well, does come in third man across. Rory needs to hit up at the ball. When you're playing against an interceptor, hit up at the ball. They want to drop off.
That's that disconnect that I'm talking about. Get on the move, get on your bike, test him out and see, well, right, you're going to drop off. All right, well, I'm going to get 10 marks.
Yeah, correct.
You know, and then Griffin Logue comes in behind him. He gets some more space behind. Collingwood play it so well. They're like, all right, well, you go, you're not dangerous. I'll hold back here. They kick it straight to us, and they've got that third man in all the time. So, you know, they've won their fair share of the footy, Freo. They're 105 to 80, more possessions. But it's Collingwood who are more damaging. They're taking more ground. They're opening the game up just through speed on the footy.
So Fremantle, when there's a stoppage in Collingwood's defensive half of the ground, they're taking 1 extra up to the stoppage. That's leaving 1 Collingwood defender spare. Whereas Collingwood are evening the numbers up. So you look there, you know, Fremantle really, in terms of their interceptors, didn't have much of the ball in that first quarter, because if you've got even numbers in front of the ball, you get an even contest, and that's what Collingwood were able to do. It may have been chaos ball going inside their forward line, but it was effective.
Yeah, and it's quick. It doesn't allow them to set up and catch it. There's more pressure on it. So for Freo, they need to, maybe they bring some more speed into their own game to catch Collingwood on the hop, but they've got to stop leaving so many gaps and so much grass from the take. I feel like it's on the verge. They're 4 goals to 1. Not panic stations just yet, 'cause we saw them do it last week. They were, we're pretty comfortable here, but Tell you what, you'd want to get one through the big ones, I reckon.
Worth revisiting from last night as well, Clinchy. In the regular season, 70% of teams in front of quarter time went on to win. This final series, not one team leading at quarter time has won so far, including Melbourne last night.
The clearance is the way of the Magpies, 11-6. The inside 50s, the way of Collingwood as well, 16-14. So the Pies with 4 goals from their 16 inside 50s. The Dockers have managed just one behind. Akers and Brayshaw with 10, Pendlebury with 11, and Nick Dacos with 8. Collingwood by 23 points as we enter the second quarter. Darcy Cameron up against Sean Darcy. Cameron wins down the tap, but it's Mundy who's first onto it, trying to link up with Sarong. Freo get the first clearance, sends it long inside 50, coming out Darcy Moore and Logue. Moore worked it down to Noble, locked up, great tackle. Schultz,
big tackle,
hit him with speed, and there was nowhere to go.
Oh, well, he took the tackler on, John Noble, and he lost. You know, simple as that. It was a terrific tackle by Schultz, albeit I think the ball's in his hand. In the end, so he ripped it out of his hand and still got holding the ball.
But where did it start?
Yeah.
Start in the middle.
Correct.
Get it out of the middle. Give your forwards a chance, 1v1. Don't allow Collingwood to drop off and intercept that footy.
Didn't kick a goal against the Western Bulldogs last week. What a big moment it is to try and stand up and kick the Dockers first. Directly in front, 25 metres out. Schultz comes in and gives them something to build on. Fremantle's first goal comes inside a minute in the second quarter. They're 1-1-7 to the Magpies, 4 straight 24.
Well, there was more noise then than I thought there would be, Rama, but it all goes back to that middle, and there was Dave Mundy feeding it out to Caleb Sarong, who didn't have a clearance in that first quarter. Gets it out, finally drives that ball in deep. And that's what you pay your small forwards to do. Once the ball hits the deck, you're in there to apply pressure. That's a strong tackle on John Noble. He had nowhere to go. And they were dying for that goal. Just snuck it through. Hopefully that's the little heartbeat that we need for the Dockers. Get them started. Get them into the next one.
Averaging a goal a game, Lachie Schultz. 67th appearance, 67th goal. In his second final tonight, 17-point lead for the Pies. Early stage of second term, Cameron straight down to Degoe, and out of the centre square he goes, inside 50, turns it over. And Young takes the intercept mark for Fremantle. And the counter-attack hits up Mundy. And a veteran for Fremantle at centre-half back. This goes short back to Young. One of their better ball users just stands still at centre-half back. And Freo able to just maintain possession in the slow play as they like to do. He goes out wide to Chapman.
So you got Nathan Murphy just sitting back by himself.
Chapman's going to go long with a contest kick to half forward. Lob down there along with Amos. No mark. Spills down Fremantle's way. Amos has got it. Hand pass to Akers. Bangs into Brayshaw. His teammate kicks to Schultz, who's backing back, and Marks knew the traffic was there behind him. Never took his eyes off the footy.
So good courage there by Schultz, the back of the pack. But it's the contest by Jai Miss there that was able to create the ground ball, the spill, for a quick kick to go inside forward 50.
Cue Benny Cameron the tweet here if this does go through. He loves it. Lachie Schultz double.
They've only ever lost once, Freo, with Lachie Schultz kicking multiple goals. And he was as flat as a pancake the day that stat went down. Here's Lachie Schultz to make it 2 in a matter of minutes. His kick is offline, right to the behind line. Load climbs, no mark, and Moore's happy to knock it through for a behind. So Fremantle 1-2. Collingwood 4 straight. Hodgie's been all over the injury for Blake Akers. He looks banged up, but he's staying out there. Yeah, Collingwood by 16, 4 minutes into the second term.
As the Magpies long out of defence towards Mason Cox, worked underneath it. Clark for the Dockers. So Young almost run down by Elliott. He's forced the turnover. Mason Cox hand passes to Degoe, trying to link up again with Elliott. Brennan Cox for Freo. Hand pass back to Young. To Sarong at left half back. Out to the southern wing. O'Driscoll has to deal with Sidebottom. He's taken high. And much to his delight, he gets the nod with the free kick.
With Blake Akers, it's one of those ones where he'll need to let the pain relief soak in before you truly know if you can or can't go. Because at the moment, he looks horrible.
Yep.
It's just whether he can continue on for the moment. Freo work it into their defensive 50. Alex Pearce takes the mark.
Sort of like College Asney last week. He tried into that second quarter, but it just didn't work.
And in the end, it felt like it was 10 minutes too long.
Yeah, correct.
Akers here on cue, has it at right half back, goes short to Clark. Has it between wing and half back for the Dockers on the members' side. Over 90,000 in the house, we think somewhere towards 95. Kicks towards a lob. Three Pies come in and nudge him under the footy. Amos onto it, tackle by Noble. He gets the hand pass away, straight to Darcy Cameron at Collingwood. Kicks towards McCreery, underneath it Chapman couldn't complete the mark, but he did get him a shove from McCreery and gets the free kick on the members' side. Collingwood by 16.
Dangerous Chapman, kick picked off, trying to straighten up. Lipinski takes the intercept mark, tries to honour the lead of Elliott, puts it out in front of him, runs onto it on the bounce, turns, Elliott slots it. Pies answer straight back. A goal each to start the second term. 5 minutes into the quarter. Collingwood 5 straight. Fremantle 1-2-8. Jamie Elliott's got a couple. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Well, Blake Acres is working the wing right in front of us, right in front of the benches, so the doctors can't miss the fact that he can't run. He just came off the ground and they've taken him down to the race, down to the room, so that right knee is just about kaput. So I don't know, boys, what more can they do to it if they've already given him some pain relief to get that going?
Oh, we're just got to hope it soaks in.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think there's any other way there, so another 10 minutes or so. But you look at that Jamie Elliott goal. Luke Ryan gave up because what happened is Elliott just was dodging and weaving and twisting and turning on the lead. Luke Ryan couldn't go with him in the end.
He knew it was a goal before it went through the big sticks. Such has been his composure in big moments. To Goey trying to get the clearance at Collingwood. Gets it out to Crisp. Hand pass to side bottom. Back to Crisp. They're surging out of the middle of the ground. Sarong offers the chase. Crisp kicks inside 50. Elliott on cue as he taken high. Pearce came late to spoil. Hand pass out of defence from Ryan to Sarong. Tackled by Crisp. Ginnivan slides in. Knocks the ball out of play. A throw in on right half forward for Collingwood. Heading to the punt road end in this second quarter. It's the Magpies by 22 points.
Pearce has given Jamie Hart the old Glenn Archer. If I'm not going to hit the ball, I'm going to hit the back of your head.
Jack Ginnivan kicked the first of the night. Elliott's got a couple. Myercheck one, DeGully one. So all the forwards involved for Collingwood and hitting the scoreboard. And the boundary throw in, it's back out again. 52 out from the Collingwood goal. 5 straight to 1-2. They lead the game by 22 points. 7 played in the second. And the Dockers for the second week in a row goalless in the opening quarter. Josh Carmichael and Bailey Banfield, the 2 subs, neither used so far, but a knee concern for Blake Acres from the boundary throw-in. Sean Darcy knocks it out in front of Sarong for Freo, evades the tackle from Crisp. Hand pass to Brayshaw, he gives it to O'Driscoll. Crisp with the smother, superb. The 1%er, the ball balloons out of play, a throw-in on the southern wing. Collingwood by 22.
He's starting to get a bit more recognition, you reckon, Rama, given how well he performs so consistently?
I think he's a star of a player.
Adam Ramanaskas and Brett Delidio with you. Semi-finals, Saturday night action. Brodie for the Dockers. Got the clearance. Hand pass to O'Driscoll. To Andy Brayshaw. Sold a nice candy around side bottom. Dribbles a kick around the southern wing. Noble and Walters. Noble wanted the boundary line. He got it and the umpire says throw it in. Having been tackled by Lockie Schultz for Fremantle's first goal. It came inside a minute into the second quarter. Collingwood answered straight back through Jamie Elliott's second. Thrown back into play. Darcy and Cameron. Darcy thumps it towards the boundary line. It spills to Brayshaw. Can't get a disposal away. Side bottom links up with Pendlebury. The 2 reliable hands for Collingwood. Sends it long around the southern wing. Myercheck trying to get back with the flight. Pearce spoiled it down. McCreery onto it for Collingwood. Right half forward. Kicks towards Bianco. 1-on-1 with Clark. Clark did well. Nudged him underneath. Used his experience. And was able to take the mark 35 metres out from his defensive goal. Goes short to Sarong, still inside the defensive 50.
They're getting stuck at half-back, Fremantle. You know, they're getting this mark, then they're looking up, and it's because there's a free for Collingwood always sitting spare behind the ball.
It has hurt them in the back end of the season, their ball movement, as Sarong has to go long to a contest on the wing. Murphy scrapping for it, bottom of the pack. Bodies diving around him and we'll have a ball up on the wing.
So just on that further, so Sarong takes the mark. You need runners, just go past, give the handball, but I reckon Sarong took 10 seconds there, Lids, to kick that ball.
Pies by 22. Up it goes. Cameron knocks it down to Crisp. Hurried kick to half forward. Walker gets there first in the long sleeves. Ginnivan applies the pressure, affects the kick. And Walker puts it out on the full. Free kick Collingwood. Bianco to take it in front of the Fremantle interchange.
Dockers with 33 disposals to 15 in the second quarter.
And it's a goal apiece.
And it doesn't feel like it's been a dominance by Fremantle in this quarter.
No.
You know, double the amount of possessions and a bit more.
And the mark's now 12-1. That's their first mark of the quarter.
As Bianco goes back to Noble and now to Josh Dacos. He has a member side of the MCG. Can chip it back over the top to Noble, who kept running. He's just short of left half forward, but everyone bar 6 players is just about inside the attacking 50 for Collingwood. Noble veers out to the right, sends it towards Mason Cox. He flies, got a hand to it. Walker slipped over. He's got a problem now as a couple of Pies dive on top, but he's going to be pinned. Slipped over at the wrong moment. And it will result in a shot on goal. Jack Crisp was over the top. And the ever-consistent, ever-reliable Jack Crisp playing 186 consecutive game. A chance to put on a 6th on the scoreboard for the Pies.
But he was sort of like the, you know, throwing the steak knives of the deal.
Dane Beams deal.
Yeah. But he came to Collingwood, he started across half back, but he's now one of the very good midfielders in the competition.
He's now a Copeland Trophy winner, looking to assert the dominance for Collingwood. Jack Crisp comes in and steers it through. And it's all black and white at the moment. 6 straight 36 to the Dockers, 1-2-8. 11 minutes gone, second quarter. And despite Freo having more of the footy, it's Collingwood who's still hitting the scoreboard.
I'm not sure what young Walker was supposed to do there. He slipped in his little fumble. He has been swamped by 3 Magpies players.
It's not dragging the ball in.
No, it's not, because it was underneath him when he fell and lost his footing. But I get that we want to move the game on and whatever else. But just to go back on Jack Crisp, what you can rely on is his ability. You know, yes, he can go down in defence, but his ability to go forward as a midfielder and cut and take the opposition on with his power running. But it's also the other stuff. It's the smothers, the tackles, the chases. Just become such a consistent performer.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Blake Acres back from the rooms for the Dockers, back on the ground. That right knee looks no better. Just watching Jamie Elliott having a lot of work to his left knee on the bench for the Pies.
Freo get a centre clearance. Will Brodie kicks it for lob. Got hands to it. No mark. Follows up as it hits the deck. The big man swings it on the boot. Diving effort. Schultz marks just next to the goal post.
That is so good by Lockie Schultz.
Isn't it? Stay in the loop.
Just never gave up.
And he looked like he was on a collision course head first with the post at one point. And Schultz avoids that, and now he can just snap it through left foot from the behind line. And Schultz has Fremantle's only 2 goals. Boy, do they need that. 12 minutes into the second term, Collingwood 6 straight, Schultz and Fremantle 2 goals. They're 2-2-14. It's Collingwood by 22.
It was a great contest by Rory Lobb, because he charged. He charged out. You know, he should have probably marked it, but then recovers to be able to snap it over his shoulder. But I've loved Schultz this quarter. He's given Fremantle some energy. He had 2 goals, but he's also been involved tackling, trying to apply some pressure, trying to create some energy, some enthusiasm within Fremantle's forward line.
You feared for him for a moment. As you said, Corby, the Superman dive was going head first into the post. He was able to avoid it. And he is trying to drag Freo back into this contest, as is Caleb Sarong with 5 disposals in this second quarter. Back in the middle, Mason Cox rises early, wins down the tap against Darcy. Got it to DeGoey, kicks towards half forward. Young in a wrestle with Hoskin. Elliott clears to the back. Myercheck, beautiful away to Kinnaman. On the runway, misses to the left. 40 metres out, pretty much directly in front. Kinnaman unable to finish. It's a 23-point lead Collingwood's way.
Nearly marked that one down in my book. Should have nailed that, Ginnivan.
Yeah, that's usually his goal, isn't it? Streaming into the goal.
So they're getting stuck here, Fremantle, still. Cross half back, it's just slow play again. So they've taken the mark, and there's just not enough movement forward of the ball.
Cox to Ryan to Mundy to O'Driscoll, and then O'Driscoll pulls the trigger, long kick into the front half and turns it over. Murphy takes the intercept mark.
Now, Collingwood are setting up unbelievably well behind the football, but Fremantle are just not taking the risk with their foot skills.
Murphy up to the wing, hands on it from Johnson, no mark, clever tap out to Mason Cox, advantage, hand pass through to Myercheck, he gives it to Lipinski under the palm, does a full 360, lost possession. O'Driscoll for Fremantle, hand pass went straight to Myercheck, centre half forward for the Pies, hands it to DeGoey, great vision, across the half forward line, hits up Josh Dacos. who marks about 45 out. He's just 10 metres in from the boundary on his left-hand side.
You're right, Raymond. I just feel like Fremantle need to back in their forwards 1v1 forward of the footy. Don't stop waiting 10, 15 seconds, allowing Collingwood to get their extra number over there. Back them in, just pull the trigger.
The Dacos name, royalty at Collingwood. The kick goes goalward. It won't be a score. It's punched towards the line, and in the end, Chapman kills it through as Akers tried to grab possession, knocks it away from his teammate. And are behind Collingwood by 4 goals neat, so 6-2 to 2-2. Pies by 24 midway through the second quarter.
Luke Ryan carefully looks at options as he prepares to bring Freo back into play. Plays onto the right back pocket, drives a long kick to the wing. Logue and Quaynor underneath. Maynard reaches over from the back. Clever tap on from Bianco. Links up with Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Goey, almost run down by Schultz. The push forced the kick out of play. And the umpire spotted it. And Jordan Goey doesn't even realise it's his free kick. And Lachie Schultz puts his hands on his hips after providing such a great chase. Collingwood have it at left half forward. Not far from where Jamie Elliott sealed that match winner against the Bombers. De Goey veers out to the right, sends it towards the teeth of goal. Cameron and Cox, Mason Cox are both there. Ginnivan front and centre. Aish with a hand, crucial touch on the footy to lock it in. And the umpire will ball it up 25 metres out from Collingwood's goal at the punt road end. It's the Magpies by 24 points.
Ginnivan the last man up. The long sleeves for the baggy shorts. He hands it back to the umpire. It tosses it in the air. Darcy knocks it down to Akers, bursting through traffic. Hand pass to Walker, tackled immediately. Lost it. Bianco off his knees. Coughs it back up to Clark. Hand pass to Akers. Great pressure. Josh Dacos affects the kick. It trickles out of bounds. Collingwood fans a little optimistic, wanted deliberate. The boundary throw in 60 out from the Collingwood goal.
Too much experience from Brady Rosebery there. He's not falling for that one.
Amazing atmosphere inside the G. Now 90,000 plus we think, and 85,000 of them at least in black and white. So rare you see this crowd so lopsided. As Brodie from the boundary throw-in hands it to Walker, kicks down the wing, Moore in front and then held without it. Free kick for Darcy Moore. In front of the Collingwood interchange, Pies by 24, 17 travelled second term.
Again though, they're leading their forwards to the footy. It's amazing. Get them in front.
Greg Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Darcy Moore goes back to Howe and now to Nick Dacos. What an incredible season he's having from the Rising Star winner. Back to Noble. Back edge of the centre square. Wants to flare it out to the southern wing where Murphy's made space. Looks to kick around the southern wing. Leading up is Steele Sidebottom. Can give the hand pass over the top to Noble. They've almost got the half forward. Corralled by Young. Just broke the tackle. Turns back on his right hand side. Back. Great follow-up from Young. Gets a smother onto it and sees it out of play for a boundary throw-in. Collingwood by 24 points, approaching the 18-minute mark of the second term on ABC Sport.
I wonder, Clinchy, whether it's time to inject Michael Walters onto the nut just for 5 minutes. Yeah. Get him involved. He hasn't touched it yet this quarter.
His best 2 games of the season, the last 2. 3 goals against the Giants and then 3 in the elimination final. The boundary throw-in, Aish on the bottom of the pack. Crisp steals the footy from him and got it out. Hand pass to Sidebottom, sweeping handball to half forward. Lipinski had his jumper tug, socketed away. Says play on Walker for Freo. Hand pass and turnover. Ginnivan passing through, had a play on it. Coughs it up as well by hand. Aish is tackled. Ginnivan slipping through. Ginnivan's taken high. He gets a high tackle. Have a listen to the Magpie Army. I can't believe what we've just witnessed as Ginnivan tells the crowd just to dial it up another notch on the volume. A high tackle free kick for Jack Ginnivan. He goes back to Noble. We haven't seen one of them in 2 months. And Noble can send Collingwood down to half forward. Darcy Cameron's there and he takes the mark. Hitting up at right half forward. He's got it 48 metres out.
He looks confident here. Big Darcy Cameron.
He's got long levers, hasn't he? He can give it a fair old woof.
Tight angle.
He's going to take a nice kick from out here.
He's going to kick it from probably sort of 51, 52 metres.
Right half forward, southern side of the ground at the punt right end. The boy from Albany. 6 hours south of Perth against the Dockers. He kicks it to the top of the goal square. They come from all directions. No mark. Johnson tries to kick it over his head. He misses. Out to the right. And the Pies with all the tricks. They lead by 25 points as we approach time on in the second term.
Daniel Wells, who had the famous one over his head. Ash Johnson trying to emulate that. As Ryan into the back pocket for the Fremantle Dockers, finds Chapman. All of a sudden the inside 50s are starting to become concerning in this quarter. 9-3 Collingwood's way. Chapman kicks up to the wing. Amos almost claimed the mark against Murphy, who then followed up with a tackle on Walters, who didn't have the footy. Freo get a free kick on the wing. Can he move it quickly? Comes inboard to Brodie. Can feed the hand pass away. Linking up with Walker to Clark. Needs to slip past to Goey. Slipped over. Hand pass forward is picked off by De Goey. Feeds it back to Crisp. Collingwood take it once more. Up to Ginnivan on the members wing. He's got options at left half forward. Goes the shortest of which to Lipinski. He can play on. Pulls his kick. Myercheck all on his own. In the left forward pocket. And Nick Dacos comes up to him and just says, have a shot, that's enough.
But there's the difference right there, I feel, in this game. So the ball turns over at Fremantle's half-forward line where De Goey gives a handball. And then it's just go.
Yep.
It's just go by Collingwood. Yeah, just let's make it up as we go. Fremantle, on the other hand, it's all stop.
Yep.
It's all stop and want to be surgical.
Brodie Myercheck with a goal already in his 5th season, a 4-time leading goal scorer. Picked up from the VFL, out to the left, comes in, strikes it across the face. Johnson's there, he can't take the mark. Through for a minor score. Collingwood by 26 points at the 21-minute mark of the second term.
Pies with all the momentum and a 26-point advantage. As Ryan steps out of the goal square and then just goes long to the wing. Logue flying in the pack, can't take the mark. Spills to Switkowski, tackled, lost it, holding the ball. Jeremy Howe rewarded as the tackler. And Collingwood's going back inside 50 again. 70 metres out. And he's just going to lay it up with a hot spot. Mason Cox in the front of the pack, hands to it, no mark. Elliott fighting on, knocks it away to side bottom, hands it back to Elliott, under pressure, gives it to McCreary, hooks it to the top of the goal square. There's a whistle on the play, it's out of bounds. And a free kick in the forward pocket. Brodie Myercheck took a mark, but the ball was out.
That was courageous from Brett Rosebery, backpedaling, blowing his whistle as players were leading out. Needed to stop play. That was one way to do it. Collingwood deep in attack. Mason Cox against Lobb, wins down the tap. Ace tries to dive on top, knocks it to Brayshaw. He's clearing hand pass only as far as side bottom, couldn't take it cleanly. Switkowski knocked it on, got it to Ace, drives a kick up the wing. Amos and Murphy. Murphy nudged him underneath, couldn't complete the mark. Free kick going Fremantle's way.
I thought that was Murphy's free kick.
Not sure the Collingwood faithful saw it the same way as the umpire.
There's a big hold by Murphy. The white Fremantle jumper you can see was tugged.
Jai Amos in his first trip to Victoria, his second final. They work it back and Brayshaw gives it to Akers. He has it centre wing on the southern side. Kicks long towards Logue. In the pack, Maynard and Moore, and Maynard takes the mark. How does he take a mark like that in a 2-on-2 contest up against the boundary? 23 minutes gone, second term. Collingwood by 26.
The All-Australian back pocket to Nick Dacos, who marks, swings it across the goal mouth to Howe, short kick to Bianco. He marks at half back. Bianco comes out of the defensive arc to Lipinski, takes the mark, moves it on to De Goey, left it behind. Now he's under the pump. Clark comes for him. De Goey fends him off, kicks down the wing. Cameron takes the mark for Collingwood. Myercheck forward, Johnson a little further. Cameron looks inboard for Elliott, spills the mark, still going. Elliott, hand pass under pressure. Amos collects, takes on De Goey, hand pass to Frederick. Hot footy for Freo, pack forms, middle of the ground. Umpire says ball up in the centre of the G. It's Collingwood by 26 points, time on second quarter.
It didn't come off, but there's the risk that they're willing to take. It's paying off for them.
Thrown up Mason Cox and Rory Lobb. It's tapped down to Mundy. He kicks towards half forward for the Dockers. Howe comes charging out. Can't complete the mark. Bounced off an opponent in Switkowski and dribbles it out to the members wing. Bianco can't take it cleanly. Tackled by Walters. Ball spills clear, holding the footy.
And the Fremantle Dockers through, Michael Walters will take it. Is there time for something late here for Freo? Comes inboard to Ryan. Both sides with 2 goals in this second quarter. Lockie Schultz at both for the Dockers. Back to Clark. Centres it up to Chapman. Has it at centre half back. Back edge of the centre square for the Dockers. Out to the southern side. Trying to stretch Collingwood's defence. Akers takes the mark.
Akers told to go. Dangerous kick. Middle of the ground to Pearce, who marks. The acting captain in the absence of Nat Fyfe. Alex Pearce. Middle of the G. Swings a drop punt out to Schultz. He had to wait for it and he marks. Southern wing. Short kick. Or through the hands of Walker. Drops it. Comes to Pendlebury for Collingwood. On the counter-attack, gives it to Goey. Kicks it out to Johnson. Spills the mark. Myercheck free inside 50. Johnson can't quite get it to him. Kick touched on the way through. Close to the boundary line. Hoskin Elliott keeps it alive. To half forward. Lipinski inside 50. Now to Myercheck. And it got to him eventually. He marks in the right forward pocket.
Oh, he was so far out. Myercheck. Ash Johnson just dropped the mark. So Myercheck would have had 40 or 50 metres of space inside forward 50. So he eventually gets it. He's tucked up in the pocket, but he had so much space. Really poor defending by Fremantle.
Momentum all with Collingwood. And this will bring the house down. Outside of the boot from Myercheck. He misses to the near side. Pies by 27. Deep into time on in the second quarter, and Freo hanging on for the half.
Some of the numbers starting to get concerning for the Dockers. 11 inside 50s to 4 Collingwood's way. They kick 2-5 to Fremantle's 2-1. Ryan long out of defence towards Logan. Darcy sport to the front. Sarong has to win a crucial ball. He does so. He's kicking in the middle of the ground though. Picked off by Nick Dacos. Encouraged to hold it up. He charges forward. Hand pass to Quaynor. Sidesteps Brayshaw. Just the goals in front. Goes forward and misses to the left-hand side. IQ3 slipping forward and a chance for a rare goal for him. Just 2 in season 2022. Collingwood by 28.
The problem for Fremantle this quarter is only 8 tackles. And they're just not applying enough pressure to Collingwood.
Ryan has to kick to a contest. Goes to Brennan Cox. No mark. Spills through to O'Driscoll. The ball never went out. Bianco keeps it alive. Hand pass to Noble. Inside 50. Johnson climbs upstairs. No mark. Comes to Elliott. He's tackled. Lost it. And of course it's Andy Brayshaw who got him. Wins the free kick in the back pocket and the goal-saving effort. And Freo just hanging on. 60 seconds before half-time. Collingwood by 28. Long kick down the wing and Mason Cox arrives to take the intercept mark for the Pies.
It was Melbourne last night who led by 28 points in the second quarter, and Freo, Brisbane pinch one late. Can Freo do similar? Problem is Mason Cox has the footy, kicks into the pocket. Ash Johnson flew. Ryan almost did enough to hold the mark. Josh Dacos tries to knock it clear. Ace squeezed the kick forward, not 15 to Swakowski, called to play on. Now he's got a problem as Maynard spins him over and lays the tackle. A ball up 55 metres out from Collingwood's goal at the punt road end.
12 scoring shots to 4 Collingwood's way. They lead by a game high 28. Comes down to Walker from the ball up. Hand pass to Aisha the Dockers. Hand pass out in front of Sarong. Unkind bounce. Bianco just a surge kick forward. Puts it 6 rows back. Out on the full. And the All-Australian defender from a couple of years ago in Luke Ryan to take the free. Half back for Fremantle. They have won 6 games this year, the Dockers, when trailing at half-time. They'll have to do it again to extend their season. Down almost 5 goals here. Long kick down the wing. Off hands it spills to Noble. Looks corridor. Over the head of DeGoey. Spills through to Akers. Onto his right boot. Long kick inside the forward 50. Racing the clock. No mark for Amos. Falls down to Nick Dacos, and that'll do us to half-time. A black and white crowd at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It looks from the eyeball test as full as we've seen it all season. And we had 90,000 here last week for the Pies and the Cats. Just about all of them tonight dressed in black and white, and they're pretty happy with what they see. And outside of international sport, such a rare sight that we see the MCG like this, with almost 100,000 in all cheering for the one team. And the side they're here for Collingwood, lead by 28 at half-time. The Pies 6-6-42, Fremantle 2-2-14. For Collingwood, we've got 2 for Jamie Elliott and then singles for De Goey, Crisp, Ginnivan and Myercheck, while Lockie Schultz has kicked the only 2 goals for the Purple.
So the Dockers desperately hanging on to the bell after Collingwood kicked 6 straight behinds to close out the half. It's the Magpies by 28 points. I'm Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Minimas, Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Here are the thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, Ram, I think you spoke about the tackling ability of Freo in that quarter. They're not too bad for the whole game overall, but I feel like they're trying, but they're not sticking their tackles. The amount of times I think back is, Jordan De Goey, Jack Crisp being able to shake them off and just take that extra bit of yardage to get the ball out the back. But I feel like they're just not capitalising enough on their forward movement and not taking the game on enough. They're just really slow and predictable, which just plays into Collingwood's hands. We see Maynard chopping them off. Howe, Darcy Moore is just controlling the back. Murphy, loved his since he's come into this team, he's really added another dimension to him. But it really is, for mine, just Freo's inability to get connection from their half back line right through to their half forward line going inside forward 50. They're slow and quite, I won't say boring, but just not taking the game on enough to really give their forwards a chance. So they're getting enough of the footy. Akers had 17, Brayshaw 16, Sarong 15. So they're getting it, but they're going slow and just not taking that game on. We see Lipinski get a mark at, in the launch zone that we call it, between 50 and 70, just turns around and goes straight away, finds a free target inside forward 50. If that was a Freo player, back over the mark, let's bomb it to the top of the square.
There's no risk, I think, in Fremantle's game at the moment, and it feels like they're a little bit overawed.
Yep.
They don't want to make a mistake. You prefer a player to make a mistake by taking the game on than by simply not holding the ball. There was, I read 5 times in that second quarter where a Fremantle player took a mark across half-back, wherever it was across half-back, the entire length of the MCG, and they stopped.
Yep.
They stopped. They weren't prepared to give a handball. They weren't prepared to roll themselves and take the game on. What happens if you stop for a period of time? You said it, Lids, in that second quarter. It just allows Collingwood's defenders to set up the way they want. So that's Jeremy Howe, that's Murphy, that's Darcy Moore, that's Quaynor, that's John Noble had a really good quarter, 11 kicks for the half. So what Collingwood have right at the minute got the game on their terms because Fremantle don't want to test Collingwood. Now Collingwood, on the other hand, what they're doing, and we've seen it a lot this year, they win the ball and then it's chaos. It's like, let's go. Let's just see what we can do here. Let's use our talent. Let's not
let Freo's defence settle.
Yeah, let's play football. Let's go and play football. And that's what's created their goals. Their goals have come from De Goey, Elliott, Chris, Ginnivan, Myercheck. So it's an even spread across the entire team. Chris has been terrific. He's had 14. De Goey's had 14 and kicked a goal in that half. Elliott 9 and 2 goals in that half of football. So but right at the moment, if I'm Justin Longmuir, I need to get the game on my terms for the first 15 minutes of this third quarter.
Yeah, 100%.
You've got to test Collingwood. You've got to throw your best at them. So, and I say test, take the kick. That 45 kick inside the corridor, just go for it. There's nothing to lose.
Yeah.
There's nothing to lose.
Collingwood were incredibly efficient to start the game. Their first 6 shots on goal was 6 goals. They then kicked 6 behinds after that. So the one pleasing sign for Justin Longmuir is it could have been a hell of a lot worse than what it proved to be, with Collingwood getting 14 of the last 16 inside 50s of the half.
Well, they're the last 6 scores in the game. 6 Collingwood behind, so this could be over.
Yeah, it should be.
Bill,
it's 28 at the half.
Bill on the SMS 0437 774 774. Dockers are burning it inside forward 50, and M from Melbourne enjoying the call. Go Pies. Would love to hear 80-odd thousand cheering rather than crying at the end of this game. If Michael Walters gets going, look out. Thanks so much for your correspondence on 0437 774 774. So we had 91,000 in last week for Collingwood and Geelong. It feels bigger than that, and most of them are here to see one team, with the small Dockers army who have made the trip over, and those that are on Melbourne base trying to make their presence known, while the Little League kids get their opportunity. And Bailey Banfield was warming up a few moments ago, but the medical sub was told to get off the ground. It's the little kid's turn. and they're shining in the middle of the MCG on this semi-final weekend. Half-time at the MCG, Collingwood by 28 points. Let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. King Charles has been formally proclaimed as the new monarch at an historic ceremony in London. Here's our correspondent, Alison Horn.
The accession ceremony held at St James Palace is a formal process of declaring King Charles III as the new monarch. As part of the process, the new king delivered a personal declaration where he spoke of his mother's reign, saying it was unequalled in its duration, dedication and devotion. He finished by saying that in carrying out the heavy task laid upon him, he'll dedicate what remains of his life. Union flags will soon be flown at full mast for 24 hours to mark the declaration of the new sovereign before returning to half-mast during the Queen's mourning period.
During the ceremony, King Charles III spoke of the heavy responsibilities that have passed to him.
My mother's reign was unequalled in its duration, its dedication and its devotion. Even as we grieve, we give thanks for this most faithful life. I am deeply aware of this great inheritance and of the duties and heavy responsibilities of sovereignty, which have now passed to me.
The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, says King Charles' tribute to his late mother encapsulated the outpouring of grief from around the world. Earlier today, King Charles made his first address since the death of Queen Elizabeth II, describing her devotion to her duties as unwavering. He says she was an inspiration to her family, adding the affection, admiration and respect she inspired became a hallmark of her reign. Mr Albanese says many Australians share the sentiment.
I do want to say as well that Prince Charles, I joined, certainly King Charles, I joined with him in when he said he thanked her for love of her family, but also the family of nations. And I think that is certainly true.
Well-wishers have lined up at WA's Government House to pay their respects to the late Queen Elizabeth. People have laid flowers and written messages of condolences to the royal family. Perth residents say even though the Queen's role changed over the years, many still respect and admire her as a devoted leader.
It was just a sense of wanting to thank her for her devoted duty after all of these years. And she's been a constant in our lives as well as so many other people.
You know, she's just been here forever.
Just her strength, her courage.
The death of Queen Elizabeth prompted a name shake-up for Australia's most senior lawyers. Immediately upon her death and even before King Charles had moved to the throne, some of Australia's top barristers were known as King's Counsel when previously they were referred to as Queen's Counsel. President of the Australian Bar Association, Dr Matt Collins KC, says the quick change is a matter of imperial law.
It always sounds like there's an unseemly haste to change the post-nominals from QC to KC, but I see it differently from that. I think it is really a sign of enduring respect for the institutions, which have made Australia such a stable and prosperous democracy.
Turning to other news, in the United Nations, Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has described Pakistan's unprecedented flooding as a climate catastrophe. Mr Guterres has visited Pakistan, where tens of millions of people have been affected by the floods and more than 1,300 have died. After meeting the Pakistani Prime Minister, the UN chief says nature has attacked Pakistan, which contributes less than 1% of global emissions.
Pakistan needs massive financial support to respond to this crisis that have costed, according to some estimates I've heard today, about $30 billion and counting. That support is entirely necessary, and it is not a matter of solidarity, it's a matter of justice.
European Union ministers have proposed capping the profits of energy companies to try to keep down household bills. The proposals have been made at a meeting in Brussels on how to deal with the rapidly rising cost of gas and electricity caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And a health emergency has been declared in New York City over fears polio is spreading in the US. More from the BBC's Thomas Morgan.
The health commissioner in New York State said on polio we simply cannot roll the dice because it's such a deadly disease, although at the moment only one person has tested positive. As part of this emergency declaration, what it basically means is they want to increase the amount of people that have been vaccinated.
You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
Hello, Costa here. Gardening is great for the whole family, and I want to tell you something that will get the kids in your life growing. It's my brand new podcast, Gardening Buds. Everything a kid needs to know to make their own garden grow. Whether you've got a big backyard, a balcony, or a little pot on a windowsill. Join Kaylee and I for Gardening Buds. Out now on the ABC Kids Listen and ABC Listen apps.
Short, he pulls through mid-wicket. Great catch, diving to his right. That is a stunning take.
The 2022 T20 World Cup is coming on ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Didn't kick a goal against the Western Bulldogs last week. What a big moment it is to try and stand up and kick the Dockers first. Directly in front, 25 metres out. Schultz comes in and gives them something to build on.
Lipinski takes the intercept mark, tries to honour the lead of Elliott, puts it out in front of him, runs onto it on the bounce, turns, Elliott slots it.
Noble veers out to the right, sends it towards Mason Cox. He flies, got a hand to it. Walker slipped over. He's got a problem now as a couple of pies dive on top, but he's going to be pinged. And it will result in a shot on goal. Jack Crisp was over the top. He's now a Copeland Trophy winner looking to assert the dominance for Collingwood. Jack Crisp comes in and steers it through. And it's all black and white at the moment.
Freo get a centre clearance. Will Brodie kicks it for Lobb. Got hands to it. No mark. Follows up as it hits the deck. The big man swings it on the boot. Diving effort. Schultz marks just next to the goalpost. And Schultz avoids that. And now he can just snap it through. Left foot from the behind line. And Schultz has Fremantle's only 2 goals. Boy, do they need that.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Great to have your company on semi-finals Saturday night, wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. It's the Magpies who lead by 28 points at the main break, 6-6-42 to the Dockers, 2-2-14. Couple of goals for Jamie Elliott for Collingwood and Lockie Schultz with 2 goals for the Fremantle Dockers. So Freo with all to do once more. Collingwood for the moment looking like they're keeping a large majority of the crowd happy who have come to see the show. A date with the Sydney Swans looms for whoever is victorious tonight. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio are your experts. Now in the NRL, the first week of the finals there as well. And unfortunately for the Melbourne Storm, it's season over. The Canberra Raiders winning 28 points to 20 just across the road at Amy Park in the earlier match. And in the match taking place between the Sharks and North Queensland, it's 18-all at half-time after Penrith were too strong for Parramatta on Friday night. So it means we'll see you on our screens, Colby. Offsiders tomorrow, 10 a.m. Australian Eastern.
Yes, very exciting. So I'll be on tomorrow morning. You can catch up, of course, on iView, but we'll have all the fallout from week 2 of the AFL finals and week 1 of the NRL finals. But as you said, a bit of a turn-up. The Melbourne Storm finished 5th at the end of the home and away season, missed out only narrowly on a top 4 spot, and now they're going home straight away. The Canberra Raiders have a sneaky good record down here in Melbourne, and now they end the Storm season. So well done the Green Machine. We'll see them in week 2, and we'll see the Storm next year.
With a few less players who are departing the club, so it's going to be interesting what direction they take under Craig Bellamy. We're watching Rama while the lead was on. Carlos Alcaraz against Francis Tiafoe. At that stage it was heading in the 4th set. It headed to a 5th in which Alcatraz was able to win 6-3. So he'll take on Casper Ruud in the US Open men's final.
Changing of the guard slightly, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, really, Alcaraz could be world number 1.
He's going to be scary good. He's only 19 years old, so he very much looks the goods as a player of the future. So it's nice. It's refreshing not to see a Nadal or a Djokovic.
It was a lay down, wasn't it? Every time you go into a major, you knew he was going to be there. become boring.
I think it was just the second time since 2005 that we didn't have any of the big three in the last
Really?
8.
There you go.
And the only other time that had happened was when Djokovic got defaulted. Remember when he whacked the ball into the linesman?
yeah.
And the other two weren't playing. It was during the pandemic. So, so rare that not one of them are in the last 8.
And the women's final on at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Iga Swiatek up against Ons Jabeur. So no Serena Williams as her professional career comes to a close at her home Grand Slam event. The Dockers looking to try and find a way to fight back into this contest. Rama, Lids, what would Justin Longmuir been trying to encourage his side after Collingwood really were pretty dominant in that second quarter?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Clinchy. I don't feel like they're the type of team that will go away from their game style. From what we've seen all year, I don't feel like they're going to flick a switch, Rama, and just say, right, let's take a heap of risks and let's throw caution to the wind here and see whether we can take the game on. What I hope he's encouraged them to do is move the ball on a bit quicker. Get back off your mark and just pull the trigger, back your forwards in, down the line, 1v1. Don't wait 5, 10, 15 seconds and allow Collingwood to get set up behind the footy. So that's what I'm hoping. But the proof will be in the pudding early. And we're talking off air, Corb. We just want to see Fremantle get control of the game and kick a couple early just to make it a little bit more interesting. Put Collingwood on the back foot. They've had it fairly on their own terms, I would have thought, Rama, in the first half.
Well, I think what's interesting now for Collingwood, if they can continue this rage, if they can continue this aggressive ball movement, or, do they go in satisfied with 28 points and just try now to just continue to not ice the game, but sort of just hold that margin. I think they've got to attack. Like they play their best football when they attack.
Yeah, 100%.
The Pies. So, don't try to be tricky now and slow the game down and play tempo football. Stretch the lead out to 50 points if you can at three-quarter time and just kill the contest that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that's the way Craig McRae coaches his team anyway. Let's continue to play exciting football. Let's not get caught up, trying to save the game and go wide, chip mark. You see space, you take it. You see your forwards out, one ahead of the footy, kick it to them, kick it to their advantage. Let's keep the ball in motion. Don't allow Fremantle to get strong behind the footy and play into their hands.
Do they consider throwing the magnets around? Like Griffith Logue's only had the one disposal. Frederick with 2, Swakowski with 4. Walters got involved a bit more in that second quarter, but their forward line hasn't functioned really apart from Lockie Schultz.
Yeah, but you look at this, like Chris Degoe, Nick Dacos, Pendlebury, Josh Dacos, top 5 possession winners for Collingwood. And then you look, Blake Acres, Brayshaw, Luke Ryan, Sarong, Chapman and Walker. Like, they're getting beaten through the middle of the ground. I think that's very clear to see. So I like Lids' call before. Start Michael Walters in on the ball. Just first couple of set of bounces. Let him play the game that way. Even bring Swakowski up. Inject some speed through the middle of the ground. Try something early in this quarter. Try get the first 2 goals. It's a 28-point lead. Let's try halve that. Let's try be 14 or 15 points down at three-quarter time and give ourselves a chance. But the reality is, if they play as they did in the first half, Collingwood will stretch the lead out.
Yeah.
They have to change. They have to take risks. They have to run and carry. They have to tackle more. They have to get up in Collingwood's faces.
Well, they're not a contested ball side, Collingwood, and yet it's 74 apiece at half-time. So that would be one area where you would have thought
because of the midfield dominance.
Yeah.
That's it. I think that's the key. They've had 20 more touches, Fremantle, but they're all across half-back in the centre of the ground. Yeah. Back your forwards in. Give them a chance. You've had 19 inside 50s for the half. There's 40 for the game if you're lucky. So give them a chance. Get in there. It's hard to score from outside 50. Get it in there. Give them a sniff.
Players are breaking to head out in position. Tim Hodges is down the boundary. Blake Acres, he's still out there for the minute.
Well, he wasn't out there at the start, Clinchy, when the team ran out after the halftime break. So that's what the alarm bells were sounding. So Blake Acres only joined them about 2 minutes after they'd done their warm-ups following the halftime break. You see him out here on the wing. He's got the physio beside him. He's still trying to get going. He's still out there, which is commendable, but you do just wonder how long they will persist in him before firing Bailey Banfield potentially into this game.
Thanks, Hodgie. So Josh Carmichael alongside Bailey Banfield as the respective subs tonight. Collingwood hold a 28-point advantage as we get set for the second half to get underway. Can the Dockers muster another remarkable fight back? Or will it be Collingwood who charge on? Sydney awaits the winner. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
Pies by 28 as the ruck share it back in the middle. Comes down to De Goey. Got a hand passed away as he's been tackled. Pendlebury tries to give it to Maynard. He knocks it away, but straight to Sarong. Floats a kick out wide for the Dockers. Schultz gets there on the bounce. He's kicked their only 2 goals. Hand pass back to Chapman. Short kick to Akers. He's banged up with that right knee injury. Well reported. Long-term deal on the table from Carlton, so might be his final game in the purple. If Freo can't flip the script here, goes long down the wing. Sukowski knocks it down to side bottom and we'll have a ball up right in front of the Fremantle interchange. It is Collingwood by 28 points, which is a game high, 1 minute into the third.
To go, he can't break clear as Andy Brayshaw lays the tackle. Umpire throws it in the air once more. Darcy wins down the tap. Pendlebury can't get a disposal away. It spills back to Cameron. Darcy brings him down. Oh, the tackle just lingered over the shoulder from Sean Darcy. He can't believe it. And Darcy Cameron takes the free kick. Around the back to Nick Dacos. Works it up to side bottom. He marks in front of the 2 benches. Members side of the MCG. Scott Johnson and Mason Cox presenting at half forward. He wants to gesture it more centrally towards Mason Cox. Comes out on a long lead and uncontested marks on his chest. In front of Alex Pearce. Now Ginnivan's all on his own. Pushes into the right forward pocket. Takes the mark. And Clark brings him down. Deep in the right forward pocket. He's about 10 or 12 strides in from the boundary. Well, acute angle.
Chapman's his direct opponent. And he just lost all coverage on Ginnivan there where Mason Cox took that mark. So Cox took it. And Chapman's looking at Mason Cox rather than where his direct opponent is. Ginnivan then just slips forward after that mark, and it's too easy.
On 11 occasions, he's kicked multiple goals in season 2022. 37 goals for the season. Kicked the first goal to get the game started tonight. Out to the right, veers right, and it stays that direction. It's over the top of the right behind post, and it's out of bounds on the full. No change to the score. Collingwood by 28 points.
He was in Bendigo last night, Jack Ginnivan, to watch his sister play a game of footy the night before. A big-time semi-final. Kicked the first of the night. No score there. Long kick from Akers. Out towards half-back. There's back into dispute, and we'll have a ball up here. 70 out from the Collingwood goal. Not a high tackle count. 33 apiece in the game so far. As Darcy wins it down. Quick kick forward. Chris to Ginnivan. And Ginnivan, the sprawling effort in front of Chapman, marks right on the digits for the 50.
Well, that's just the big bodies inside, isn't it? Being able to win that footy and just manage to get a forwards playing in front, which we haven't seen the Freo boys do at the other end.
He wouldn't put it past him to try the Brent Harvey, sort of feint them out on the mark here as Ginnivan just loads up from 52 out. He kicks a high ball right down to Johnson, who flies in front of the behind post. It pitches on the MCG deck and then bounces into the behind post. So we'll have a boundary throw in. Forward pocket for Collingwood.
They finished the half with a lot of inside 50s. 14 of the last 16. They're continuing on in this third term. Sean Darcy in front of Cameron knocks it down. Brayshaw couldn't take it. Jamie Elliott lays the tackle and Luke Ryan can't break clear. Still left forward pocket. Only 20 metres out from Collingwood's goal. The 2 rucks tangle. Spills down. On the move was Hoskin Elliott. He's tackled by Young and the umpire will do it once more.
28-point lead for the Pies. Deep forward again. Working through the stoppage. Hoskin Elliott swings it goalward, hits the post. Gee, somehow got a kick away in amongst 10 or 11 bodies. Behind for Collingwood. They lead by 29 points. 4 played, third term.
And options to bring them back into play as Ryan kicks towards Amos and Akers flying over the top was Maynard. And he spoils it out of play for a boundary throw-in, much to the support of Ginnivan and Nick Dacos for a boundary throw-in.
So last 7 scores in the game now, Clinchy, all Collingwood behinds.
The Dockers need to find something to just change this narrative. Thrown back into play. Darcy takes front position. Down to Sarong. Jams it on the boot. Up to Lobb. He and Howe initiate contact. Howe let it get to the back. Maynard put on a good block. Kept Schultz away for a moment as Howe got his kick up the wing. But Akers should be able to take the mark. He does high on his chest at left half back.
Rory Lobb's got to compete a lot harder than that.
Yeah.
That was too easy for Jeremy Howe.
Akers again, just with a contest kick back down to Rory Lobb, as Howe has been held in all of that. A free kick for Jeremy Howe.
That's Rory Lobb again. No, he's trying to hold him down. You know Jeremy Howe's going to go at the ball and try and mark it. Fly with him. You've got 10 centimetres on him.
17 even.
17 centimetres, sorry, Lids.
Not to mention if he and Darcy actually work together.
Howe short kick on the 45 to Pendlebury. He goes short to Lipinski. Nick Dacos got hands on the way through. Switkowski, big tackle. Ball comes out to Clark. Hand pass to Mundy. Through the centre square to Brayshaw. Got it back out wide to Switkowski. Feeds a hand pass to Schultz. Run out of room. Run down by Howe. Great tackle. And Schultz just a little too much.
Well, did he tackle him or just... I don't think he did. Yeah.
Free kick for Howe. Centre half back. Pies away.
Look at the Pies
straight through the middle. Darcy Moore, Lipinski to Goey. They're on the runway. Hand pass to Johnson on 50. Sidesteps Alex Pearce. Goes to finish and misses on the left. Freo led off the chain there. As Ash Johnson's kick flares to the left. 30 points, Collingwood's advantage, but they've had, the last 7 scores?
Eight straight behinds now for Collingwood. So when Fremantle kicked their second goal, it was 2-2 to 6 straight. It's now 2-2 to 6-8. The Young off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. Mason Cox just whacks it out of play. Boundary throwing on the wing. Collingwood by 30.
So that last play by Collingwood is the clearest indication of what the difference is in this game right now. How they just attacked from half back. Just made it up as they went.
Darcy gets rid of Darcy Cameron. Grabs it. Kicks it to centre half forward. Amos knocks it down to Walters. Walters on the half volley. Gives it back to Amos. A lefty kicks inside 50. Not a great kick for Schultz. Works well outsized. Wins the footy. Hands it to Logue. And Logue from the top of the goal square gives Freo life. Collingwood's lead back down to 24. And the Dockers with the all-important first goal of the second half. 7 minutes into the third. Fremantle 3-2. Collingwood 6-8-44. Collingwood by 24.
How good was that by Lachie Schultz?
Get around him.
Fell over, slipped over, then still got up to contest that contest with Nathan Murphy and creates the goal for his teammate in Griffin Logue with just the little handball. But geez, if it wasn't for Lachie Schultz inside Fremantle's forward 50 tonight, I don't think they would have scored.
No, he's provided some real energy, hasn't he?
He's kicked the 2 goals and gave the third one away.
Just to never say die.
Yeah.
I'm never out of it. Wasn't the greatest kick, but you know what? I'm in a scrap. And that's all you can ask of your small forwards. Well done.
Griffin Logue's second kick of the match. It's a goal. He'll take it. Darcy in the middle wins down the tap. Spills off Brayshaw. Out towards Aish, but to go. He's in there working hard for Collingwood. And emerges with the footy. Kicks off the outside of the boot as only he would do. Up towards Johnson. Brennan Cox nudge him underneath. Elliott's hand pass just too slip for Crisp. Sliding in Hoskett. Elliott has to try and knock it out. Aish lays the tackle. Got it forward to Johnson. Left forward pocket outside of the boot. Jams it through to the left-hand side. Just couldn't quite control it. And another minor score for the Pies. They're up to 6-9-45 to Fremantle 3-2-20. That was from only about 8 metres out, or maybe a bit more, 10.
He's had an almost game, Ash Johnson.
As Ryan goes short to Brennan Cox, who marks at half back. Collingwood leaving the door open with 9 straight behinds. The kick down the wing. They all miss it. Slides through to Noble of Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Hand pass and turnover. Halfway. Mundy to Aish to Brayshaw. Hand pass to Darcy. Jams it on the boot to half forward. Murphy couldn't get to the drop. Spills to Walters. Trickles a ball inside 50. Cameron there for Collingwood. Under pressure. Hand pass to Quaynor. They're coming for him. Just got a kick away. Bouncing footy to half back. Hoskin Elliott. Hand pass too slick for Bianco. It's out of play as O'Driscoll sees it out of bounds. And a throw in 40 metres out from Fremantle's goal.
Well, they haven't upped their wanton risk-taking yet, Rammer, but what they have upped is their ability to apply pressure. It's making Collingwood cough the footy up. They haven't been as sure by hand or foot at the start of this third quarter.
Thrown back into play, Loeb and Darcy Cameron wins it down to Pendlebury, lost it. Lob squeezed it forward. Frederick couldn't get the hand pass to Walters. He keeps pressuring. Won it back from Quaynor. Pendlebury picks it up for Collingwood. Kicks towards halfback. Hoskin, Elliott and Clark. Hoskin, Elliott brought it to the front. Socketed off the ground. It pinballed into Pearce. Ricochets back to Darcy Cameron. He was dragged when he didn't have the footy by Rory Lobb. And another just careless free kick from the Dockers. Ball has to be retreated back to Darcy Cameron at left half back. Collingwood by 25 points. They kicked 3 behinds, Collingwood, in this third quarter, which is now 10 minutes old, to the Dockers' 1 straight goal. So Collingwood's last 9 scores have all been behinds. As Cameron returns it to the reliable hands of Scott Pendlebury, Collingwood's games record holder, longest serving captain. Drives them up the outer wing. Underneath it, Brennan Cox had a fair piece of it, not paid the mark. To go, he kicks towards Bianco. He's surging forward. Getting in the way was Ryan. Picks it up, underground hand pass. Missed Brennan Cox. Picked up by Hoskin Elliott. Jammed in the left half forward line. Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Myercheck. He's looking in more to the corridor. Nothing on offer down low for DeGoey.
DeGoey kicks off a standing start into the pocket. Elliott down there, swatting it away from the back. Ryan, it's out of play. Throwing forward pocket for the Pies. Fremantle back-to-back goals either side of half-time. Other than that, Collingwood kicked 6 of the first 7. Pies by 25. Stoppage inside their forward 50 from the throw-in. Cameron wins it down, but Aish, the former Magpie, hurried kick out of the defensive arc straight to Nick Dacos. The teenager marks for Collingwood. One of 4 teens out on the ground. He takes on Frederick on the mark. High ball inside the forward 50. Lobs down there for the Dockers. Hands to it. No mark. Falls to Ginnivan. Ginnivan kicks it. And again, the Pies respond to the Fremantle push. Ginnivan with his second. The crowd roaring their approval. And the Pies lead it by 31. 7-9-51. Fremantle 3-2-20. 12 played third term.
Well, of all the shots they've had, Corby, they managed to kick that one. Jackie Ginnivan.
Oh, I wonder if they have a look at this one.
Yeah,
actually.
hands went straight away, didn't they, Rama? Alex Pearce diving across his boot. Regardless of that, even if it is a goal, it's just fortcraft and natural ability from this kid, isn't it?
Score review.
The goal umpire is
stepped out of his line with his hand up in the air.
He's in the top of the goal
he's
square.
asking someone to be in a goal square. Yeah, 6-6-6. So Walker had to get back to stand alongside Ginnivan, and the umpire's about to ball it up. So the goal will stand. Only one of those 9 behinds Collingwood had scored in recent succession had been through a set shot. Jack Ginnivan with his second. Back in the middle, Pendlebury with a clearance. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Unleashes him through the middle of the ground. Kicks towards Johnson, who is brought down by Brennan Cox. Spoils it down Lipinski. His hand pass looking for McCreary. Picked off by Young. Links up with Sarong. Kicks out to Schultz, who was nudged over by Quaynor. A push in the back. And Rocky Schultz will take it at left half back. Collingwood by 31 points. Schultz with 2 goals for Freo. He dances around Quaynor on the mark, out wide for Lobb. He's got a couple of metres on Darcy Cameron and takes the mark.
He's been excellent. Lockie Schultz already with a couple of goals. Fremantle have only lost once when he's done that on 21 occasions. Kick inside the forward 50. Hands to it from Darcy. No mark. Spills down to Darcy Moore. Keeps it alive. Back flank. Hands at the side bottom. Back to Moore. Hand pass to Noble. Kicks down the wing. Ginnivan gets rid of Walker. Takes the mark. Ginnivan kicks inside 50. McCreary back with the flight. Looking at it. Young so courageous. Got hands to it. Spills to Akers. Hand pass sets up Elliott to hook through his third. He misses. Back to behinds for Collingwood. 10 of their last 11 scores have been minor ones. 14 played third term. Pies by 32. Feels like it could be a whole lot more.
Ryan brings Freo back into play. Short to Young. Both Walker and Akers slipping over in that last passage of play. As Young looks at options out on the southern side. Sends the ball as wide as he can towards O'Driscoll. Underneath it. As Myercheck had a fair piece of it, not paid the mark. Maynard fires it forward to Lipinski at left half forward. He kicks to the pocket and Jamie Elliott marks on his chest. Tight angle in the left forward pocket. He'll shoot from about 40 metres out.
You just look at the two opposing styles of play there. Hayden Young gets it. Yeah. He's just long, slow, boring, way out towards the boundary. Conversely, you look at Collingwood, when they get it back here with John Noble, it's a little quick handball, bang, and they get it to their two forwards that have got one-on-ones. You want to look at a blueprint, just look at the boys moving the footy in the other team.
2 goals, 1 for Jamie Elliott, deep in the left forward pocket, 1 foot inside the boundary as he comes in, shooting for his third. It's working back, but it's across the face. And Rory Lobb spoils it through for a minor score. Collingwood's lead is 33 points at the 15-minute mark of the third term.
Brennan Cox taking the kick out, stepped out of the goal square, so he's told to go. And eventually goes short to Young, who marks half back. Game high lead keeps growing. Pies by 33, 15 played in the third. Young just in hope. Long kick to the southern wing. And Jai Amos puts up his jukes and takes the mark. Straightens up to Clark. Didn't get to him in time. Amos has a second go. Follows up, collects. Ugly kick, middle of the ground. Got the lob on the hop. Hand pass to Sarong. Sweeping hand pass forward to Walker. Gives it back to Amos to go. He crunches him. Welcome to the MCG, but it was in the back. Free kick, Amos, centre half forward for Freo.
Really like that from the young Fremantle forward. They mark on the centre wing and they're just able to follow up 3 or 4 efforts there in a row.
This is his third touch in the chain.
Yeah. Great sign for a work rate.
Jai Amos, just 19 years of age in his third game. 2 of them have been in finals. On the left, he's going to have a ping. He went back like that and in the end just lays it up to Rory Lobb, who's out to meet it. Hands to it, no marks. Pills to Crisp. Knocks it away to Ginnivan. He's tackled without it, surely. As Walker took him to ground, the umpire had a good look, decided not to pay it. The pack forms behind him and a ball up. 30 out from the Fremantle goal, left half forward.
I think Jack Ginnivan might have had a hold of young Walker's arm there, and that's what made it look like that.
Thrown up. Darcy and Cameron spills towards Lipinski. Akers under duress. Hand pass to Lobb inside 50. Trying to square it up to O'Driscoll. He takes the mark. And he is normally a beautiful kick. Directly in front.
I think he's got the distance.
Bianco just inside the 50. A step or so inside. 7 disposals for Nathan O'Driscoll tonight. He veers out to the left, getting an extra millimetre. Sets fly. Not a bad effort. Can it clear the line? No. Cameron is able to spoil it through for a minor score. Collingwood's lead is 32 points. An inaccurate Magpies. 7-11-53 to the Dockers 3-3-21.
More on the kick-out duties. A goal each in the quarter. 18 minutes into the third. Long kick from Moore. Intercept mark for Pearce. Got rid of Mason Cox, who hit the deck in front of him. And Pearce between wing and half forward has it for Freo. Miscued kick inside the forward 50. Frederick has got to go. Knocked away by Murphy. Straight down to Brodie of the Dockers. Hand pass to Sarong. Kicks across the half forward line. Clark and O'Driscoll both fly. Down to Bianco. McCreary. Quick hand pass to Lipinski. Gave it to DeGoey. And DeGoey's run down. Jordan Clark with speed got him. And a free kick outer edge of the centre square for the Dockers.
And they needed that tackle. Fremantle. Collingwood were out. And they were going straight through the middle of the MCG.
Clark had to wait for the footy to be returned to him, so a bit of momentum was lost. Kicks towards the lob. Logue tries to fly from the back. Spills to the front. Murphy trying to knock it to Noble. Walters kept it alive. Hand pass to Sarong. Standing start. Snaps on the right. It's to the goal line and misses in the back. It's offline to the right. And a minor score. So the Dockers trying to close the gap here, but unable to find the major opening. Collingwood by 31 points.
Collingwood's pressure tonight just enormous again, as we've come to expect all season, as more to Bianco, who marks at centre half back. He kicks on the outer edge of the centre square to a one-on-one. Young there outsized with Myercheck. Young got hands to it. McCreary paddles it on. Inside 50 for the Pies. Clark there for the Dockers. Hand pass to Sarong. Feeds it to Young. He slips over. Hand pass to O'Driscoll, who's under the pump. Looks back inside to the outer corridor, and Clark's got it. There's not a heap of options upfield, and DeGoey's got him. Have some of that back as DeGoey wins it for Collingwood. Returns the favour to Jordan Clark, and Jordan DeGoey has the footy front edge of the centre square. The forward 50 fills up. De Goey tries to head up his intended target, Hoskin Elliott, who's out on the searching lead and takes the mark. 30 out straight in front.
It was just good patience, wasn't it? Didn't feel rushed, didn't feel like he needed. I thought he was going to set something up himself, dance and take the bloke on the mark on. Beautiful kick, but love the defensive intent from him, firstly, to get that holding the ball free.
Hoskin Elliott skips in from straight in front. Misses. Gee, their kicking has completely eluded them after they were 6 straight. They've gone 1 goal 12 from their last 13 scoring shots, Collingwood. They lead by 32. Should be game over. Time on in the third.
Young straight down the middle. Lobb had a good piece of it. He's paid the mark. Has it at the back edge of the centre square. Can he move it quickly? Out towards Brayshaw and Noble. Brayshaw tries to make body contact. Cleared space behind. Noble kept up with him. Darcy Moore gathers. Hand pass down low for Sidebottom. Got it to Noble. Back to Sidebottom. He's tackled as Brayshaw locks him up with good support from Sarong. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Clinchy, I didn't see this happen, but Darcy Cameron has just come off. His nose is plastered across his face, so plenty of work down here with the doctors and the physio to stop the bleeding and then to patch him up.
Thanks, Hodgie. From the ball up, Lipinski worked it out to Sidebottom, kicks up the wing. Johnson caught behind. No mark is claimed as Brennan Cox was in front, trying to protect the space. Collingwood by 32 points. 21 minutes gone, third term. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass, Tim Hodges, Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio with you.
Cox wins the hit out, but down to Brodie of the Dockers. Tumbles a kick down the wing. Unkind bounce for Schultz. Sidebottom for the Pies. Hand pass to Noble. Sarong, great tackle.
Yes.
And called. Free kick, Sarong.
That's what they have lifted this quarter, Fremantle. That's 15 tackles now for the quarter, so that's a good number. So that's a tick. It's still the ball movement that's causing Fremantle all sorts of problems.
The Week 1 finals average across the competition was 67 tackles, up from 57 in the regular season. The overall count tonight, Freo 44, Collingwood 42 in the tackle count. The Sarong goes back to Cox, and again the stagnant ball movement from Freo. As Cox down to half forward for the big man Darcy, through the hands of Mason Cox. Slides to Logue. Logue looks for Lobb over his head. Sprawling effort for Howe. He's claiming the mark. Umpire's not paying it. Oh, very late call. As they all looked at the field umpire, Amos laid the tackle and the ump said, no, that's a mark. Free kick for Jeremy Howe in the back pocket for Collingwood.
Possession number 12 coming up for Jeremy Howe, 11 of which have been intercept possessions. Kicks up towards big Mason Cox, who put his knee and his hands right in the back of Sean Darcy. Now Young took the advantage and then put his hand up. The umpired wave play on. So Walker has to kick to half forward. Lowe caught behind against Murphy. Brayshaw front and centre. Squeezes a bouncing ball towards Lobb. Gathers. Murphy gathers him. In fact, it's Darcy Moore who locks him up. And Rory Lobb just couldn't get a hand pass away, having dealt with the awkward bounce.
What about play in the end from Rory Lobb? Forces the ball up inside the forward 50. 20 out from the Freo goal. Darcy down to Switkowski, to the champion Brayshaw off the left. He misses everything. Snapping goalward. And it's out on the full from the MVP. Collingwood by 32. 23 gone in the third. Just a goal each in the quarter. Largely due to Collingwood's inaccuracy. They've kicked 1 goal, 12 from their last 13 scoring shots. The kick to half back from the Pies, and Johnson was pushed square in the back by Brennan Cox. Gets the free. Half back flank for Collingwood.
Johnson just looks for options. Goes short to Nick Dacos, running into space on the members' wing. Over 90,000 in the house tonight. All the way to the back of the bleachers, with a lot of Collingwood fans. We think sort of 95% of the crowd. Kicks towards Mason Cox, who sets himself and marks in front of Alex Pearce. He looks into the pocket. Jamie Elliott's on the lead. Just was able to clear it over Brennan Cox, who raced back. Gathered by Ryan. Drives a kick up to the wings. Swikowski and Quaynor. Swikowski got hands to it. Trying to slide in as Frederick in front of Quaynor. Trying to knock it to the advantage of Brodie, who's pressured by Sidebottom. And Quaynor, there's nowhere to go. The two Magpies over the top, and they lock the footy up on the members' wing just in front of the two benches. Collingwood by 32 points. The Magpies with 1 goal, 6 to the Dockers, 1-2 in this third term.
Up it goes. Cox knocks it down to Brayshaw. Brayshaw got it through to Brodie. He's tackled, lost it. Comes to Crisp, and Sean Darcy sees him out of play, so a throw in on the wing. Pies by 32 points. They've led from the jump, kicked the first 4 goals of the game. Fremantle goalless in the opening quarter. 3 goals each from that point on. Collingwood cruising. Sean Darcy out of the ruck. Squeezes a kick away, went to side bottom, fell over, got it out, but straight to Switkowski. Hand pass back into dispute. Maynard clever. Knocks it to Crisp. Collingwood on halfway. Hand pass to De Goey. Fends off Clark. De Goey from 50. Kicks to Myercheck. Top of the goal square. Reels it in. They're all rushing back downhill. And Myercheck, competing with Alex Pearce, got his hands to it and held it in on the way down.
How powerful was that from Geordie De Goey? Just their ability to get onto the loose ball, cutting Fremantle to shreds.
Myercheck, at last, gives Collingwood some bang for their buck. Hot pies at the G. The second for Brodie Myercheck. And Collingwood out to a new game high. It's the Pies by 38 points. 8-12, Fremantle 3-4, time on, third term.
Well, it's just, again, Collingwood prepared to get the ball rolling. You look where their attacks, their launch attacks are when they're going inside forward 50, and they're from the middle part of the MCG.
Yep.
So it just opens up that entire forward line. De Goey shows his power and his speed, but Crisp is involved there. Side bottom's involved there. They get involved. They love to get involved, the Collingwood runners, when the ball is in motion. And it's a great sign. Like, you've got Maynard just to give a nice little block there. So De Goey's got that bit of extra space. It's fun to watch by the Pies.
2 to Myercheck, 2 to Ginnivan, 2 to Elliott. Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Cameron rises into Sean Darcy, wins down the tap. Sarong, clean pickup. Hand pass to the outer wing. Akers locked up by Bianco. Can't get a hand pass clear as Cameron comes charging in to offer reinforcements. AFL logo on the southern side of the MCG. Cameron wins down the tap towards Dacos. It's pinched by Akers. Kicks towards half forward. Lowe got underneath the footy. Howe was right there with him. Racing back Murphy for Collingwood. Missed Nick Dacos. Switkowski onto it. Trying to centre it with a hand pass to Lobb. Hand pass to Lowe. Now to Andy Brayshaw. Hand pass to Walters. Turns. Snaps. And goals. Hard work, but got there in the end. And Sonny Walters was the man you wanted the footy in the hands of when they eventually found someone who could strike it truly. And the Dockers with their 4th goal of the match. They're 4-4-28 to Collingwood 8-12-60. 27 minutes gone, third term.
I was actually watching Nick Dacos and his ability to try and get back to help there. He got missed with the handball, which brought his opponent, Switkowski, back into the play. They had a couple of options, a couple of chances to nearly get that shot on goal. They just tried to find the free, and it landed in the right hands in the end, didn't it, with Sonny Walters. Had a bit of a quiet day today, but tell you what, he can bob up, and hopefully that can just ignite the Dockers here, give them a bit of a spark.
And give them some energy. Under pressure too.
It was. Absolutely, Clinchy. Nice finish.
He was one of just 4 Dockers that had finals experience leading into this series. Margin back to 32 points. Walters with his first. Hurried clearance from the Pies. Kick heads out from Cameron to half forward. The Dockers, though, win it back. And it comes through the hands of Akers. Hand pass to Mundy. Kicks through the middle of the G to Brayshaw. Brayshaw turns, looks for Lobb. Edged underneath the footy. Moore trying to reel it in one-handed. Unsuccessful. Follows up, though, and then gets the clearing kick out of defensive 50. Great use of the body, McCreery. Bangs into Clark. He's out the back. McCreery takes 2 bounces. Kicks to the top of the goal square for the Pies. Time beats them.
Jeez, he completely burnt Ash Johnson there. McCreery, that was a simple kick call.
Had Myercheck and Hoskin Elliott top of the goal square. Had Johnson on a little shorter, and it wasn't to be. And Sam Switkowski is down in the forward 50 for Fremantle. Tim Hodges, you've been keeping an eye on that. What can you see?
Well, he wore Darcy Moore's full strike of his leg as he kicked the ball, and he is in a world of pain, just coming to his knees now, being helped up by the physios. So he's going to need every bit of the three-quarter time break to get his energy back. He is in a bad way.
Thanks, Hodgie. It is three-quarter time. It's Collingwood by 32 points. They led by 23 at quarter time, 28 at the half. And it keeps growing, 32 at three-quarter time. 2 each, Clenchy for Elliott, Ginnivan and Myercheck. 1 to De Goey and 1 to Crisp. Well, for Fremantle, we've got 2 for Lockie Schultz and then singles for Logue and for Walters.
The Pies had 2 goals, 6 in that third quarter, as they did in the second quarter. So their inaccuracy has kept the Dockers in at 32 points at the three-quarter time break. Collingwood comfortably in control. It's all unfolding on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Know the story with ABC News Digital. Get the latest breaking news with live notifications whenever you want, wherever you are.
We are considering going to zero emissions.
We'll go ahead as planned.
And abruptly ended the case.
It will help us all get back to normal and back to all the things that we love.
Those are the kind of things that work.
There's hope for a brighter future.
ABC News, Australia's most trusted news source. Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app.
For continuing coverage of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II and the worldwide reaction, head to ABC News Radio or the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Darcy gets rid of Darcy Cameron, grabs it, kicks it to centre half forward. Amos knocks it down to Walters. Walters on the half volley, gives it back to Amos. A lefty kicks inside 50. Not a great kick for Schultz. Works well outsized, wins the footy, hands it to Logue, and Logue from the top of the goal square gives Freo life. He takes on Frederick on the mark. High ball inside the forward 50. Lobs down there for the Dockers. Hands to it, no mark. Falls to Ginnivan. Ginnivan kicks it. And again, the Pies respond to the Fremantle push. Hoskin Elliott skips in from straight in front. Misses. Gee, their kicking has completely eluded them after they were 6 straight. They've gone 1 goal 12. Knocks it to Crisp. Collingwood on halfway. Hand pass to DeGoey. Fends off Clark. DeGoey from 50. Kicks to Myercheck. Top of the goal square. Reels it in. Myercheck at last gives Collingwood some bang for their buck.
Sukowski onto it, trying to centre it with a hand pass to Lobb, hand pass to Logue, now to Andy Brayshaw, hand pass to Walters, turns, snaps, and goals! Hard work, but got there in the end.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Collingwood by 32 points at three-quarter time over the Dockers, 8-12-60 to the Dockers, 4-4-28. A date with Sydney in the preliminary final awaits for the winner of tonight's clash. Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary. The thoughts of Adam Ramanaskas and Brett Delidio, your experts.
Well, the game should be over well and truly, but poor kicking has kept the Dockers somewhat alive. I think with the new 666 rule, Rama, that you're always a sniff, aren't you? But given how slow and methodical that the Dockers have tried to be, I can't see them getting on a run. I'd like to think for our listeners out there and all the supporters here that we're going to get a really exciting finish, but Collingwood should have well and truly put this game to bed. It's just been their want to take the game on and really play with some flair and take some risks. I love their ability off half-back, Noble and young Dacos, Maynard, Chris coming through there at times. They take the game on. They don't wait for the slow setup of what Fremantle want. They just go, and that's what allows DeGoey to play forward of the footy and just take the game on. You know, that's all Jamie Chris wants. Bo McCreary, they want it in space. They want the speed on the footy.
Well, my old coach at Essendon, Kevin Sheedy, would say often when you play at the MCG, you play inside the logos. And I think that's the big difference in this game. Fremantle are playing outside the logos on centre wing. Collingwood are playing inside the logos.
Yep.
And that's how they're scoring, Collingwood. Like, this game should be over. 8 goals, 12, and Collingwood have missed some absolute sodas. But just you look at where Collingwood are launching their attack from and how they're launching their attack compared to Fremantle where they're trying to launch their attacks from. It's simply not working. They've got to take risk in this last... 32 points is gettable.
Yeah.
But right now, 32 points feels like 10 goals.
Well, that's
in this game.
You've got to take this game on. If you want to stay involved in this final series, you've got to throw caution to the wind and have a crack at it. Don't be afraid to make a mistake into the corridor.
Have a go.
And that's what Collingwood's done all game.
Freo's 2 lowest scores at three-quarter time in season 2022 have both been against the Magpies. So Collingwood have done so much right. They just haven't quite been able to finish their own work in front of goal. These players are in position and in readiness for this final term. The Magpies by 32 points, 8-12-60. So the Dockers 4-4-28.
Fremantle 30 more possessions for the game, 15 less inside 50s.
Yeah.
Slow.
Yeah. I just wonder whether they can get more of their forwards up the ground, trying to play a sort of vacant pagan pattern.
How many times, Clinchy, in this game can you remember Fremantle just trying to take the ball through the middle of the ground?
Yeah.
You know, it's for a forward, if you're going outside the logos here on the MCG, you become predictable to your defender.
Collingwood by 32 points. Into the final term we go. Darcy Cameron sets himself against Sean Darcy. Bounce favoured Cameron, although Sean Darcy went early, allowed him to get the clearance. De Goey kicks towards half forward. Clark gets a fist away. Cox tries to knock it on, trying to link up with Myercheck. Couldn't quite successfully complete that. Clark knocks it clear for the Dockers. Chris for Collingwood. To Ginnivan feeds it back out to the 50. Pendlebury couldn't take it. Mundy can. All these experience to Brayshaw, to Brodie, through the middle of the ground to Sean Darcy. Jams it on the boot, over the head of Swikowski. Darcy Moore sets himself, almost took the intercepting mark. Lob pressures him, then tackles Darcy Cameron. Nick Dacos picks it up. Hand pass to Noble. Lipinski a fumble. Back to Noble. Run down. Great tackle. Swikowski just as Collingwood are about to break clear. And Brodie and Crisp slide in. They battle for it. The umpire reluctant to blow his whistle for a moment. Now eventually forced to, just to the right of the two centre circles in the middle of the MCG.
I mentioned Mundy in that chain, and the way it's going, it'll be the last quarter of his long career in his 376th game, the longest serving Docker. Unless they can make something dramatic happen here. Collingwood by 32. Another ball up.
8th outright, passing Craig Bradley in most games played.
And we're going to have another stoppage. 4th time in the middle of the ground, they'll chuck it up. Pies by 32, extended their lead at every change. As Cameron palms it down. Straight to Crisp, and again we're in the same spot. 5th ball up. Middle of the G. Cameron over the back. Down to Mundy at the Dockers. Kick smothered. Spills through to De Goey. Went low. Knocked it out the side bottom. Links up with Maynard. The All-Australian to half forward. And Myercheck hitting up. Takes the mark. He's in that launch pad. 70 out right half forward. Looks inside 50. Mason Cox and Elliott both down there. Cox the only one left standing. Runs onto it. Big Mason. Puts it through for a spectacular goal. And Collingwood are out by 38. 2 minutes into the final term. And another reason for the 90,000 plus representing the Magpie Army to make plenty of noise. Collingwood by 38.
Usually the pack falls in front and it's the big guy falling, but in that case it was Mason Cox who kept his feet.
He gave a decent old shove though, Rammer, I think, to poor old Brennan Cox, but the big draft horse out the back, he just loped onto it, didn't he? And popped it through. But what I love is Brodie Myercheck just turns and sees a 2v2 and he kicks it in. Doesn't wait for that perfect play. That's the Collingwood crowd. Have a listen to him. Jeepers.
It's like a snow shovel. He just pushed Brennan Cox into the pack, cleared a path, and the footy came into his hands, and he was able to finish. Back in the middle, Sean Darcy gets the clearance. Brodie trying to volley it out of fresh air. Didn't make any contact. Nick Dacos gives the hand pass away, and Cameron's tackled by Darcy and Brodie. Slightly Frio's way from the centre circles. Darcy gets it down to Mundy. Nice little sidestep. Jams it onto the boot. Looking for Logue. He almost takes the mark on his chest. Spilled into his own teammate Walters in the end. Collingwood work it back to Moore. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Out to Noble in the back pocket. Looks up to half back. Crisp running hard. He takes the mark in front of Young at left half back for the Pies.
Jack Crisp, game number 199. Long down the line to Cox, who's given the crowd a reason to get off their chairs. Instead, the kick sailed over the boundary line. It's out on the full. Free kick for Brennan Cox. So Jack Crisp will get his 200th in this season, the way things are going. It could come next Saturday night in a preliminary final against the Swans as Cox The Fremantle variety goes to Hayden Young. Dangerous kick to centre half back. Elliott intercepts, knocks it inside 50. Elliott trying to paddle it to his own advantage. He goes to ground. Ryan fighting on with him. Elliott holds the footy to him, becomes tackler. And a ball up, but superb stuff from Jamie Elliott.
Oh, he's got to get a round of applause for that one.
Yeah.
That's just pure effort by Elliott. First to spoil, then to lock the ball in. Terrific play.
And Luke Ryan needed all his experience to try and make amends. Now we're going to have a blood rule. So Darcy Cameron's going to come from the field towards Tim Hodges. And Collingwood leading by 38 points. What's your crowd estimate, Hodgie?
Darcy Cameron, so that's that busted nose. He's coming off again to have it stopped. I reckon I think we'll hit 91,000. So that was the MCC expectation to me before the game. They're normally pretty close. I think somewhere between 91 and 92.
Darcy Cameron slowly gets to the bench in front of Hodgie, and the umpire's ready to throw it up once more inside attacking 50 for Collingwood. Mason Cox tries to work it down to Lipinski. He's tackled by Darcy and Andy Brayshaw.
38 points, the lead for the Pies. Another stoppage inside their forward 50 comes to Akers, though the Dockers. Hand pass to Ryan. Kick smothered, spills to Mundy to 1-2 with Darcy. Mundy caught by Ginnivan. Ball comes out to Clark. Hand pass to Brayshaw. He turns it over. Well, another famous footballing surname in Nick Dacos for Collingwood. Takes the intercept mark, 70 out. Can put it inside 50 again for the Magpies. Big Mason the target. Hands on it from Ryan, no mark. Mason's going to get another go. Kicks it in the same motion as he grabs it right to the goal line. But back there, Akers takes the intercept mark on the goal line for Freo. Collingwood by 38, 6 played final term.
Had to go for Pearce because Lobb had already led up to half-back. He marks in the middle of the defensive 50. Now to Chapman at left half-back. Plays on through the corridor to Brennan Cox, and now out to Brayshaw at right half-back. Fredericks out wide. He drops the mark. Darcy Moore corrals him. He's trying to find a sidestep move around him. Has to retreat back to Brayshaw. Back to Frederick. Hard against the boundary, centre wing member side. Kicks towards half forward. Freo have a 2-on-1. Amos takes the mark. He turns onto his left. Kicks into the pocket. Out comes Griffin Logue on the lead. Finally, some beautiful transition from the Dockers that allowed Logue to comfortably mark on the lead.
And it's the first time Fremantle have actually made Jeremy Howe defend a leading target. And guess what? Griffin Logue,
he gets a shot on goal. Fancy that, Rabba.
On a 45-degree angle, kicking from about 40 metres out. Griffin Logue with one already. Starts his approach. Fires it at the left goalpost, bends back and completes the deed. We've seen remarkable comebacks before, but they're coming from a long, long way back. Collingwood by 32 points, 9-12-66 to the Dockers 5-4-34 for one of their best passages of play of the night.
Well, we heard Nathan Murphy talk at the start of the game about how they like to get into live play, just making it up. And that was the first time I can remember that Fremantle went into that and they got one of their easiest shots on goal just through being a bit more daring, going off half-back. What I think I found tonight is that Freo have lacked that creativity coming from half-back. It's always ended up in the hands of either a Sean Darcy or someone who just likes to bang it long down the line. For me, going forward next year for Freo is get someone off half-back who can light it up, a bit similar to a Dacos, a John Noble, like to take the game on.
Pies by 32. Back where we were at three-quarter time, a crooked bounce. Umpire tosses it up a second time. Mason Cox in his sports goggles rises up, wins it down. Here's Aish off the wing. Hand pass went straight to Noble. Collingwood back with it. Hands it to De Goey. Tried to kick outside of the boot to Josh Dacos. Look away, hand pass missed the target. Schultz for Freo. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Pokes the kick out wide back to Schultz, who was very good early. Kicks inside 50. Walters flying forward. Can't rip it down. Becomes tackler on Pendlebury for the Magpies. Hand pass to Noble. He goes out wide to Josh Dacos, and Collingwood take the advantage as Braden Maynard's off and running down the wing, having two bouncers in front of the Collingwood interchange.
Looks up towards Johnson at half forward. He was behind Brendan Cox, but he slipped in front and took the mark. He can chip it over the top, and Chris Ball on his own. Mark slightly left of centre. He'll shoot from 40 metres out.
Nice catch by Ash Johnson, wasn't it? He looked way out of position, but his ability to hold on, sticky mitts. He's had that almost night, as we've spoken about. Jack Crisp become a very reliable player, as we've talked about all night. Last shot on goal was very good, so let's see if we can knock this one through again.
Collingwood's running man from half-back into the midfield in 2022 and put him down for 2 goals as he flexes to the Collingwood cheer squad. The double cobra on display, and Collingwood are starting to make them count now. 10-12-72 to the Dockers, 5-4-34. 10 minutes gone, final term. Jack Crisp with his second.
Well, it's just the run. Again, you know, they win the free kick. Noble wins the free kick, but rather than going back to where the free... Play on.
Yep.
You know,
Maynard, bounce away.
Yeah, just go. Like Josh Dacos gives a little handball over to Maynard, and then Maynard goes. They keep the game in flow really well, the Pies. Yeah, it's a joy to watch. It really, really is, because it's not this methodical style that we see so many other teams play. There's so much unpredictability about their ball movement, which I love. I love that about... You're letting talent actually be the talented footballers they are.
Due to play his 200th now in the prelim against Sydney. It'll be game number 188 in a row. An amazing run for Jack Crisp. Back in the middle, Darcy palms it down for Freo to Sarong. Kicks inside 50. Walters just edging Quainer underneath the footy. Takes the mark. 40 out, left half forward for Freo. Desperation belongs to them.
Caleb Sarong's tried hard all night. I haven't seen him kick on his left a hell of a lot tonight. It's like the pressure's been there, forcing him that way all night.
Freo's season is slipping away as Michael Walters, one of their most decorated forwards, his set shot is good. A fist pump to try and get the Dockers going. They've left their run late. 11 played in the final term. Collingwood's lead cut to 32. The Dockers needing to kick 6 to win it. They've kicked 6 for the night. 6-4-40. Collingwood 10-12-72. 12 played final term grandstand AFL.
The 6 of their goals have come from 3 players. 2 to Walters, 2 to Logue, 2 to Schultz. So, you know, not enough support there. And just that scoreboard pressure. But Sarong's had 25 tonight.
Yep.
But I don't feel like he's had...
damage on the game.
Well, the same influence as he had last week, obviously.
No.
So they were 23 down, obviously, early in the game. Fremantle at quarter time, and they've never been able to get within 17 from that point on, and still at 32 now.
Haven't been able to keep back-to-back goals tonight. In the middle, Lipinski soccers it off the deck after the ruckman did battle. Rolls out to McCreary. Young pinched it from him. Got it to Brody. Squeezed to kick forward. Awkward bouncing ball for Swikowski. Nick Dacos to Quaynor on half-back. Couldn't get it out to Noble. Sliding in Swikowski. Little fumble, can't take it. Now becomes the tackler on Noble. And locks it up 60 metres out from the Fremantle goal at the city end. 32 points. Collingwood's advantage. They've got it out to 38 on a couple. In fact, 3 occasions. As Chris gets the clearance and then charges past Young. 2 bounces into the middle of the ground. Gets to half forward. Long towards Johnson and Ginnivan in front. Can't complete the mark. He almost dragged it back in. Walker gets back for the Dockers. Hand pass to Alex Pearce. Under pressure. Squeeze the kick out towards O'Driscoll and Walker. Walker gathers. Hand pass to O'Driscoll. Hand pass to Sarong.
Sarong collects at half back. Got Ginnivan for company. Forces the turnover. Ginnivan. Hand pass went to Crisp. Gives it to Murphy. Kicks inside 50. Bouncing footy. Chapman does well to negate the bounce, win the possession. Hand pass to Walker, to Sarong for the Dockers. Back to Chapman. Still on the back flank. Hand pass, a clean turnover. Straight to Quaynor. He's tackled, lost it. Nice work from Brody. Freo win it back. Young kicks out to the broadcast wing. Schultz drops a chest mark all alone. The walls close in. Schultz kicks down to half forward. Swikowski crunched. Darcy Moore comes through to win the footy. He takes a bounce and loses it. Schultz for Fremantle. Hand pass, nutmeg Swikowski. He soccers it to half forward. Frederick runs onto it. He looks for goal. Frederick, he's offline. Fades late and misses for a behind. And they want to check it upstairs. And it looked like it disappeared out to the left from our angle.
It was just that little fumble from Schultz on centre wing here. Dropped the mark. And that's what allowed Darcy Moore just to get there, to get a hand into spoil.
The question is here whether the mark was taken inside the field of play or not from Nathan Murphy. And this behind won't count from Frederick Murphy. Took the behind before all the ball crossed all the line. So Collingwood will take their kick on the behind line. And there's plenty of reasons to cheer at the moment for Collingwood. Pies by 32, 15 gone, final term.
The footy had to be returned to Nathan Murphy. It goes short to Nick Dacos across the goal face, who might return it back to Murphy. He in the right back pocket. Around the boundary line to Quaynor. Still 35 metres out from his defensive goal. Approaching 15 minutes gone in the final term. Collingwood by 32 points. Heading towards a prelim against the Sydney Swans. Quaynor up to the southern wing. In the direction of Johnson. He flies, can't take the mark with Pearce alongside him. Mundy gathers to the Dockers. Hand pass to Cox, and Brennan Cox is gone. He's locked up and thrown to the turf, and Jamie Elliott takes the free kick.
And Elliott just goes short to Hoskin Elliott. And he chips it along the boundary line to Bianco. And 2 changes from last week. The sub changed. Carmichael is the Medi sub for Kruger, and Bianco, the only change to the 22, came in for Adams. Kicks to half forward. Johnson takes the mark. What a story he's been from Halls Creek to in front of 90,000 at the G. Pokes the pass inside 50. Walker a little casual. Ginnivan floats through and takes the mark.
What happened there? He just lose track of that ball coming in, did he? And might have just packed up, you reckon, Rema? Said that's enough. I don't want to go back with that one.
Yeah, that was should have been an easy
intercept.
Yeah, for Walker, but he just simply didn't want to jump at the ball.
It's hard to imagine a meteoric rise in any player's second season quite like Jack Ginnivan. He rips the curtain down to close the show for the Magpies. Collingwood by 38, 17 gone in the final term. 11-12, 78. Fremantle 6-4, 40. Jack Ginnivan with his third on semi-final night.
Well, he keeps stepping up, doesn't he, on the big stage? For all his critics and all the talk about him and everything that's been going on, this kid's just a natural footballer that knows how to find his way to kick goals. And that's why he finds himself still in this team. He creates energy, but he kicks goals for his team. And what I also love about this Collingwood side is they haven't got that outstanding mid-30s midfielder. You know, a high of 22 for Geordie De Goey, and then 3 or 4 blokes underneath that at 21s and 19s. Just even spread right across the board.
He's kicked goals in big games as well. 5 in Anzac Day. There's Mason Cox back in the middle of the ground, 1 down the tap, but it's Brody for the Dockers who emerges, takes a bounce, has Mundy free, charges to 50. Can the veteran finish with class? Yes, he can. Steers it straight over the top of the goal umpire's hat. And something for David Mundy to savour, as every Freo player comes to him and congratulates him on a trademark goal. 8th of all time in VFL AFL footy in terms of games played, surpassing Craig Bradley tonight. 19 seasons in the AFL. Tonight will be his last game.
It's a nice touch, wasn't it? All the Freo boys getting across to the old boy. Sometimes there's sad reality of football when you get towards the back end. The last few minutes, hopefully he can really savour the last 9 or so minutes of this game. Enjoy it for what it is. The emotions will no doubt pour out after it. He's a pretty level-headed sort of guy though, Barra. Great finish, the old boy.
Purple through and through. And trying to continue to lead from the front.
Made his debut on this ground, round 6, 2005 at the MCG, and it'll come to a close here tonight. All these years later, 17 years on. 32 points, Collingwood's lead. A secondary ball up middle of the ground. Cox wins the hit out down to Brody. Hand pass went into Collingwood's hands as Pendlebury, the 1-2 with Nick Dacos. Pendlebury kicks across the back edge of the centre square to Maynard. He takes the mark. 19 gone, final term. Collingwood by 32. They've had Freo at arms reach all night, and the kick finds side bottom. Sydney awaits next Saturday in the twilight at the Sydney Cricket Ground. A side bottom kicks to the pack, and Brandon Cox pulls down a neat pack mark for Fremantle. He goes back to Ryan, who marks 20 metres out from his defensive goal line. It'll be the first SCG preliminary final since 1996. After Sydney played all those home prelims at Stadium Australia, they're back at their spiritual home next week as Sarong finds Logue on the southern wing. Hand pass away to Walker.
Comes through the middle of the ground, trying to find Mundy. Getting a crucial touch in there was Pendlebury. He's brought down and taken high. Scott Pendlebury doing all the little things. In his 17th season, the 34-year-old is heading to another prelim. He's featured in 4 grand finals. Out wide to Quaynor. Spreads it wider still, and Bianco marks just inside the boundary, centre of the southern wing. Waits for Josh Dacos to run into space. Just chips the kick over the top, allows him to run onto it. 20 minutes gone, final term. Collingwood by 32 points. Josh Dacos looks towards half forward, sends it towards Mason, Cox and Cameron. Cameron had to spoil it down against Pearce. Little soccer from Bianco. Volley in the middle of the ground. Pendlebury gathers. Tackle by Sokowski. Stood up in the tackle somehow, but turned it over. Taken by Sarong of the Dockers. Hand pass to Will Brodie. Works it back to Walker. Not a great kick. It may still find Brodie though. Hand pass to Logue, who fended off Quaynor. Hand pass to Pearce. Has options in the middle of the ground. He missed Young with his kick though. And McCreary races back. Gets the hand pass to Nick Dacos.
Short kick to Murphy. Centre half back takes the mark. Spoke to him pre-game, a mad Geelong fan growing up, Nathan Murphy. The play's first final last week. He's backed it up tonight, both in front of 90,000 plus. He goes short to Howe, to side bottom, back to Howe. Nathan Murphy's only played 32 games of footy. He'll be going through to a prelim next week as Howe kicks Collingwood down the wing, side bottom marks. 21 gone, final term. Collingwood by 32. Steele side bottom now 4th in the game's record list at Collingwood, behind only Pendlebury, Shaw and Coventry. Kicks to half forward, bounces off the pots of Cameron. He's already been busted open tonight. Spills to Darcy. He just clears the area but kicks it straight to Maynard. Marks on the AFL logo members wing. Collingwood by 32.
Crowd posted at 90,612. As Josh Dacos goes wide and Steele side bottom takes the mark.
So that's short of last week, 91,525. So second best attendance this season.
Disappointing by Hodgie. He's wrong.
Yeah, he makes the claim. He was 300 out. Kicks towards Johnson, who flies in the pack. Can't take the mark from the side bottom kick. Elliott kept it alive. Hand pass to Lipinski into the pocket. Myercheck just couldn't quite get a toe to it. Elliott might still keep it alive. Got it back to Myercheck. On his back, he can't clear the congestion. And the umpire will ball it up. Only 5 or 6 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Ash Johnson landed right in the middle of his back, having flown for that last mark.
Top of the goal square for the Magpies. Umpire chucks it in the air. Darcy Cameron knocks it down to Sarong of the Dockers. Hands it to Young. Quick kick forward, straight to Hoskin Elliott. Low to the ground, he takes the mark on his knees, and he can shoot from 30 out straight in front.
That's the next part of their game. How disciplined Collingwood are, the way they set up behind the football. You know, it's been one of their trademarks for a long time, their defence, but even there, like Hoskin Elliott could easily get sucked into that contest, but just holds his width.
Hoskin Elliott skips in, misses. Just missed 2 from dead in front tonight. Getting a little closer, he's hit the post there.
Third behind, called.
Collingwood by 33, 11-13 to 7-4. Pies by 33. They've really had it in their keeping all night.
Brennan Cox out of defence, up towards Lobb and Darcy. It clears the pack. Onto it, John Noble for Collingwood. Retreats back by hand to Nick Dacos. One way, then the other. Trying to find a way past to Mess. His kick is wide of side bottom. Mess providing just enough pressure to force the turnover, and O'Driscoll to take it. And in front of the 2 benches. 23 minutes gone, final term. Collingwood by 33 points. Nathan O'Driscoll kicks towards a miss, who flew in the pack, couldn't take the mark. It spills to Darcy, kicks towards the pocket. Awkward bouncing ball. Akers cleverly taps it down. Frederick to finish. He does from a couple of metres out. Something late for the Freo Dockers. As Michael Fredericks able to kick his first goal. The margin back to 27 points Collingwood's way. 11-13, 79 to the Dockers, 8-4, 52.
It was a nice little tap on from Blake Acres. We've spoken about him a bit tonight. He's been hobbled since very early in this game. He's managed to still have the 26 touches, kicking it at 94%. A nice deft little touch there to get himself a score involvement. Just been outplayed right across the ground, unfortunately. The margin will flatter them a little bit, given the Collingwood's easy misses that they've left on the table.
A hell of a year too for Freo. Overall, they went from 11th last year in a 10-win team to 15.5 wins. Spent 15 of the first 18 weeks in the top 4. They win a final in such a young group. A couple of teenagers there tonight and an average age of just 24. Their road record in particular, 7.5 wins away from home, just the 3 losses, but one of them will be here on semi-final night. Still no clean break out of the middle. Brayshaw, hand pass to Bianco, tumbles a kick out to the wing. Over the back, Brennan Cox swats it down, but straight to McCreary. Says to Brayshaw, get off me. Shrugs the jackal. Hand pass away to Crisp. Crisp looks inside 50. Going up Johnson, can't complete the mark. He will have a second go, runs in, tries to bend over to get it. He was hurt in an earlier incident, looked a little sore going for that. And Brayshaw extracts it, got it to Aish, hand pass to Clark. Kicks across the ground for Freo.
Out to the members' wing where it's gathered by Akers. He tries to cut past, steal side bottom, kicks a high ball towards half forward. In from the side, Amiss couldn't take the mark. It spills the way of Frederick. He puts the foot to the pedal, looks to kick from 50, goes for goal. Great finish. Racing back, Bianco thought he was going to get there, and instead he watched it sail over the goal line for Frederick's second. Trying to individually provide some highlights for the Dockers fans. His second, the margin back to 21 points Collingwood's way. 11-13, 79 to the Dockers, 9-4, 58. Back-to-back goals finally for Freo.
Yeah, finally.
All through Michael Frederick. That's all they needed.
It's amazing when the game's probably dead that Fremantle are taking their most risk in this game. You know, it's now roll the ball on. It's now let's now take the risk. It's going to be a frustrating watch for Justin Longmuir and his coaches. This one.
A lot of work on ball movement, Rammer, over the summer.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You can imagine
coming back inside.
If you get down to the arc in Coburn over the off-season, you know what you'll be seeing as DeGoey in the middle, hands it to Sarong, kicks inside 50 for Freo, over Logue's head. Amos overruns it close to the boundary line, and Howe sees it out to a throw-in forward pocket for Freo. 27 travelled final turn, Collingwood by 21. The Dockers with the last 3 goals. They've kicked 5 in the quarter. They've kicked only 4 through the first 3. Boundary throwing, Mason Cox reaching over the back. Comes down to Brayshaw, stands up in a tackle, hand pass to Sarong, kick smothered. Mason Cox goes and gets it for the Pies. Hand pass to Noble, hurried kick out to the southern wing. Young gets his body in front, knocks it to Aish, kicks inside 50. Walters climbs, comes down to Moore. He knocks it to Pendlebury at centre half back.
Hand pass to the run of Quaynor, up to Lipinski at centre half back, kicks it wide to side bottom. He marks it left half back for Collingwood. 28 minutes gone, final term. Collingwood by 21 points. Side bottom can go short, and Quaynor takes the mark. In the NRL tonight, the Raiders defeated the Storm 28 points to 20. Full time in the ladder match, it's locked at 30 apiece between Cronulla and North Queensland. So golden point coming up there. Jordan DeGoey takes the mark from the Quaynor kick, and Geordie on the wing looks up towards half forward, straight down the line towards Mason Cox and Ash Johnson. Spoiled to the front, side bottom races after it, rolls out of play in front of he and Jordan Clark for a throw-in.
Sydney Collingwood prelim for the first time since 2012. Last time, of course, the Swans held up the cup. That game was played out at Stadium Australia in Homebush at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Saturday twilight at the SCG. And the boundary throwing, Darcy knocks it down to Aish of the Dockers. Hand pass away to Clark, high bomb to half forward. Over the back, Maynard spoils it. Comes down to O'Driscoll, and then he's drilled in the Maynard tackle. And a ball up, 70 out from the Freo goal at high half forward.
Tossed in the air. Both Mason Cox and Darcy were slow to get there. It spills to O'Driscoll. Hand pass to Sarong. Kicks inside 50. Bounce cleared, lob onto it more. Hand pass to Howe. He slipped over. Trying to knock it back towards the behind line where Bianco dribbles a kick to Pendlebury. Can't quite take it cleanly. And is happy to see it go out of play in the right forward pocket for Freo. City end of the MCG. Not too many have moved from their seats. That's largely because the 90,000 in attendance, 612 are waiting for the full-time siren and the Collingwood song. Cox wins it down, gets it the way of Lipinski, kicks off the outside of the boot, up towards half-back. Hoskin-Elliott got down low in the marking contest against Brendan Cox, but the Dockers have the numbers. Clark with the hand pass to Ryan, kicks inside 50. Darcy's in the pack, but it's spoiled out of play by Darcy Moore. And a boundary thrown in the right forward pocket for the Dockers.
David Mundy out there on the ground in game number 376, the final 90 seconds of his long 17-year career from the boundary throw-in. Darcy for the Dockers, hand pass to Lobb. He kicks goalward, he misses out to the right and behind. 31 gone, final term. And the 90,000 plus trying to start that haunting Collingwood chant as we tick past the half-hour mark. Final term, Pies by 20.
Now into the pocket to Maynard, who takes the mark. Approaching 31 minutes gone in the final term. Maynard long down the line. Mason Cox sets himself, flies in the back and juggles the mark. Big Mason with a moment to remember. May have taken the Collingwood fans a while to warm to the American pie, but they're on board now that he's a dinky-die Aussie. And Craig McRae's found a role for him. Kicks up towards Hoskin-Elliott through the hands of Brennan Cox. Pearce over the top. Myercheck tries to wrestle for the footy with him. And the umpire will ball it up in front of the two benches. Collingwood by 20 points.
Up it goes. Lob reaching over the back, down to Clark of the Dockers. Hand pass to Brayshaw. What a season he's had. Kicks down the wing. Side bottom trying to reel in the mark. Can't do so. Comes to Noble. Hand pass to Nick Dacos to side bottom. Hooks a kick to half forward. Crisp takes the mark. Kicks it in the same motion. Hoskin-Elliott flies. No mark. Comes to Young. He looks into the middle of the ground for Fremantle. De Goey spoils. Down to Schultz. Hand pass away to centre half forward and Bianco will be tackled. And we'll have the ball up, centre half forward for Collingwood. 32 gone, final term, Pies by 20.
32 minutes gone, final term. A ball up on half forward for Collingwood. Cox and Lobb. Socket forward by Brayshaw into the middle of the ground. Side bottom onto it. It spills to O'Driscoll. Can he get Freo forward? Jeremy Howe waiting for the kick. Big fly in from the side. Can't complete the mark. As the siren sounds, this black and white story isn't done yet. Collingwood into the prelim final to take on the Swans. The Magpies by 20 points over the Dockers.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
The Magpies led by 23 points at quarter time. They kicked the opening 4 goals of the match. Freo's first goal came in the opening minute of the second quarter. By 28 points at half-time, by 32 points at three-quarter time. And the Magpies 13-11-79 to the Dockers 9-5-59. In front of 90,612 fans, the Magpies advance through to a preliminary final. They'll take on the Swans from the SCG, the first time since 2012.
Collingwood forever, they know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
This taboo season for Craig McRae continues on in warm embrace with his coaches on the boundary line. Now a hug for Peter Bell, the general manager of footy for the Dockers.
And Collingwood continue on from 17th last season into the Final Four. Winners by 20 points over the Fremantle Dockers. And Fremantle, after a remarkable comeback last week against the Western Bulldogs, they failed to replicate that at the MCG. An inaccurate Collingwood really kept them in the contest. Collingwood by 20 points. I've got no doubt David Mundy will be chaired off from the MCG in his final game. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Well, look, all credit to Collingwood. They were prepared. It was a risk and reward game to me. Collingwood took the risk. They got rewarded. Fremantle simply played too safe. A number of 24 scoring shots to 14 in Collingwood's favour. I think actually the 20-point margin flatters Fremantle with the way they played. They were too safe. They didn't take any risk. They were easy to defend. Jeremy Howe, 13 intercept possessions for the game was simply terrific. But then you look at it inside 50s, 56-43 in Collingwood's favour. But Fremantle had 30 more possessions, 33 more possessions for the entire game. So, they just didn't want to play fast, Fremantle, but that's credit to Collingwood. They continued to set up well behind the ball. They stopped them. And Fremantle would mark across their half-back line. They would look up. It'd be Howe, Darcy Moore, Braden Maynard standing there by themselves with no opponent. Fremantle didn't want to even up the numbers. Collingwood got the game on their terms really quickly on this night, and they deserved the win. There wasn't any brilliant, outstanding performances by a Collingwood player.
It's all so even.
It's you can't go and say, such and such has just had a terrific finals game, because they didn't. It was a team effort. It's like junior football when the coach says
encouragement awards.
No one's getting the awards today. It's just a simple team effort, and that's what it was for the Pies today. So we're going to see David Mundy being chaired off in a moment here. It's just been a simply wonderful career for him. He'll go down as one of the greatest Dockers there ever was. So he deserves to be chaired off, and he deserves the applause.
They form the guard of honour for David Mundy. Griffin Logan, Alex Pearce cheering David Mundy off the MCG. Purple through and through. And applause as his family's there. His wife and one of his young children are there. And David Mundy, in his final game of AFL footy, makes his way off the MCG. And unfortunately for him, the run comes to an end at a semi-final. But what a significant contribution he's made to the Fremantle Dockers. Pick 19 back in 2003. He's been so constant for Port Adelaide, so constant for Fremantle for such a long time.
Made his debut here, round 6, 2005 against Melbourne. It's his 36th game at the MCG tonight. It's amazing. 376 games. He's only played here 36 times. But the last time in his AFL career tonight. Young Hudson with him, his little son, who was part of the captain's run yesterday, having been kicking the footy with Dad. And unfortunately, that was, for David Mundy's sake, the last time he'll do it. What a warrior he's been for the Dockers for a long period of time. And now the music comes back on and the focus back on the Pies, who are going through to the prelim, of course, next Saturday against the Swans.
He rarely misses games, David Mundy either. Missed a couple early in the season when his 3 kids got COVID. So only COVID was the only thing that could force him to miss a game. But, for Collingwood, I guess the party continues.
That's it. They were outstanding today. And I think we'll just go back to what Rammel was saying, is that they take risks, they embrace imperfection, and it's very similar to the way Richmond were playing back in their run of success. That they're willing to take the game on to break you open, but if you make a mistake,
it's okay.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. You don't get dragged.
No.
You don't get told off. You don't have blokes, your teammates spraying you. But you've also got the support of your back six, who are so sound. They back up their midfielders and their high half forwards, and they allow them to take the game on. But we heard Nathan Murphy talking about it. They expect from their half forwards and their midfielders, put pressure on. Make sure the ball comes in long and high and allow us to get to work. If it's coming in slick, you can't stop it. But I love the way they play, the way Fly's got them playing, backed up with Big Leopard there as well, and Brendan Bolton. But they're they're exciting to watch because they just take the game on and they're not afraid. And I think they can go a long way with it because of that belief that they've now got in their own game. It stands up.
And you look at it from raw stats in this game. Fremantle won contested football. They had more tackles. Clearances were even. Centre bounce clearances were reasonably even. Collingwood have had 13 more inside 50s and 9 more intercepts within this game. So the efficiency of when Collingwood does win the ball and how they're prepared to attack, how they're prepared to attack through unpredictability, through just talent. Just, you know what, guys? Hey, we drafted you guys for a reason because you're talented footballers. Go and show us how to play. Go and show us what to do. You know, it doesn't need to be surgical ball movement. That's what I think where Collingwood was last year as a team and the previous is that it was so predictable of what they were going to do and how they wanted to move the ball to right now, to the unpredictability, to the chaos of taking the ball inside forward 50. Look at it. You get goals out of DeGoey, Elliott, Ginnivan, Myercheck. So that's 5 of their forwards. You know, there's a real mix. Then you throw in Cox and Chris with goals also. It's just an even spread. And like we said, Liv, there wasn't a real standout tonight. There wasn't, you know, a performance where you go, geez, well, I'm going to remember that finals performance by that player. But I'm going to remember the performance of the team. And I think that's what would make Craig McRae really happy. It was a real team performance. All of them had a moment. All of them did something that you go, well done. It'll be shown on, you know, Monday or Tuesday if they do the positive and negatives. There's little moments for everybody. You know, you flip this over to Fremantle, and you know, Caleb Sarong's ended up with 34 possessions, and he kept going, but I didn't feel their midfielders had big influences on the game. I didn't think Brayshaw had, you know, a massive influence. He had 32 possessions. Akers 27 was hobbled a lot of the night. I thought Hayden Young was he tried for a lot of the night. I thought Lockie Schultz was really good forward, but
the limited opportunity he had.
But other than that, you know, I think this performance, a lot of people will go, but they're young. You know, they're young. You don't get finals back. You don't get it. They're just, you know, you never know when your next final's going to be. You never know how long it might take you to find a win in a final series. So I actually think this performance will burn inside Fremantle because we had seen on so many occasions throughout the year that wasn't how they wanted to play tonight. It wasn't the Fremantle that I'd come to love throughout the season.
They were like robots, weren't they? It's like this is how we're told we're going to play and this is how we're going to stick to it no matter what, and it'll turn for us. Well, we could see it, and I'm sure the coaches could see it, but it's the hardest thing is delivering that message down to your players and saying, righto boys, we've got to start to try and take that. And then when they did, that's where Collingwood, they lure you into that false sense, because we saw Jamie Allard, he's on his toes, he's waiting, and he pounces on a couple of intercept balls across half forward, which turn into scores. So, you know, and that's where you tip your cap to the Pies in their ability to, you know, well, we're going to pressure you and put enough heat on the ball to make sure you can't play your style. And then when you do try and change it, we're going to capitalise, and that's what they did tonight.
There was only, a few hundred here short of what we had last week for Collingwood and Geelong. But there's something about this atmosphere in particular, and you set it up so well, Lids, at the start about, you know, the comparison to the 2017 preliminary final between Richmond and the Giants. It's so rare in our game that you have everyone pulling for the same team that we see it in international sport, sure, things like Boxing Day and you know, big time World Cup finals and the rest of it. But for a game of footy, to have 90,000 in the house and 85,000 of them all for one team, it is an atmosphere like few others that any sport can produce.
Oh, there's nothing like it at the MCG. But you watch these Collingwood supporters travel next week to Sydney. You know, they'll try to even those numbers out as best they can at the SCG because they just follow their team around. You know, they've got such a big supporter base. It's the old right. You either barrack for Collingwood or you hate them. Simple as that. So they'll travel the Pies and next week, and it just sets up beautifully. You know, the momentum, that wave of momentum that Collingwood have had all year, it just feels like the script's right, that they could progress into a grand final.
Could see him back here in a fortnight.
Possibly, yeah.
Collingwood winners by 20 points. I'm not sure the 90,000 do Scott Pendlebury's argument. They could be everyone's second side, anyone's real support.
No. Please, Pendles, come on.
But their biggest win since round 13, 20 points after a series of close finishes. Josh Dacos, Nick Dacos, arm in arm as they make their way into the Magpies rooms. That's where we find Tim Hodges.
There's a capacity crowd at the MCG. It is a capacity crowd in the rooms. I've never seen this many people in the rooms, even after a premiership win. So I do love what Craig McRae, he's so much about family. Every player has family. There's kids and nieces and nephews and everyone here. They get the song in. Mason Cox is the last in. They go super quiet. And they will belt this one out, guys. Nathan Murphy told us before the game, didn't he? He said, we're just going to smile and we'll keep smiling, and they're still smiling and they're into the final four. Give us a minute, guys, and I'll have Jeremy Howe, who nearly got knocked out or nearly took the mark of the day in the final second of the match. I'll have him very shortly for you.
Thanks, Hodgie. Look forward to that. He had 17 disposals, Jeremy Howe, including 13 that were intercept possessions. And Scott Pendlebury's into his 7th preliminary final, the 34-year-old. You compare that with someone like Nick Dacos, who's going to play his 24th game, and it's going to be a prelim final.
Pretty cool, isn't it?
It's a good experience.
Yeah. And look at Nick Dacos was good. He was the leading possession winner on the ground for Collingwood with 25. So, he's fitted into the finals cauldron quite nicely.
It's amazing how we frame things up in sort of sports media and the narratives that exist around teams. But because Collingwood finished top 4, you felt like they need to win tonight and progress through to the last 4 and back it up. But they were second last in season 2021. They flipped the coach. All of a sudden, Craig McRae comes in his first year just to win a final and to have 90,000 here and the journey they've been on. I'm sure they're not comfortable with just making it through to a prelim, but it's been a hell of a rise for them in year 1.
Let's find out what they did make of it. Back down to Tim Hodges.
Jeremy Howe has been good enough to join us, guys. And Jeremy, which you said the last second, you didn't need to go for that crazy mark. You nearly took the mark of the day, and I was worried you nearly knocked yourself out. You said you were more worried about busting some ribs.
Oh, just landed awkwardly. I don't even know what happened. It's just a bit of carry on, really, but a bit unnecessary with only 3 seconds to go. But look, the win probably takes the pain away.
Can you put into words the pride, the emotion, the happiness you have right now from 17th last year into a Final Four?
Yeah, it's been a remarkable season. I've said it all year round. We feel like, there wasn't too much expectation around, but we just wanted to get to work. Credit to our young boys. They feel like they've been leading the charge, especially at training, pushing us older guys through. And just every week, had a bit of a mantra, try to get better every day, and Fly's big on that. The environment's so good. Young guys are flourishing. Senior guys are, re-energised. So it's a good place to be.
Do you have to pinch yourself for a preliminary final next Saturday for a shot at a granny?
Yeah, look, it gets closer every week. You don't want to project, but 2 more and away you go. But quality opposition next week. We feel like we learned a lot when we played them up there last time on that same deck as well. So we'll go up there feeling like our game's going to be in good shape and it's going to be a hell of a contest.
It's bloody awesome to see the smiles on the faces down here. I'll send you upstairs, Jeremy, Brett Delidio and Adam Ramanauskas.
Firstly, congratulations, Howie. Well done. What was the overriding emotion after last week? Was it you felt like a missed opportunity, or did you feel like that was one that got away? Because you've continued the momentum into week 2, where some teams that lose week 1, they go out in straight set. It's like, it doesn't matter. We had a crack, but it just felt like last week, although you lost, you still had momentum.
Yeah, we felt like we did a lot right last week, and unfortunately, we're just on the wrong side of a tight game. Something that we're probably not used to be honest. But credit to Geelong, they were too good in the end. But we actually reviewed that game really, really positively. Felt like our game was in great shape. It was no surprise that we took a lot of confidence out of that. We felt like we were a better side after that game than we were going in. Really strong contest against the Cats, probably set us up against Fremantle, and the boys were huge today.
Your counter-attacking football from half-back is so different to what it was in previous years, where it felt like you're almost surgical from half-back in previous years. Is Craig McRae's mantra just simply, when you mark that ball or when you intercept, just go for it?
Yeah, there's a bit of that. We still want a bit of control over the chaos at times, but probably look up the ground. We've got as much speed up in that forward line as we ever have, and probably changing the angles and getting the ball going a little bit quicker just suits those guys up ahead of the ball, and we feel like we can defend off fast transition. So there's no reason why we can't, move the ball really quickly, and I feel like the forwards are reaping the rewards off that as well.
Howie, it's well done tonight. Just going on further with that, it feels like you guys just embrace, the imperfect play at times. You're happy to make it up. Is that something that's really encouraged from Fly? And to go more on that, is that because of your quick half forwards and small forwards, you're just trying to give them those opportunities forward of the footy? Yeah,
for sure. I feel like, Fly's massive on, he's just reduced the fear of making mistakes, understand the game's got plenty of them, but how you respond and what you do next is the most important thing. And for young guys to be able to grasp that, mentally be able to put that onto the ground as well, it's huge. Like you're not losing guys for 5-10 minute patches. They have one bad contest and they're straight back into the next one. So that's been massive for us. Our footy at times can look good, but also, like you said, we embrace when it doesn't, and it works for us both ways.
If you take yourself back to the start of pre-season, you couldn't imagine sitting here winning as many games as you had this year. How much do you dare to dream, mate? As an older player now, you're thinking, how do I... Am I pinching myself? How excited is it just to be going to play a prelim? How far ahead are you dreaming, or is it just the old cliche, mate? Play by play, day by day sort of stuff?
If I'm perfectly honest, it's like when you're getting older on, you're not going to get too many opportunities.
Exactly. So I was looking for.
I'm definitely understand where we are, where we've got to, and you want to make the most of the opportunity. The reality is, it's 2 more wins, and you get to carry a bit of silverware. Understand we've got to go through, Sydney first, and like their last 2 months has been exceptional, so we'll have our hands full there. But I feel like at times we still stop the smell of the roses at times. We understand how well we are going, but we've still got a lot of work to do in the back end bit.
We've spoken about how many people are in the rooms, mate. Have you got anyone in there that's like Cam Rayner's old man from last night? Or?
If I saw my old man doing that, I'd come for him, I reckon. But I got my old man. Matty Wade's down here, but I can't see him because he's smaller than a 6-year-old kid. So, but they're down here somewhere, so I'll look forward to getting around them.
Just slipped in a World Cup winner alongside the Collingwood Victorious team.
Yeah, so he's come over to enjoy the win, so it's great.
Did you get a chance to I guess, get on the coattails of your cousin at some stage and get in the Aussie rooms after a successful win?
Nah, not too much, but he still claims that he's the best footballer in the family, so he always hangs around the footy club as often as he can, so he's a good man.
What about the atmosphere, Jeremy? Loud and proud tonight, and I think they enjoyed the show.
Close to 91,000. It's unbelievable, and I don't know how many Freo supporters, not many, but our fans have rocked up all year, and they've ridden the wave with us. We feel like we feed off their momentum. They get right into it, and we've kept them engaged right to the last minute in a lot of games, so it's probably good games to watch, but it was nice tonight to have a comfortable lead towards the end.
Was it different as a player, the crowd? I mean, we spoke a lot about it up here, where you played in big games and grand finals where there's even been more people in the house, but the crowd is sort of more split. To have 90,000 here, but 85,000 of them cheering for you, did you notice it as a player, that the different sound?
Oh, certainly. I felt like even Guinea kicking that first goal, I was just like, if there was going to be a guy to kick the first, it's nice to get him, because I guarantee he'll get the crowd involved. So, they went off their trolleys, which was great. We got around them, and it's a great time of year. Fans show out, and we're certainly enjoying it.
I think it was a louder roar when he got awarded the high tackle.
Yeah. Probably.
Craig McRae has been given so much credit for the turnaround of Collingwood, but how important have Justin Lepage and Brendan Bolton been to probably the way you're playing and what we see out on the field?
Yeah, enormous. Our stoppage work with Scooter Selwood and Bolts has obviously changed a little bit as well. Personnel, you look at the guys that are flourishing, like Coxey's season, Darcy Cameron, the guys that we spit through the midfield have been impressive, and Leper's just brought an enormous amount of experience to us, and and taught us how to defend a little bit differently. We felt like our defence has been pretty strong, but understand we used to move the ball a little bit slower, probably gives you a bit more time, but yeah, so he's been huge for us as well, and credit to Josh Fraser in the twos that she gets all the young boys up to speed, because our VFL boys were playing pretty solid as well.
Jeremy Howe's with us. As we let you go, Jeremy, you're 32 years of age. When Nathan Buckley finished up last season, did you think, oh, well, this might be a bit of a struggle to close out my career? And to think you're going to finish this season in a prelim final, it's been incredible.
Yeah, well, hopefully it doesn't finish in a prelim, but yeah, look, we I think it's been remarkable. You do at times pinch yourself to understand where we are, and got to the final four, which is, you want to give yourself every chance to make finals, and we got there, and then we feel like we've made the opportunities this week for sure.
Good luck in getting to the last Saturday in September. Thanks for joining us on ABC Sport.
Thanks, lads.
Jeremy Howe joining us from the Collingwood Rooms, winners 11-13-79 to the Dockers 9-5-59 in front of 90,612 fans. The Magpies winners by 20 points. 3 goals to Jack Ginnivan, 2 to Brodie Myercheck, 2 to Jack Crisp and 2 to Jamie Elliott. Individuals to De Goey and to Mason Cox. Meanwhile, for the Dockers, 2 goals to Frederick, to Walters, to Schultz and to Logue. And David Mundy, the other individual goal kicker. It's a great story for Collingwood, regardless of when it ends. Yep. Their turnaround from 17th last season to into the final four, as Corby touched on. Craig McRae will get a lot of the credit, but for Collingwood, the turnaround has come from more than one man, but he's been so instrumental to doing it all.
Yeah, well, look, he changed their mindset in terms of how he believed football should be played from an enjoyment perspective. I think when you've got your coach wanting you to smile, wanting you to take risks, you enjoy going to the football club.
Oh, 100%.
Like, if you make a mistake, that's okay. You're not going to be... you're not going to get in trouble. You're not going to, like you said, Liz, you're not going to get dragged off the ground and roared down the phone. Why did you do that? It's okay. You made a mistake.
Fix it.
Yeah. Don't go and do it again. So pretty simple. And a number of occasions we've heard Craig McRae talk about, you're boring me. You're playing boring football. Go and excite me. Go and excite your fans. Collingwood's, like I said, Collingwood's fans are outstanding. When Collingwood have got their tails up and are leading and winning games, they are so loud. They're another player on the field.
The windscreen wiper analogy might have been working a few times when they kicked 9 consecutive behinds, but they got the job done.
We talk about where they sit in terms of popularity in the competition and the changing face of Collingwood. They've had some huge figures obviously leave the club and what they've done this year, but you talk about the brand in particular and the style that they play.
Yeah.
I think as just average footy watchers, if they play like that, you want it to be successful because you want that to be what becomes the cookie cutter type brand that every club in the competition looks at and goes, not only can we do that, it looks good, our fans love it, but it also wins as well. So that gets an awful amount of support from everyone in footy.
I think that's it's Richmond-esque, isn't it? And they were enjoyable to watch when they were at their best. They take the game on and they play forward, handballs forward they try and get space, forward of the mark on the 45s, but they're also so sound defensively, which is exactly what Richmond were with Rance, Asprey, Broad, Grimes, just to name a couple of them. But, Moore, Maynard, Howe, they're just so solid down there. Murphy's he's injected himself into that back six seamlessly since coming in halfway through this year. But I feel they are. You're right, Corby. They're just an exciting team to watch with young kids. They're exuberant. They're a joy. They put a smile on your face as much as you hate Collingwood. That's probably a harsh word, Clinchy. I know you look at me, but I don't
speak
hate them.
from the heart.
I just enjoy watching them play because it's not a boring old school St Kilda, old school Freo team that's just methodical down the line. Collingwood of last year.
You look at the 4 prelim finalists this year. They're probably the 4 teams that have played with the most flair this year. I think Geelong's changed their game significantly. How they play now. Forward half turnover. A lot more risk in their play.
Move the ball forward.
Yeah. Brisbane were the highest scoring team for a lot of the year. And then you look at Sydney since the loss here to Essendon, how they've gone about their football. And then Collingwood have done it all year.
Yep. We like when that brand wins,
we
don't
do.
we?
Absolutely we do. Absolutely. We should encourage it more.
Yep.
So how did Collingwood approach Sydney? Round 22 they faced not that long ago. Swans won by 27 points. The game style was a game which suited Sydney's style more so than Collingwood's, but similar to the narrative of all season, the Pies go up there with a free swing.
Well, I think that's it. It's a free hit, essentially, isn't it? It's two younger teams that are going to go. They're trying to apply as much pressure to each other as they can. It's going to be, and as boring and as many times I've said this, it's about how you can execute when you're under that pressure, and if you can withstand it and then execute your skills and ground balls and whatever else. Yeah. Kick your goals, which we didn't see Collingwood do today, was that I think that's where it's going to be won and lost. The crowd, I don't think, will be as big a factor. I don't think the Sydney crowd get quite behind their team, unlike a Collingwood here. But it's going to be an exciting game of footy.
Last week for Collingwood against Geelong was a free swing. I think it's a bit different in a prelim. You don't get to a prelim through luck; you earn it, and I think Collingwood have earned the right there now. So, if they lose, there should be disappointment. It's not like, we didn't expect to get there.
Because they're more than their season has been a success, whether it ends in a prelim or a grand final or wherever.
They are more than capable of beating Sydney.
Yeah,
more than it's not like that you're going up there and going, if Sydney play anywhere near their best, they're going to win. Like if you line up Sydney's best and Collingwood's best, it's sort of hard to go, I'm not sure who's better here. I wouldn't want to be, putting my life, if my life depended on it, such and such is going to win if they're playing at their best.
Well, they're similar, aren't they, in terms of even spread? Yeah. They don't rely on one good midfielder or one big key forward. Like Buddy's one of the best key forwards we've seen over the last few years or last decade, and yet they don't rely on him to kick them 6 every single week.
So you've got...
And you both kind of feel like they're ahead of their time. Sydney, it sort of felt like it might be another year or so. Collingwood was the unknown as to how quickly they'd be able to bounce back.
So you've got a team that's mantra in this final series in Sydney is defend to the death, okay? And that's what they did against Melbourne, and it worked.
And contested footy.
And then you've got a team in Collingwood that wants to counter-attack and counter-punch on every possible occasion. So it's two very contrasting styles that we're quite possibly going to see next week. I didn't think Collingwood wanted to open the game up. I didn't think that was their go tonight. But Fremantle, they were off. They were off tonight. I didn't think their pressure was really there in that first half. So it makes for fascinating. And then the other prelim final in Geelong and Brisbane. Can Brisbane somehow jump Geelong, put a scare into them?
They've got the weapons, Brisbane. It's just whether they can play it against the best team in the home and away season.
What concerns me for Brisbane is the midfield. Against Geelong's mids.
Thought or two on the Freo Dockers and how their season came to a close. They were inspirational in their second half last week against the Western Bulldogs. It never felt like we really saw their best tonight, which is probably the one thing that will frustrate Justin Longmuir the most.
Yeah, it's hard to put your finger on. Well, what we saw was that they were slow in their ball movement. They didn't fight fire with fire essentially and try and take it up and a notch with when Collingwood were trying to put speed on the ball. Fremantle were trying to play methodical and it just played into the backman of Collingwood's hands. I feel like the forwards for Freo lacked connection and work rate to push through the guys that they weren't zoning off, but they were playing in front and willing to come forward to defend. Whereas we always wanted to see was big Rory Lobbys hit the wings and take some big contested marks and bring the ball to ground. Even just clunk a couple. I don't think we really saw the best of him tonight. We spoke about it pre-game. So when's the last time a big key forward? And I think that's what he's going to need to do tonight. But he just wasn't able to do it. And Griffin Logie will try manfully, but just didn't kick these 2 goals, which is great. For them, they've got a great midfield. But what's coming back the other way? Big Lukey Jackson, I suppose, is what we're hearing. So
They've got the 4 guys tonight. Obviously, Mundy goes. Griffin Logue's off contract, being courted by Victorian teams. Rory Lobb is interesting. So it feels like all season everyone's been saying, look, he's gone, and even naming the Western Bulldogs. I'm hearing that may have swung back the other way. He's contracted. He's got 2 years to run. So there has been a few whispers out of Perth this week that Freo are hearing Lobb staying. So that'll be interesting. And I don't know if that has a knock-on effect with whatever the Jackson situation is. And then Blake Acres is as good as gone. I mean, that's been reported, and he's got a 3-year deal on the table from Carlton. There's only 2 years to stay in Freo, and it looks like he's going to go and join the Blues. So immediately there's 4 spots in their team. Jackson's the big unknown. Fife's really the only guy that's out of their best 22 at the moment that'll come back.
And that conversation should stop about Fife if he's in their in their future plans. Like, that's just the most ridiculous conversation I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Like a fully fit Nate Fife tonight is absolutely what Fremantle need. So he can play on the ball or forward. So let's stop having that conversation.
Is there a conversation about freeing him from the captaincy, though?
Why? Is any? Do you see any other player that's completely ready? Would you?
I see
would you
two
hand
blokes who could share it.
Would you hand the reins to a Brayshaw or a Sarong now at their age, or is it too early for him?
So Sarong will only be a 4-year player next year.
Correct.
And Brayshaw goes into season 6.
I think Koch was similar age when he took over Richmond.
It's the other one is young Erasmus, who's a top 10 pick from last year. So they do have sort of top-end talent. Liam Henry's a top 10 pick, didn't play tonight. So these are guys that aren't currently in their best 22. Another summer, full pre-season. So they are super young, as we've touched on all the time. Freo, on average, are about to get a lot younger with a 37-year-old leaving. So they're built to not just contend this year, but to be here for years to come.
Matt Fife only turns 31 next week, I think. So,
what I felt with Fremantle late in the year, albeit they won their last couple of games of the season, I just felt like they lost their flair with the ball, and that was proven tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
On the biggest of stages in a final, they couldn't transition their ball. They couldn't take risk, and I felt that. From I think the West Coast game was round 22, I reckon.
Yep.
And then GWS was round 23. It just felt like they tightened up.
But the other narrative I was peddling all year was, or particularly from the back half of the year, and I think we had them in the Carlton game.
Yeah.
They got outplayed that day. Is the cumulative effect of travel.
Yeah,
and it's something that Freo haven't had for 3 years because of the pandemic. They've played in hubs, they've gone away, played games in blocks, and then come back home again. So for so many of these guys that are 1 to 3 year players, it's the first time they've been back and forth across the Nullarbor. Yep. And interesting to look back on it, the decision to say, look, we're going away now and we're not coming home, maybe that's all part of it, that they feel like it caught up with them a bit. And it's something that WA teams and successful ones from the Eagles will tell you, that you just got to learn it and do it and redo it and do it again, and you get better at it, the experience of getting on a plane every second week. And for a lot of these Fremantle guys, it's the first time they've done it in season 2022.
I also think that's hardening the mind in terms of that travel stuff, but I still think there's a few players that they'll harden their body up over another pre-season as well. You mentioned how young they are. You know, it's a season's a marathon.
Yep.
It's an absolute marathon to try to get to the end and be there ready on grand final day. Again, as we applauded Fremantle's fitness earlier in the year, it looked like Collingwood were fitter than them and harder than them tonight.
Yeah, they made hard work of it tonight, and I think that's when you are chipping sideways and your midfielders going all the way one side and then all the way back to the other side, trying to outnumber at the contest, whereas you take that first option, you know that's where I've got to get to.
But I'm saying guys like Crisp was outrunning him, Noble was outrunning him, Quaynor was outrunning him.
Young Dacos, mate, he works as hard as
Nick Dacos is out. They were outrunning him.
Yeah. I mean, you guys both work in sort of the player movement space. I mean, Fremantle, if they... So Jackson's the obvious one. Whenever there's a guy who puts his hand up and says, I want to come back to WA, he's an asset like that. Obviously, you get your money together and try and make a play. But if they do have cap room, and I'm pretty sure they do, if there's someone out there on the market, or not even a name, but a kind of player, what do you think they're missing?
Forward.
A forward. Yep.
Big forward. Yeah.
Well, not even a big forward. I just think...
Third tall.
Well, just somebody that you know is going to go and kick you 45, 50 goals.
Do you reckon Nat Fife could do that?
Yeah, I definitely could. Definitely could, but I think he'll play more midfield minutes once he gets his body back into the correct physical shape he needs to.
I think it's the question, though, isn't it, with Taberner, Amos, Tracy. We're sort of seeing a little bit of all of them, and Matt Taberner seems to be the one if he could get his body right. But
but Matt Taberner's still, what is he, maybe a 40 goals?
Yeah, he's not that 50 you're talking of.
Yeah, you need 50 plus.
Can Amos, I mean, his slight frame, he's a first-year player.
Good.
He's a teenager, he's a top 10 pick, but can he be the centrepiece of a sort of forward line going into the future? Is he sort of that kind of cut from that kind of cloth from what you've seen?
196. He's certainly big enough. Once he gets his frame to 90 kilos, 92, 93 kilos, he's going to be your key piece. Well, that's how big Jezza Cameron is. You know, so it's he's shown that he's mobile and he can clunk it, kicks it pretty well. So yeah, absolutely he can. I think for the next couple of years, I think he's going to play second fiddle, no doubt. But he could certainly be that piece that you center your whole forward line around.
We like him, don't we? Even what we saw tonight, and he does some good things.
Matt Taberner's 29 years of age. His best season was 37 goals last season. He finished with 23 this year.
It's not enough. That's plain and simple. Like, you've got Cameron and Hawkins kicking 50 plus. You got Tom Lynch kicking 50 plus.
Peter Wright.
Yeah, Peter Wright. You've got Mackay and Curnow kicking 50 plus. You look down the list of Fremantle and you're scratching around.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking 35 goals. Lobb's kicked 36 for the year. Schultz has kicked 28. Walters 23. I thought Bailey Banfield, I think's been really stiff to be sub on so many occasions because he
kicks goals.
Yeah.
He creates goals.
Yeah. 18 goals for the season.
He's a point of
games
difference
as an unused sub.
He's a point of difference. So, look, they're going to get better. So, natural progression of their youngsters, that's what you hope for. But natural progression of a young player only comes with a want to do it.
Yeah.
So that's got to be the young guys getting together again and saying, hey, if for us to play in a prelim final, grand final in the next couple of years, we have to improve as a collective.
Yeah, and I was worried for them when they lose Chera. I thought, oh no, there's another cog out of midfield that are really starting to build together. They showed this year. It's like, we lose one, but we're going to, work together to really try and build something with this club. And I think that's where this thing in the tail from tonight and say, well, we had a little taste, fantastic. I'm craving that again. Let's go again, boys. Let's get to work.
And the Eagles have shown, to win flags out of WA, you got to be top 4 and probably top 2, or at least winning a quali in that first week and getting the week off on a home prelim. So it's tough enough to do for any side outside of the top 4, but particularly if you're based all the way out there.
So Collingwood winners by 20 points, 11-13-79 of the Dockers, 9-5-59. The leading 2 possession getters on the ground were both Dockers, with Caleb Sarong with 34, Andy Brayshaw with 32. They had 5 and 3 clearances. Will Brodie had 6 for the Dockers, but it was 33 clearances apiece. So something which we thought would be a heavily favoured stat in the Dockers' way. Collingwood were able to break even with Jack Crisp with 6 clearances, Jordan DeGoey with 6. And it felt like DeGoey with his goal, but he had involvements in a lot of score involvements early that felt like it was pivotal. It felt like, when the game was on, he was a deciding factor.
Yeah, and I thought he was, up until probably start of the last quarter, he was probably one of the best players on the ground, just with his power and his ability to create and break the game open, along with Chris probably. They're 2 bigger body midfielders, but you spoke of Sarong and Brayshaw. I was just looking through. We haven't got it on our stat sheet, but Sarong, for all his touches, had 2 score involvements for the day, and Brayshaw only just the 4. And it's probably says that they weren't playing their forward footy like the Collingwood boys were. So there's room for improvement there for those boys, but they're superstars. I really rate watching those 2 boys.
We're hoping to have a Fremantle interview in a moment or so's time to get some reaction from their rooms, but obviously the fixtures have been confirmed for next week at the end of the first week. So the first preliminary final, Geelong and the Brisbane Lions from the MCG, 7:50 Australian Eastern Standard Time from the G, and then Saturday the 17th of September, the second preliminary final between the Sydney Swans and Collingwood from the SCG, a 4:45 Australian Eastern Standard Time start for that. What's the capacity of the SCG off the top of your head, Corby?
50, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not even sure it's that high.
45?
Yep.
Yeah. And they probably get for Geelong and Brisbane.
Yeah, 48,000.
Yeah, 48,000. What they get for Geelong and Brisbane? So 60,000.
That's a really good question. So I remember the Geelong West Coast prelim from 2011. I think they had 60 or just under, sort of high 50s. So yeah, I think probably around that mark. Hopefully a few more.
But there won't be a spare seat.
When?
For Geelong Brisbane?
No.
You think it'll be full?
Yep, I think it'll be full.
Gee, that's optimistic. Oh, I'm thinking more around the 60, 70 mark.
But
No, I think it'll be full.
Okay.
All right. One to keep an eye on. Post-pandemic, there might be a few neutrals keen to come along and have a look.
No doubt. There's an appetite in Melbourne to watch sport at the moment. So
I hope you're
if
right.
there's spare tickets and they go on sale, which your clubs get first go at them, like if I would come as a neutral because both teams are attacking and they're good to watch. So I'd be more than happy to come and watch next week's game.
Wow. So you're expecting 90?
Yeah, I think you can get to 90.
Okay.
I'll be pumped with that. That's my last 3 games, all around 90K. I'm pumped with that.
Only come for the big time when they have the big crowds. Absolutely. So initial thoughts on Collingwood and Brisbane and Geelong on Friday night?
Well, I think Rama hit the nail on the head before, that if Brisbane can come out and jump the Cats, which they've shown a tendency to be slow starters in their final. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But look, I feel like it's yes, it's here in Victoria, but I don't feel like they're going to have a real ascendancy. The Cats with the crowd. It's just going to be a great game in terms of high scoring, hopefully. But we know the Cats defend the ground and the game really well. So you spoke about the midfield. You feel like that's where the Cats can get some dominance, Rama?
Yeah, I think, first part of it is Geelong will go after Lachie Neale in some sense now.
Who's the man?
Probably Mark O'Connor,
Okay.
I would say. Now, I know he started the sub, but maybe he's the one. I don't think Blitzards is the right matchup for him. I know Blitzards he's tagged sort of a Bontempelli and a Cripps and those
Bigger
types. So I don't think that's necessarily the right matchup. So I think they'll go after to Lachie Neale. I don't love the matchups for Geelong's forwards. I think that's a bit of a concern for me. Like the Jeremy Cameron one just worries me. Who goes to him from a Brisbane sense?
It'd have to be Gardner, you'd think.
Yeah.
I don't think he's agile enough,
Nah.
and then I don't think Harris Andrews is not strong enough to go with Hawkins.
Yeah, correct.
And then you got Jack Payne probably playing on Gary Rowan, would you say? So it's that's forward of the footy. That's the Cat's strength. It has been all year.
I think there's 3 keys to Brisbane. It's Lachie Neale, it's Hugh McCluggage, and Zach Bailey's the other one.
Oh, Zachy boy.
Yeah. I just think he's a terrific footballer. Hipwood had a really good game last night. Danaher will definitely come back into the team. McInerney will come back in definitely as well if he's right. So
it's going to be a tall team, aren't they?
Yeah, but that's how they've always played. Like even last night. So Danaher goes out, Fullerton straight in. He likes to play those sort of 3 tall forwards and have those options of how he goes about it. So, I think Brisbane can win, but I just think Geelong have been the best team all year, and I think if they play anywhere near their best, and Brisbane play near their best, Geelong are still the winners.
Yeah. You'll have to settle for seat 1B on the Zach Bailey bandwagon because Lids, unfortunately, has seat 1A. Sort of.
He's been player of the week most weeks.
He's got to
change it up too much.
He's got a groove in that seat, so Lids is well and truly up the front.
I love guys with speed that are willing to take the game on and kick goals.
Yeah.
Get involved in scores. It's he's just balanced. I think that's the thing. Is underrated up there, obviously, but inside their 4 walls, I'd be surprised if he's not highly rated.
In the NRL tonight, the Cowboys got the win. Valentine Holmes kicked the winner in Golden Point. So the qualifying final ends with the North Queensland Cowboys coming back from a 32-30 win over the Cronulla Sharks. And Canberra defeated the Melbourne Storm, who will join the Freo Dockers, I guess, on their Mad Mondays.
Yes, I was just reading a little bit about the end of that game. So it's 5 minutes each way, sort of in Golden Point. And then they still couldn't get a winner after 80 minutes. So it went to unlimited Golden Point. So it was basically next score wins. And Valentine Holmes came up with the winner. So what a start of the final series in the NRL.
We're waiting to hear from the Fremantle Dockers rooms. Tim Hodges is trying hard down there, but so far no good. So we might bring you a bit of Craig McRae, the Collingwood coach, as he sat down for his press conference a few moments ago.
Craig, other than the result itself, what pleased you most about tonight's performance?
I suppose just a little bit of reflection mode. We're one of 4 teams left in the competition. Start of the year, if you thought you in the last 4, you could have got pretty big odds for that, I would have thought. But I'm just really proud of tonight in particular, just the growth in us. I said to the playing group, the the best is in front of us. I just feel like we're growing before your eyes. Whether it's individually and guys stepping up and getting more used to the occasion, or as a group just getting better. Again, it's a bit of a theme for us. It's something we want to do, but strongly believe our best is in front of us.
Craig, you make reference to it would have been long odds, other people predicting what Collingwood would have done this year. What did you think the Magpies would do this year?
I was hoping we'd be competitive. We've been far more than that. Credit to the players. Motivation levels really high to improve. Credit to all the coaches and staff. I'm not here to do a best and fairest speech and thank everyone, but in particular, the players themselves they've had to apply themselves and they've done it continuously. So, they should take all the credit.
Craig, can you take us inside the start of the week? Obviously, a devastating loss to Geelong. How did you get the response? Because the first quarter really set the tone tonight.
I said here last week, didn't I? And you said we don't want to lay on the ground, and that's part of the journey for us. About showing that we're just going to continue to want to be better. The end line will come at some stage for this season, but it doesn't mean there's a start line. This is a journey for us, and our players rock in on a Monday, and that's why we have such belief, because we just see we got guys doing PBs in the gym. We've got guys doing PB on the GPS at training. Now our training on Thursday was the highest GPS we've had in 6 weeks. Well, that's how you build belief through action, and this group believes.
Jordan and Jack in the middle, with Taylor Adams obviously being unavailable. What did you make of the way they stepped up, especially Jordan?
Yeah, like I said, Tay Adams is hard to replace. We don't have another one waiting in the wings, but everyone else had to just grab a little bit, and I thought Geordie was outstanding again. Playing with slight duress, nothing major, but for him to just be at his best and others take up the slack. So big part of the game is getting the ball forward, and we won the territory battle tonight, which was going to be a critical part of the result.
We'll just leave Craig McRae there for the moment. Collingwood winners by 20 points. Let's head down to the Fremantle rooms with Tim Hodges.
Matty, Michael Walters has been good enough to come over and join us. Appreciate your time, Sonny. Can I talk to you about David Mundy first? I think he's got every single person in his family, from the immediate family to his grandparents, his parents, his neighbours. I don't know who else he's got here, but just a word on David, who says farewell to the game, and he played bloody well tonight, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and rightfully so. All his friends and family to come here and watch his final game. Is those are the people that have been in his corner throughout his whole career, even as a young and coming through the ranks as well. So, speaking of Dave, there's nothing more you can say. He's one of those guys that's a born leader, someone that I've really enjoyed playing with, someone that I look up to, and someone that I know for a fact that in years to come, if I ever wanted some advice off him, he's the man, and he will always be there.
We appreciate your time. You look flat. Are you just disappointed that your team didn't play at their absolute best tonight with everything on the line?
Yeah, definitely, and we spoke about it, especially early days. The basics really let us down. And full credit to Collingwood. Collingwood came out, and the crowd's hostile as well. It's unbelievable to come over here, and it's good for us younger players, well, our younger players, not me personally, but our younger players to come over here and feel that finals pressure, not only from Collingwood but also the crowd as well. But full credit to Collingwood. They're an unbelievable team, and I don't want to take anything away from them. They came out with a strong game plan, and their game plan was so much better than ours.
You've been around a while, but what was that environment? How hostile was it? I mean, was it a bit intimidating, just the enormity of 90,000 Collingwood supporters?
Yeah, definitely, and that's what we play footy for. We play footy for the crowds, and we love it when crowds come to the games and show full support for their team, and full credit to them. They were strong all night, but Collingwood, like I said, I don't want to take nothing away from them. They played unbelievable. They got a lot of quality players, and let's just hope that that they stick at it, because they're a quality team.
Sonny's been good enough to give us a few minutes of his time. I'll send you upstairs, Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio.
Sonny, firstly, commiserations. Do you look at it as a missed opportunity or a successful season?
A missed opportunity, considering we have played some good football throughout this year. We know that our when we're on, our game's good enough. We just even last week we let the teams jump us at the start, but like I said, and I keep going back to it, Collingwood came out, strong game plan, they were firing, they're an unbelievable team, and we tried our best to get back within reason on the scoreboard, but like I said, that start really hurt us.
You talk about the advice that David Mundy has given you over the years. What advice now are you going to give to these younger players at Fremantle about this season, tonight's performance? Because you've created a group of young players at Fremantle which look unbelievably promising for the future, but finals wins are earned and not given.
Definitely, and and that's exactly right. And I was saying to the boys even last week, we've earned the right to put ourselves in the position, but it doesn't stop here. And once again, after tonight, it's good that they got the finals experience. Now they can learn from that. It does cut us deep, and let's just hope. We're just going to say to them, let's just hope that we can drive in off-season, work to get better, work to get stronger. Everyone doing everything they can do on a day-by-day basis to make themselves, the ultimate professional. Something that Dave's done throughout his whole career, and like I said, it's good that the boys got to feel that finals experience.
Sonny, it's Lids. You talk about driving the boys to get them better and that want. In your eyes, whereabouts do you see the side needing to take that next step?
Well, just the basics. I mean, early days, the pressure was on. Our basics let us down, and these boys have been. I'm not taking away from our younger boys as well. They're in each and every morning early, working on their hands. So I know for a fact that they want to grow, they want to get better, and for me, it's just as a leader to just keep on telling them to just get better at every aspect of the game plan, skills, whatever it is. But we've also built a culture that we really love. We love coming into the football club. The coaching staff's been unbelievable for us, and tonight's we didn't want to finish the way we did, but at the end of the day, we built the culture to hopefully drive us forward.
And you look like you've got a couple of really good young players that are driving that culture, and young Sarong and Brayshaw, like those two boys look like they're ready to take the next step and really grab this club and say, righto boys, this is the way forward.
Yeah, definitely. And those two are, they're going to be the two pillars for this football club going forward. They're the ones that are driving us to get better. They're also working us older boys to get better as well. And even though I've been here a long time, I'm also learning stuff of those guys as well. I'm trying to get in, do my touch with those boys, and get around them. Like I said, the culture's been unbelievable. And just over the off season, I'm just going to enforce that. Us boys need to go back to the drawing board and just work on what we have to come back fitter, stronger, and we have to come back with a want to get better.
Sonny, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Congratulations on the year. It felt like your best footy was probably the last three games. You certainly hit the scoreboard in the previous two, obviously the final against the Dogs and the game against the Giants. How do you reflect on your own year this deep into your career now, obviously bringing up 200 games and the rest of it? What did you think of season 2022 for yourself?
Yeah, to be honest, it's the game style we're playing is more of a role-based game style. Everyone's got their role and everyone's sticking to it. We don't need anyone to go out of their role, and we don't need anything spectacular. At times you're going to need that, but I feel like although the goals haven't been there, I feel like I've been putting on the pressure. I've been trying to lead the forward line in a different aspect other than kicking goals. I've been trying to communicate and trying to help them out as much as I can on and off the field. And like I said, this is a driven young group. I didn't really have to do too much because these boys are driving themselves, and I'm just there to reinforce what we need to do. But at the end of the day, like I said, I'm also learning stuff from those guys as well.
Did you find that as an adjustment? We've obviously seen you in the past go through the midfield, get some gaudy numbers, have 30 and kick 3 on different occasions, and now it's, like you said, a very different role. How did you adjust to that?
No, I adjusted pretty good. Even though everyone, well, not everyone in the media, but everyone made it seem like I was upset or sour on my role. But at the end of the day, it's something that I'm at the back end of my career. I'm 31, 32 next year, and I knew that in order for this football club to grow and push for finals in the future, that our roles have to change. And like I said, I'm not here to kick goals. The goals will come if I stick at my role and I keep on leading this group.
Michael, thanks so much for your time. Do you think David Mundy will stay in footy, or will he work in the media? I've got no doubt there'll be plenty of phone calls for him.
Yeah, definitely. There'll be definitely a lot of phone calls for Dave. Like I said, he's a quality person. I know whatever he does jump into at the back right now, he's going to be good at it, and he's going to be, he's going to get a lot of calls.
Yeah, we appreciate your time. Thanks for giving us some of it after a disappointing loss tonight.
No worries, boys. Thanks for having me.
Michael Walters joining us from the Fremantle rooms after Collingwood prevailed by 20 points, 11-13, 79 to the Dockers, 9-5-59.
That's a good answer. I mean, the first question that you asked him, Rama, about missed opportunity or successful season, from where they've come from and how young they are, you could easily sort of be looking at the wins in those moments where there's a little bit of hurt, which I'm sure the Fremantle fans will be feeling, and even just how clear he was on the role that he's now playing and his overall place and role in this team at an advanced age.
Yeah, look, like I said before, I think you make a final series, you've earned the right to play in a final series, but you don't waste it. And I think tonight was a bit of a wasted opportunity for Fremantle. They didn't play anywhere near where I thought they could. One thing I'm interested in, Lids, and you mentioned at the start of the game about the fundamentals. I wonder if coaches will start going away from worrying about game plan and match simulation so much in training and go back to what are the most important basics of football and really train those within sessions. Like
pressure on the ball.
And under pressure.
Yeah, and I know, and again, I'll mention my old coach Sheeds. He was relentless on fundamentals because it's there. Your game plans are relevant in a high-pressure situation if you can't execute fundamentals.
And we did ask Craig McRae about that when we spoke to him about the ability to apply pressure and deal with pressure.
Yeah.
To which he said there is an art form to it, and we do train it and practice it.
Yeah.
The best at it at the moment is Lachie Neale. He continually turns up and executes under pressure.
But if you listen to Lachie Neale when he talks in the media, and he's opened up about how much actual work he does on the fundamentals.
Well, that's it.
And people go, that's boring. What are you talking about? That's your bread and butter as a footballer.
Yes.
If you can't pick up a ground ball, if you can't hit a target from 40 metres away, if you can't handball, if you can't lay a tackle, you're going to be an inconsistent footballer. It's simple.
When a Brownlow medalist says, I'm the fittest I've ever been in my career, it's sending a bit of a statement, isn't it, to everyone else?
Yeah.
So Collingwood winners by 20 points. As we wrap up, just final thoughts on the SCG next week, Collingwood and Sydney.
Wait. Absolutely can't wait. It will be absolutely pumping. I can't wait to be up there for the game. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. And I just hope this is probably out of the 6 finals. This one's probably been the worst so far, and it still wasn't such a bad game. But I think next week could be anything.
Tips, Lids? The two games, the two prelim finals?
I'm going to say Cats, and I'm going to stay on the Pies bandwagon.
Cats Swans.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Cats Swans as well. Come on, Corby, you've got to be in the fight.
Cats Pies, I'm with Lids.
There you go.
Get the qualifying final back the other way, but...
It's real loyalties there, you and I. Just strong. Then the Sunday boys.
You can tell who we hang out with.
I never put two and two together, but all of a sudden you realise who we hang out more with. Absolutely. So Collingwood winners by 20 points, 11-13, 79 in front of the Dockers, 9-5-59. They keep the opening 4 goals of the match, and Collingwood never really looked back from that point onwards, despite being inaccurate in front of goal. Jack Ginnivan finished with 3, a couple for Jamie Elliott and for Brodie Myercheck. Meanwhile, for the Dockers, 2 to Griffin Logue, 2 to Michael Walters, 2 to Lachie Schultz, and 2 to Michael Fredericks. Thanks to Rama, thanks to Lids, thanks to Corby, thanks to Jules, to Craig Davis, to Tim Hodges in the room, to Lauren Borden, who was part of our team, and to Adam Jones back in the studio. Thanks to our executive producer, Tim Verrill, for all our work throughout the footy season. We're down to just 3 games for the season. Collingwood prevailing by 20 points. There were plenty enjoyed finishing on the song, as we will. Chat to you next weekend.